Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
First, it changed Carrie Thomas' fate, forcing her to further exploit her potential and create The Fire, a song that transcended time and became a spiritual pillar for a generation, helping humanity achieve a technological leap. Second, it changed Ward Owen's fate, enabling the Whale Group to create more groundbreaking technological achievements and become the cornerstone of technological advancement. Third, more advanced material science and foundational science, as well as the detection device completed by the special researcher Martha Owen in her spare time, proved that the source of the explosion was not an external attack but came from within the battleship. Fourth, by personally joining the front lines of the war and honing his formidable skills in operating the Azure Dragon armor, Harrison Clark elevated the overall standards of individual soldier armor operation for all of humanity. Although it seemed of little use in the end, without the day-to-day training and relentless self-sacrifice, Harrison could not have maximized the kinetic capabilities of the Azure Dragon armor in the final moments, nor could he have returned to the giant wave at the last moment and witnessed the explosion of the chess piece from the perspective of a bystander. Fifth, and most importantly, although it is still unclear how the enemy hid the bomb in the chess piece and what the principle of the bomb was, it was only so big that it could not emit any energy waves, yet it could destroy the entire battleship in an instant like a withered tree. This technology must be beyond his understanding and completely unmastered by humans. However, this seems to imply that the enemy is not invulnerable, nor as invincible and terrifying as he imagines. Otherwise, the enemy would not need to use conspiracies. Conspiracies rather reveal weakness. The enemy has flaws and is not absolutely invincible. Many things are illusions, covered in layers of fog. With a light curtain powerful enough to envelop the solar system, their technological level should be so high that Earthlings cannot comprehend it. According to the Kardashev scale, they should be at least somewhere between a Type 2 planetary civilization and Type 3 stellar civilization. Indeed, they are invincible and unreachable, deserving to obliterate humanity with a more direct and destructive snap of their fingers like Thanos. But in reality, they adopted extremely conservative infiltration and internal sabotage tactics. These two scenarios are conflicting and discordant, making them seem very unreasonable. There must be a loophole that humans cannot yet discern, waiting for Harrison to explore. This is then answer he found in his journey through 1,000 years, and also the lesson that only those who personally experience the frontline battlefield can learn. The same event looks completely different from different perspectives. When watching TV as an ordinary viewer, the sight of the sky full of fireworks gives the illusion of being snapped away by Thanos. But as a frontline fighter, seeing the explosion of the chess piece with his own eyes and understanding its details and process, he realizes that the alien civilization has actually made thorough preparations for this apocalyptic snap. This is the most important answer he has come up with so far. Although this answer seems to be meaningless for human civilization as a whole, as humanity has already perished, it is of great significance to him personally and greatly boosts his confidence. The above 5 points are Harrison's comprehensive analysis of his journey through 1,000 years. This is his first step in deducing the solution he works out before he wakes up. The second step focuses on Nora Camp's tears and the chess piece in her hand. Bender. He began to analyze what kind of conspiracy the alien civilization had used and how it was implemented. Nora Camp is not a weak person and would not cry from fear of death. There is only one explanation. At the last moment, she realized that the source of the explosion was her own chess piece, and her mental state underwent a dramatic change. The long-dormant emotional part of her deep thoughts became active again. She believed that she was the traitor who brought destruction, or at least one of them. Her long-held beliefs collapsed in an instant, and she fell into intense regret and pain. She realized that her mental state had been off for a long time. Infiltrated and subtly brainwashed, she developed a meaningless hobby of playing chess and personally brought the bomb onto the battleship, leading to humanity's defeat without ever seeing the enemy. Nora Camp's self-blame comes from her internal struggle and her inability to introspect and analyze her situation in the time she had left. Harrison, both a bystander and a participant, had the opportunity to review and reflect on his actions after the fact. He could see through the unsolvable golden finger of the time loop and catch a glimpse of the true enemy's trajectory. Since all the captains apart from Nora Camp had been forcibly and unreasonably imbued with personal interests that were nonetheless reasonable, it indicates that the infiltration had been long-term, comprehensive, and all-encompassing. Nora Camp is not the only victim of infiltration. Harrison has not only seen the records of contemporary captains but has also read many accounts of previous captains in his capacity as a military champion, with the mindset of reading a story. He can trace the earliest instances back to the first group of captains 500 years ago, around the year 2500, when the world government was newly established. Harrison found that, from that time on, captains began to develop strange hobbies. The infiltration did not forcefully twist their personalities, nor did it fundamentally shake or replace their thoughts. The person was still the same, but tainted with a bit more personal bias than they should have. So the answer was clear. As early as 500 years later in the future, at the founding of the world government, human beings had already begun to be infiltrated. But this infiltration might require a certain price, or perhaps due to distance and numerous other possible factors, it could only target a small number of people, captains, or even higher-ranked leaders. Moreover, to prevent discovery, the effects of infiltration were not intense but remained hidden, lurking until the final moments when it suddenly erupted. No one knew they were infiltrated, and everyone thought their motivations and decisions were unquestionable. But the fact was, the invisible enemy had calculated everything from the very beginning, leaving no stone unturned. That's why many policies over the past 500 years seemed strange and difficult to understand from Harrison's perspective. Cloning and synthetic genes, suppressing and killing human emotions, indulging in the welfare for the unemployed, closing the gap for the lower class to rise and learn. On the surface, these strategies seemed to efficiently maintain stability and accelerate technological progress, and indeed achieved impressive results. But progress that can't lead to victory is always meaningless. The so-called accelerated success was nothing more than the self-proclaimed outcome of the world government, which paid the price of an entire generation's life for a single scientific revolution. After the end of civilization's history, no one knew what the true acceleration should look like. Now, Harrison had a different view. Killing human emotions and turning everyone into machines and components, extreme division of labor and a society that focuses solely on preserving civilization as the only motive, was not perfect. Inspiration for free thinking and creativity often came not from expertise, but from broad knowledge and diversity. Bender. Under the framework of a military-dominated social system, human creativity was stifled. The seemingly high productivity of a so-called high-welfare society only satisfied basic survival needs but fell far short of the need for solving crises and breaking free from the solar system. Productivity was only relatively excessive, not absolutely excessive. It's possible to conceal the truth of the apocalypse to prevent terrorism, but it's not possible to hide knowledge and stifle creativity and upward mobility from the public. If everyone could unite, perhaps they wouldn't have to experience the heartbreaking story of the Yellowstone Research Institute's predecessor, and they could break through the bottleneck of technology. From the very beginning, overly mechanized logic should not have been allowed to replace human emotions and select our genetic pairings. People born in such conditions were too likely to become unemployed and lack willpower. Like Nora Camp, such people, who seemed to be freely combined, were essentially the same as those selected by machines. Of countless genetically engineered people, why is only Harrison a genius? Because he is different by nature, while others lack the blessing of fate. The driving force behind human reproduction should have been the instincts formed over millions of years of evolution, and the offspring should not be a theoretically calculated optimal solution. Assuming no enemies and the continuation of human existence, such optimal solutions could ultimately lead to the mechanization of humans and their complete replacement by machines, which would be another concept of extinction. Reproduction should be a product of emotions, creating infinite possibilities. Therefore, Harrison had reason to believe that behind the birth of the completely unified military world government in this timeline, there might have been secret guidance from the enemy, leading to a dead end. Deep within, Harrison felt an urge to try his best to change the future structure. With his current capabilities, he couldn't fathom or practice a different path out of nowhere, because he didn't know which path was right. But without a doubt, there must be more creative social structures, such as parliamentarianism, monarchy, democracy, federalism, or a pure military system. However, he believed that sooner or later, he would find the right path because he had the opportunity to experiment. He would attempt to change the future and observe the results it brought. If he was wrong, he would try again. Discovering incorrect outcomes and eliminating wrong choices would eventually reveal the one right path. The moment he came to this realization, he opened his eyes. He was no longer clueless about the future catastrophe. Getting up, washing up, Harrison looked down at his phone, pondering the events of this era. His goals became clearer in his mind, and he knew what he should do next. Before long, he made a decision, waiting half an hour to contact Carrie, who had gone to the By Music Academy to create the song A Dull Life, while also booking his own ticket there. Yes, he would shamelessly snatch away part of the achievement that originally belonged to Carrie, the composition and arrangement of the song The Fire. This made him seem despicable, but he had his own motives. At least this time, plagiarizing the song was not for money or fame. The final success of the song The Fire was determined by two key factors: lyrics and melodies. The lyrics had already been written by Carrie, which could not be copied. But the composition work that determines the other half of the artistic achievement, Carrie Thomas surely hasn't completed yet. Even if she has a rough idea in her mind, at least she hasn't leaked it to Harrison Clark. Given Carrie's character, even if she was plagiarized by Harrison, she definitely wouldn't think in the direction of plagiarism and copying, but would instead believe that the two of them were somehow connected. In this way, the completed The Fire would still have the same artistic accomplishment as before, and still be a military anthem, while keeping the results of Yellowstone Research Institute intact. But another change had happened. After Carrie's part of the artistic achievement was stripped away, her talent would definitely be expressed in another song with a different yet equivalent form. So, in addition to The Fire, Harrison might be able to squeeze out another equally memorable and inspiring work for future generations. Apart from Carrie Thomas, Harrison Clark also needed to keep a firm hold on another key figure, his not yet official apprentice, Ward Owen. Standing on the balcony, Harrison took a deep breath, gazing at the rising sun in the distance. Then he lowered his head to look at the contact information for Ward Owen on his phone, a profound smile on his face. This time, I won't make you a huge star, so you fucking can't go back to Whale Group for a lifetime, or I'll change my last name to Chang. First, let's go find Ward Owen to sign a contract, so as to achieve deeper cooperation and better control the quality of the works produced by this fat man. Making up his mind, he immediately leaped off the balcony. Lucia, let the time machine pick me up and take me. Damn, I'm already back? There's no time machine in this world? This is the 4th floor? No one is going to catch me? As he flew in midair, Harrison thought about performing a stable free fall under 1G conditions. I've messed up. Bang! Harrison didn't die but landed steadily on the ground. His feet were a bit numb, but that was all. Harrison stared blankly at his own hands and then looked up at the top of his head. On the balcony of the 4th floor, his underwear was swaying gently in the breeze. His thoughts raced. I did indeed jump off the 4th floor, but I'm unharmed. What happened? What did I do in that instant in the air? He began to recall. He quickly remembered his actions in midair after totally submerging into his subconscious. For nearly a year, the instinct gained from Azure Dragon armor training had involuntarily adjusted his posture, as if he was wearing Azure Dragon armor and descending from the sky. He succeeded, using the bending of his feet during landing to successfully reduce the impact force. But he looked down at his sneakers that had burst from the sudden pressure and scratched his head. The height of this loft apartment is approximately 5.8 meters, and the total height of the 4 floors is about 15 meters. After jumping off the 4th floor, my speed should be 12.12 meters/second when I touch the ground after a 15-meter free fall. To relieve pressure, I squatted down and my center of gravity moved about 30 centimeters down before stabilizing. So, during the time from bottoming out to stabilizing completely, I experienced IL plus L 34 meters/second squared of acceleration, or 25.23 g. It's basically the same as being hit by a truck, but in the end, I'm unharmed, and I only ruined my shoes. Have I awakened some strange powers? Harrison's whole body was covered with goosebumps. Wait, how did I figure out the answer so quickly? Where did my mental arithmetic and logical thinking ability get so strong? Harrison began to realize something was wrong. Since he was blown up till now, his thinking has been very clear. Even when encountering doubts and difficulties, he could quickly deduce the correct answers from various aspects. Not like before when he would just think a little bit and then get stuck, only to feel annoyed and want to give up. Bender. So that's why he could so easily digest such a huge amount of information and quickly find the right answers, then make decisions without hesitation. Considering the failed jump and strong mental arithmetic ability, there's only one explanation for the phenomena occurring with him. Before he was blown up, he had just recently injected the coagulation serum, and at the time of death, he was still a perfect soldier. Every time he returned to the past, his physical constitution would be preserved. This time was no different, except not only was the training result preserved, but also the full effects of the coagulation serum. Harrison Clark quickly changed his mind, went back to his room and finished organizing more than 10 songs from the past, then anxiously awaited the time when the serum would lose its effect. 3.5 hours passed. He had personally experienced more than 3 hours of time, but he hadn't fallen asleep. Nothing had changed, as if he was supposed to be in this state. This indicated that the serum's effect had been solidified as a normal state for him. After experiencing a brief period of excitement and elation, and sobering up with a cold shower, the calm and steady Harrison Clark began to give himself some intelligence tests. About 2 hours later, he completed several IQ test papers and drew a conclusion. On some level, he had become smarter. His high attention span and increased mental activity during active thinking improved his speed of thought, allowing him to find the answers he wanted more quickly. Some routine calculations, such as mental and oral arithmetic, and other logical analysis skills, had also been significantly strengthened. Of course, he hadn't turned into a prodigy who, after reading a university physics textbook with quantum fluctuations, could rival Einstein. He was still an ordinary person. What he didn't know before, he still didn't know now. To transform from ignorance to knowledge, he still needed to learn. His ability to understand new things hadn't been elevated, only his speed of thinking had improved. When a math genius child learns simple addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, they only need to look at a problem once to quickly understand the principles behind it. Within their knowledge system, once they grasp the concept, they can apply it to other problems as well. Ordinary children need repeated reinforcement to form a concept in their minds through 1 or 2 or even more repetitions. This is the difference in comprehension ability. Harrison's intelligence still needed multiple reinforcement sessions to understand new knowledge. But with his quicker thinking, perhaps to others, it might appear as if he understood after just one look. In reality, he still needed to go through multiple repetitions to grasp it. It was just that the speed of reinforcement was so fast that the time it took was almost the same as if he understood it in one go. Although the result seemed similar, there was a fundamental difference. In summary, if he were to learn a new subject now, due to increased concentration and mental acuity, he would only need to spend half or even less of the time he used to, but he would still need to learn. What he couldn't possibly learn before, he still couldn't learn now. Intelligence is a comprehensive concept, encompassing the upper limit of learning speed and comprehension ability. The serum accelerated his learning speed but didn't raise the upper limit of his comprehension ability. Because of the mutation delay, he changed his itinerary once again and went straight to Baiduo Music Academy after testing his intelligence. It wouldn't be too late to sign a contract with Ward Owen when he came back, but Carrie Thomas couldn't be delayed. Every night, 1 minute would increase the possibility of something going wrong. What if Carrie Thomas sent him the first draft of the arrangement for the fire halfway through the process and asked him to evaluate it? He would have nowhere to turn for help. Should he admit to plagiarism or not? This seemingly small matter, just a single song, could completely disrupt Harrison's plans. Through the changes the fire brought to Yellowstone Research Institute, Harrison deeply understood the important role that excellent art plays in the process of human civilization. Good art, whether it's literature, music, or painting, can leave behind a spiritual force. It is sustenance, a torch that can be used to light the way for civilization groping in the dark. The current times have become impetuous, with songs becoming trivial and stars living behind fake personas. These works aren't worthy of being called art, they're just entertainment created to cater to other people's needs for amusement. Ignoring the essence of a work and its talent, and relying on hype and marketing to build up fake personas, is an entertainment phenomenon born in the early days of the information age. This phenomenon will rise and fall with the rapid development of the internet age. At a certain stage, it will reach its peak and make many people very wealthy. But as times change and the information revolution deepens, this kind of useless and redundant information will be buried in the sea of information, no longer able to make any waves. Only true good works will be remembered by people and truly demonstrate their value. Useless entertainment is born out of the popularization of information and will die out when the information revolution reaches its peak. Looking back at the process from the result, Harrison knows that this is a dead end, and he can't go any further. He doesn't care how others follow their chosen paths, he only wants to follow his own chosen path well. So, the ultimate form of entertainment culture is culture, not entertainment. Only by seeing the future could Harrison understand how precious Carrie Thomas is in the present. She could create works of historical value. Her songs criticize the unfair, the unreasonable, and satirize the distorted, the filthy. They inspire and promote positive aspects. Even if she sometimes embeds her own negative emotions into her work, those negative songs can still pry open the defenses of the weak, awakening their desire to become better and improve themselves. Her songs can teach others how to face their own weaknesses correctly, how to fight against the softness and ugliness within their own humanity, benefiting the development of civilization. This example might be too abstruse, so let's make it simpler. Take Amir Khan's movie as an example. The theme of Dangle is to shout out for the unjust treatment of women in a particular country. If a man who originally looked down on women watches this film and decides to give his daughter an equal opportunity to learn, and then this daughter, who could have only been a dowry, successfully completes her education, becomes a distinguished scholar, and leaves behind a piece of technology that gives birth to a new discipline in 100 years, Bender, then the influence of this film may extend well beyond 1,000 years. Perhaps no one will know the connection between this rigorous discipline and a movie, but the butterfly effect-like chain of events objectively exists. So although Harrison Clarke has already developed a desire for future technology, he is still unwilling to give up the path of plagiarism, which he initially thought was a shortcut to wealth but later found to be a shortcut to changing history. Transplanting technology directly would cause a tangible change to the future, but the transportation of artworks and exploiting Carrie's potential would bring about broader and more profound changes to the future. These were two complementary paths, and Harrison had to grasp both firmly. Plagiarizing songs was just the beginning, there was still much to do. Although the road ahead might be long and invisible, he decided to persevere until the end of his life, just like Lion once told him, just like he once said in one of the timelines. The plane arrived in Baiduo, and as Harrison stepped into the terminal, he received a call from Carrie. Before boarding the plane, he had already contacted Carrie and told her that he had prepared a surprise for her today. "Have you gotten off the plane?" Over the phone, Carrie's voice sounded a bit tired. She had been working non-stop lately with no chance to catch her breath. But in her fatigue, she was also excited and passionate about making music, enjoying it even if it exhausted her. Harrison replied, "Yes, I'll take a taxi over right now. You should take a break too, don't get too tired." Carrie yawned, "I'm taking a nap in the car." "You don't need a taxi, I'm hitching a ride with my little junior sister to the airport. Her brother is flying back from abroad today, and his flight time is around the same as yours. We'll pick you up together. There's a bit of traffic in the city, but we'll be on the highway soon. At most half an hour, no, 20 minutes. Harrison was stunned, and suddenly his heart raced. It wasn't that he was moved by Carrie coming to pick him up, but something else. He nervously asked, "The little junior sister you mentioned, is she Susan Lambert, your assistant at the recording studio here?" Carrie was surprised. "Huh, how did you know?" Harrison tried to calm himself and spoke faster, defending himself. "I saw the name on the list of producers for Boring." At the same time, he took big strides and sprinted towards the terminal entrance. "Oh, right. You know I don't have many friends. Susan is one of the few friends I have at school, and I could only produce songs here in Baiduo with her help." A cheerful voice came through the phone. "Hey, Carrie, are we just friends? I'm so sad to hear you say that." "Carrie, stop kidding, you are driving now." "I'm fine, my driving skills are great." "Hi, Harrison. I'm Susan Lambert, you can call me Susan. I'm a die-hard fan of Carrie, and I've never admired anyone like her in my life. Carrie is your die-hard fan, too, so Harrison, you're my superstar idol? I adore you? Carrie, alright, enough, we'll be there soon to pick you up. The call ended with a click on the other side. Harrison immediately called back while sprinting wildly through the crowd, causing chaos and curses along the way. But he couldn't care less now. The large beads of sweat fell from his temples, and the thicker-than-normal concentration of blood in his veins began to boil due to his intense running. The laughter of Susan echoed repeatedly in his mind, leaving him feeling icy. It was the laughter of the deceased. Last time, Susan died in a car accident. It happened today, on the highway to the airport when she was driving to pick up her brother. In the previous timeline, Carrie was in the recording studio working on compositions today. Susan had been working non-stop with Carrie for nearly 10 days, driving her BMW X3 to the airport to pick up someone. The vehicle lost control and plunged off the airport highway overpass, caught fire upon landing, and Susan was killed instantly. The incident was a devastating blow to Carrie and deeply affected her. 20 years later, she released an extremely sorrowful song in memory of her best friend. Starting the day after Susan's death, Carrie had been brewing the song in her heart. It took her 20 years to finish it. The song's significance in Carrie's artistic career was comparable to The Fire, and for the following millennia, it was often played as a funeral song in tribute. When Harrison read about this in Carrie's updated biography, he felt sad and seriously considered whether or not to intervene and change the outcome after going back in time. He made the ruthless decision not to interfere back then. However, he didn't expect that due to his sudden change of plans and delay in the morning, Carrie would also be involved. If he had set off earlier, his arrival time in Baiduo would be different from Susan's brother by at least a few hours, and Carrie wouldn't ask for a ride to the airport. If he hadn't come to Baiduo today and chose another day, Carrie would have no reason to ride in Susan's car either. If he hadn't worried about being too deliberate and arousing suspicion, and instead called her to plagiarize while playing the guitar, this wouldn't have happened. But the situation had already happened, and there were no ifs. People came and went in the airport terminal, and as Harrison weaved through the crowd, he faintly smelled a cold, malevolent intent in the air. Was this the backlash from the space-time continuum due to his arbitrary changes to the future? He didn't even have time to regret it, and regret wouldn't help anyway. In just 13 seconds, he covered nearly 100 meters and burst out of the terminal. The phone was still on the dialing screen. He was frantic. Pick up the phone? Please, pick up the phone. Hey, what's going on? As Harrison Clark anxiously searched for a taxi, Carrie Thomas finally answered the phone. Harrison tried to make his voice sound calm. Tell Susan Lambert to pull over immediately and stop on the emergency lane. I don't need you guys to pick me up. Carrie asked in puzzlement. Why? No reason, I found a cab myself. Feeling a headache coming on, Carrie said, didn't I tell you to wait? Geez, you're going to kill me, never mind. Even if you got a cab, we can't just stop on the side of the road. This is a high-speed elevated highway, we'd get a ticket if we stopped on the emergency lane. She had a straightforward personality and would have given anyone else a piece of her mind had they acted so unreasonably. But since it was Harrison, she showed some tolerance and didn't reproach him too much, although she found it quite unreasonable. Harrison stammered, unable to find the right words. Should he tell her that Susan would have a car accident? That they would die? If put in the same situation, he would have dismissed anyone saying such nonsense out of the blue as a lunatic. Anyway, Susan has to pick up her brother too, so let's just leave it at that. After that, Carrie hung up the phone again. The busy signal from the phone's receiver echoed once more like the footsteps of the Grim Reaper, making Harrison's hands and feet feel icy cold. Finally, an empty taxi arrived in front of him and rolled down the window. Harrison hurried over, but he was promptly rejected. When he mentioned his destination, he realized that Carrie and Susan were on their way to the airport. If he asked the taxi to go back the same way, enter the highway from the other side, he would only arrive in time to collect their bodies. So he hoped the taxi could drive the wrong way instead, which was obviously refused. After leaving the taxi, Harrison stood blankly by the bustling roadside, his mind blank. The overwhelming feeling of helplessness that enveloped him was the same as when he faced the invaders in the future. The painful sensation of knowing a disaster would occur at a certain moment but being unable to do anything or change anything gripped him. But he never thought of giving up, as his mind raced and his eyes scanned frantically along the roadside. It was then that he heard the roaring engine of a motorcycle. Harrison looked over and saw a tall man in a leather jacket sitting on a heavy-duty motorbike. The man was watching a young woman walking out of the airport. Revving the engine with his right hand, he certainly knew how to show off. Noticing Harrison's gaze, the man looked back and smirked arrogantly, his grin revealing the defiance common to speed racers. Harrison also smiled. He approached the motorcycle alongside the young woman. Bro, what's your phone number? Harrison asked. The man gestured for his female companion to get on the bike and asked, what do you mean? No big deal, I'm buying your bike. I'll pay you back later? With a swift motion, Harrison grabbed the motorcycle key and pulled on the collar of the man's jacket. Without much effort, he yanked the man off the bike and threw him to the ground. Ouch, what the hell? As the man angrily stood up, Harrison was already on his bike. I'll ask you one more time, what's your phone number? I'll give you triple the price later. You crazy bastard? You think you can afford it? Zoom. Then call the police. Leaving that remark behind, Harrison sped away. Call the police? Hurry up! What the hell is this bastard doing? Wrong way driving, Bender. Under the nearly collapsing gaze of the man, Harrison turned around and sped against the traffic on the emergency lane in the direction of the city from the airport. He was extremely fast, with the throttle wide open, leaving a trail of white smoke behind him. As expected of a high-end heavy motorcycle, its power was quite impressive, reaching a speed of over 62 miles per hour in less than 4 seconds. Actually, Harrison didn't know how to ride a motorcycle in the past, but that was nothing for him now. In his fully activated state, his dynamic vision and neural response capabilities made him as good as a genuine Azure Dragon armor warrior. If he could control the Azure Dragon armor, what was a mere motorcycle? What the hell is he doing? He's going to crash into the toll station. Oh my god, my bike? Damn, that's possible? As the young man who had his motorcycle stolen wailed and watched in astonishment, Harrison rushed to the toll station entrance. He was in luck, as there was a space with no cars passing through. Without any hesitation, he charged into the wrong lane. The barrier blocked his path. If he continued on, he'd crash head-on. Harrison focused, quickly simulating several strategies in his mind. Lean low and rush through? No good, still slightly too high. So, fly over it? He began to lift his legs, completely crouching on the bike seat, with his feet on either side of the rear seat cushion. Just as the motorcycle reached the barrier, he lifted his hands, pushed off with both feet, and leaped up. The bike smoothly passed under the barrier, while he jumped like a frog in midair, just barely clearing the barrier before landing back on the motorcycle and speeding off into the distance. Damn, that's possible? The dumbfounded young man who was about to call the police couldn't believe his eyes. In this world, Harrison had been a law-abiding youth for over 20 years. This was the first time he had committed a crime, and it was a big one. Robbery, driving against traffic, speeding, forced entry. His heart raced with nervousness, almost as fast as when he faced the end while wearing the Azure Dragon armor thousands of years later. But he was focused, since he knew he didn't have much time left. He squinted his eyes and scrutinized every car driver approaching along the emergency lane, afraid he would miss them and regret it forever. Fortunately, within just 5 minutes, he easily identified the X3 Carry was riding in among the oncoming traffic. It wasn't that his eyesight had become incredibly sharp. It was simply that he had noticed from afar that something was off with that car's situation. The elevated highway was a straight road, but that car suddenly swerved, first crashing diagonally into the guardrail and then bouncing back, wobbling for a second or two before its ESP stability system restored it to a stable state. It couldn't be a coincidence that there was a second car accident today. Carrie Thomas must be in that car. Other vehicles on the road also noticed the abnormality of the car, either slowing down or speeding past to avoid it. The X3's collision was like a stone thrown into a lake, causing waves, disrupting the order and turning the originally orderly traffic into a chaotic whirlpool. Without hesitation, Harrison Clark changed direction, crashing headlong into the whirlpool on his motorcycle and charging straight towards the still accelerating X3. The motorcycle became a nimble fish in the traffic, weaving through the flow. Finally, he got close to the X3 and went head-on. Carrie Thomas was slowly struggling in the passenger seat, seemingly dazed from the previous collision. The young woman in the driver's seat was stiff all over, her head tilted back and leaning against the seat, her eyes closed and unconscious. Harrison Clark, who had learned basic first aid knowledge in military training, immediately understood her condition. She was clearly in sudden shock. The cause of Susan Lambert's death had been solved. She had been helping Carrie Thomas with her new song, working late and lacking sleep, pushing herself to her limit. While driving to the airport, she experienced sudden shock due to excessive fatigue. If it had happened in an ordinary situation, she would have just fainted for a while and recuperated after a good rest, but she was driving at the time. When the shock caused her body to stiffen, her foot not only failed to release from the accelerator, but it also continued to speed up. That's why Susan Lambert eventually crashed through the guardrail and fell off the elevated highway at the bend. It was unclear how injured Carrie Thomas was, but it was unrealistic to expect her to save herself. The distance between the X3 and the oncoming motorcycle was getting closer, soon to be less than 100 meters. Harrison Clark looked left and right, and at a distance of 50 meters between them, he suddenly turned the motorcycle's head and slammed on the accelerator. At the same time, he continuously lowered his center of gravity, changing from a straight line to lying down, pressing his weight lower than racing drivers do when making sharp turns on the track. The rear wheel of the motorcycle rubbed the ground, emitting a thick, pungent white smoke, and the motorcycle's body scraped out glittering sparks on the ground. At a distance of 20 meters, Harrison Clark successfully turned the motorcycle's head and went directly towards the X3. However, he had to start accelerating again from zero, while the X3 had already reached a speed of over 150 kilometers per hour. He accelerated again, catching up with the X3, overtaking it by about half a car length, slowly getting closer, and then reaching out with his right hand to grab the driver's side door. Failed, it wouldn't open. He didn't know if it was locked from the inside or if the collision had caused a deformation of the components. He clenched his right fist and smashed the glass. The first punch failed to break it and almost caused him to lose balance. Harrison Clark took a deep breath and then leaped from the motorcycle, slamming his left fist into the spot where his right fist had just struck. His arm broke through the glass and reached inside the car. His body lost acceleration and began to be pulled back by the oncoming wind. At the same time, his left arm flexed again, exerting force to shatter the glass. His left down jacket was torn, and the inside of his elbow was cut by the glass, but he managed to hang his left arm inside the car door. The motorcycle fell, rolling forward and causing chaos for the incoming vehicles behind it. Harrison Clark hung horizontally outside the car, his toes stepping on the doorstep outside the X3's door and successfully stabilizing his position. He continued to lean forward, carefully unlocking the car door from the inside with his right hand. The lock clicked open. With a powerful pull with his right hand, the car door opened a crack about as wide as 2 fists. The wind was too strong, and the door was about to be blown shut. He quickly stretched his knee forward, just managing to jam it into the gap. The impact of the door closing pinched his knee painfully. From then on, things became simple. Harrison Clark withdrew his right hand and grabbed the inside of the B-pillar, then withdrew his left hand and exerted force to open the car door, jumping in and sitting on Susan Lambert's lap. However, he was a little slow to withdraw his left leg, and his left ankle got pinched again. At the moment when both of his hands were gripping the steering wheel, they were safe. Feeling relieved, he took a long breath, used his right foot to push away Susan Lambert's stiff foot that was still pressing on the accelerator, and then gently tapped the brakes to slow down. At the same time, Harrison Clark looked at the situation behind them in the rearview mirror. The motorcycle had already caught fire and exploded in the middle of the road, with vehicles behind it in complete disarray, not knowing how badly damaged they were but undoubtedly causing a chain of accidents. Harrison Clark's mood was complex. He was worried about casualties. It was only now that he worried. However, if given another chance to choose, he would still do the same thing. The importance of people differs. Carrie Thomas was too important and absolutely could not die. Although he didn't want to admit it, Harrison Clark's actions this time were influenced, more or less, by the future society. Carrie Thomas finally came to her senses. She rubbed her forehead and looked dazedly at Harrison Clark. She blankly said, "Am I dead? Is this heaven?" Harrison Clark managed a smile, not answering her. He was in a hurry to stop the car and run back to check on the accident. However, Carrie Thomas' words had somewhat touched him. "Even if I die and go to heaven, I can still run into you, Harrison Clark. You really don't leave my side, do you?" Carrie Thomas mumbled again. "Harrison Clark, your gratitude sure is unique. No, you're not dead, I came to save you." As the vehicle came to a steady stop, he said as much. At the same time, he opened the car door and prepared to get out, feeling more and more complicated. Robbery, dangerous driving, resisting arrest, causing a chain of accidents. Sigh, how many years will I get? It took Carrie Thomas 5 seconds to process what Harrison Clark said, but by the time she did, he had already opened the door and jumped out of the car, dragging Susan Lambert from the driver's seat to the ground. Carrie instinctively got out of the car and followed. Her head was still a bit groggy, but she saw the burning motorcycle with billowing smoke behind her, as well as the mess of vehicles from the pile-up. She was still a bit dizzy and her mind wasn't turning very fast, but she finally managed to react and realized that she hadn't died. "What are you waiting for? Call the police?" Harrison pressed down on various parts of Susan Lambert to check her body conditions, confirming that she was only unconscious and not dead. He looked up at Carrie, who still hadn't reacted, and scolded her. Carrie nodded and fumbled for her phone. Just as she pulled out her phone, Harrison lunged over, his hands like a fish swimming up under her clothes. Carrie instinctively cried out, "What are you doing? Never mind me. Call the police? I'm checking for fractures or internal injuries." Bender. Carrie broke free. "No, I'm okay. I just hit my head." Harrison swiftly reached out to grab her face, his fingers cracking open her eyelids to check her eyes for signs of intracranial bleeding. "Thank God, there was none. You seem fine, but don't let your guard down. I'm going back over there now. After you call the police, stay here. Don't move. Wait for the ambulance." Having said that, Harrison turned around and ran off. Carrie called the police with trembling hands, trying to calm herself down as she described the dangerous situation to the officers, all the while watching Harrison's retreating figure. "Miss Carrie Thomas, we have confirmed your report and thank you for your cooperation. Please wait where you are. We will get to the scene as soon as possible." After the dispatcher hung up, Carrie finally had a chance to think quietly again. She recalled Harrison's previous call and the hazy moments when he miraculously entered the car after breaking the window with his fists, right after she had been injured in the crash and despaired to the point of feeling cold and numb. She was still groggy and dazed at the time, but somehow, seeing Harrison in the driver's seat, her heart had calmed down. It didn't matter if it was heaven after death, she had found her peace. 1,000 questions raced through her mind. She remembered that it was the express elevated highway to the airport, so Harrison must have been riding a motorcycle in the wrong direction. He must have known about the accident beforehand. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked his life like this. What had happened? Carrie didn't stay put as instructed. Instead, she grabbed Susan Lambert's phone, called Susan's brother, and then ran after Harrison. Running to Harrison's side, she had many questions to ask, but remained silent. Because Harrison, the instigator, was now acting as a rescue worker, helping to remove the injured from the vehicles. 111 help. She approached. "Thank you." Harrison glanced back, only to realize it was her, and angrily said, "Didn't I tell you to stay put? If you never mind." Are you sure you're okay? Yeah, I'm fine. All right. 7 minutes later, all the incapacitated injured people had been rescued by Harrison and other good Samaritans. Perhaps it was divine intervention, or maybe these innocent people caught up in the accident were just lucky, but of the nearly 30 individuals from 12 vehicles, not one was seriously injured. Only one person suffered minor arm fractures. This person was indeed very lucky. As the driver of the second car in the chain collision, they were wedged between two large vehicles. Their car was badly deformed, trapping them inside, but they miraculously avoided any critical injuries. Less than 10 seconds after Harrison forced the car door open and pulled him out, the luxurious car caught fire and ignited the surrounding vehicles. In any case, he survived. Bruised and sweaty, Harrison sat on the ground, gasping for air. His left sleeve was stained with blood from the wound on his arm. There were several cuts and scrapes on his palms, and a large lump with an inch-long gash was now visible on his head, which was leaking a trickle of blood. Exhausted, Carrie sat beside him, her finger on Susan Lambert's pulse, always keeping an eye on it. Thank you, Carrie hesitated to say. Harrison leaned back against the railing, laying down. You're welcome. It's what I should do. Carrie thought that perhaps it wasn't. Even the best of friends wouldn't necessarily go to such lengths to help someone, let alone succeed in doing so. Carrie looked at the turn not far ahead, less than 300 meters away, and was sure that if Harrison hadn't arrived in time, both she and Susan Lambert would have been doomed. How did you know we were going to crash? Carrie finally asked. Harrison chuckled. If I told you it's because my right eyelid twitched nonstop after I got off the plane, would you believe me? Carrie. Left for luck, right for disaster? That accurate? Probably 10 seconds of silence later, she replied. Harrison shrugged. Better to believe in it than not. Carrie asked, so you borrowed a motorcycle to come over? Harrison, no, to be more precise, I stole it. Police sirens wailed in the distance, getting closer and closer. Harrison smiled again. No major casualties occurred, but the event I got myself caught up in is definitely a big deal. I wonder how long I'll be sentenced for. Anyway, first, let me give you a surprise. Carrie Thomas had no idea what he was going to do, her mind filled with confusion. Harrison Clark suddenly jumped up and ran back to the X3, taking down the guitar he had noticed earlier. He didn't have time to explain much to Carrie. A freshly baked criminal stood not far from the accident scene he had created, facing the raging flames, his back to the wailing sirens, playing and singing the fire as if no one was around. Such a fitting scene. Carrie was captivated by the music. As soon as he finished playing, a police car arrived. The driver he had saved earlier cautiously approached him, holding his injured arm, and gave him a thumbs up with his uninjured hand. Bro, you're awesome. Thanks. I really want to thank you properly someday. Harrison ignored him and asked Carrie, is the melody I made for your song all right? Carrie asked, so your purpose in coming here was to play and sing this song for me? Harrison nodded. Yes, it's a pity there's only one guitar. Actually, I've already finished all the arrangements. I'll give them to you when I have chance. Every note has touched the depths of my soul. I've never heard such a great song in my life, and I can't imagine ever writing such a great melody. Are you an angel sent by God to save me? Harrison felt there was something off in her gaze, an indescribable sense in it. This made him uneasy, not knowing how to respond, so he just blurted out, no, you can definitely write better, and you must. You have to believe in your talent. I believe in your talent even more. Then you should trust my judgment. I think you're stronger than me. You're just accumulating strength for a breakthrough, and you need an opportunity. Is today's incident that opportunity? Not really. Well, writing songs is personal, so I can't say. You'll have to think it over for yourself. Let's not talk about it for now. Just in time, the man eager to express his gratitude for being saved interrupted, saving Harrison from the awkward conversation. Bro, can I get your contact information? Harrison shook his head, looked at the passing police officers and said loudly, no need, you'll definitely come find me later. A crowd of victims swarmed from the front, and the driver of the first car involved in the accident tearfully accused the reckless motorcycle driver of having no sense of humanity. This man was quite articulate. In just a few seconds, he detailed how the motorcycle had traveled in the wrong direction, drifted, and the rider had abandoned it, causing it to flip and eventually explode. Damn, that motorcycle jerk is so heartless. I was wondering why there was a burning motorcycle in the middle of the road. So that's what happened. The man with the broken hand joined in cursing the motorcycle rider. Harrison laughed and said loudly, I'm the motorcycle jerk. The man was suddenly speechless. Harrison turned to Carrie and said, I'm gonna go now. The police will definitely come to take your statement later. Just tell them what really happened. After saying that, he walked forward. Carrie grabbed the hem of his clothes. Harrison, it's all right. I can't run away from the consequences of my actions, can I? Shaking off Carrie's hand, Harrison walked to the front and said, Officer, I'm the motorcycle driver. Click. Handcuffed. 3 days later, Harrison walked out of the big iron gate alone. Carrie Thomas, Avril Green, Ward Owen, Susan Lambert, and her brother Julia Lambert were waiting for him outside. With powerful figures vouching for him, full compensation paid, and the most seriously injured victim choosing to forgive, the situation was resolved more easily than Harrison had imagined. The compensation plan itself wasn't complicated. The owner of the motorcycle, upon learning the cause of the incident, only asked for twice its value 600,000. The cost of highway maintenance, accident aftermath, and miscellaneous expenses totaled 770,000. For the 12 vehicles involved in the accident, valued at a total of 3,380,000, the owner of the most valuable luxury car, the one who had suffered a fracture, voluntarily forgave and didn't ask for any money. Harrison paid the full value of the others' vehicles, a total of 2,130,000. The total medical expenses, lost wages, and mental distress compensation for all victims amounted to 1,640,000. In principle, he should have been detained for 3 to 6 months, but since he also saved a person, showed good compensation and repentance, and turned himself in voluntarily, among other reasons, he was released on bail awaiting trial, and it was estimated that there would be no further pursuit of charges. Of course, these were the official explanations. Harrison knew that the real reason the situation was resolved so cleanly was thanks to the tireless efforts of Avril Green and Ward Owen. Heaven only knows how many favors the two had to call in. "Master, I was scared to death," Ward Owen exclaimed, running to Harrison before anyone else. Harrison stepped aside, unable to stand the heavy affection of the big-bellied man. All right, be calm and composed." Ward Owen continued to wail, "I watched the cars on board monitoring, and Master, when you jumped up and smashed the window, it was so badass. Just like a Hollywood movie. I can't calm down. I can't be composed." Harrison broke free of his embrace, feeling as if he was wrapped in layers of fat. Ward Owen continued to shout, "Master, let's start a business together. Let's go make action movies? You know, with fire and lightning all the way?" Harrison laughed, "I was thinking the same thing. Let's go into business together, but not movies, just songs. I'll write songs for you and turn you into a true superstar." Ward Owen was speechless. You're just trying to repay my kindness? There's no need. Avril did most of the work, and I just ran errands behind her." Harrison looked at Avril. "Thank you." Avril's eyes lingered on Harrison's face for a few seconds before drifting to Carrie's face, and she shook her head politely. "No need to thank me. It's what I should do in a private dining room of a certain By Music Academy restaurant." Everyone ordered a table full of dishes, ready for a meal together. The banquet was both a celebration of Harrison's release from prison and a thanksgiving to Carrie Thomas and the Lambert siblings for saving his life. It was unclear whether it was intentional or not, but while Carrie sat to the right of Harrison, Avril sat to his left. If it had been the old Harrison who faced this situation, he would have felt a little awkward. But now, having seen so much and even being attacked by an alien invader, he had unwittingly become far more steady. "I'll toast you twice, Harrison. First, to thank you for saving my life. Second, to thank you for writing the song and composing it for me." Carrie picked up the Lafite bottle, intending to pour Harrison a drink. Harrison instinctively covered his glass. "I can't drink, it will lower. I'm okay, just a little." He almost blurted out that drinking would lower the level of his Azure Dragon armor, but luckily he remembered that there was no such thing in this era. Susan Lambert chuckled from across the table. "Harrison, are you afraid it will lower your resistance, getting you wasted and out of control? You shut up." Carrie glared at Susan, her face slightly flushed. Harrison was pretty speechless. It was over. Done for. If Carrie hadn't said anything, it would have been fine. But she actually responded to Susan with a sultry tone instead of a stern one, telling her not to talk nonsense. "Big problem?" Harrison didn't dare say anything, just sipping his drink quietly. 2 cups of wine went down his throat. He hadn't drunk in so long, so the taste was a bit spicy, causing him to eat more food quickly. Carrie's alcohol tolerance seemed ordinary, as her face was flushed by the second cup. The atmosphere at the table was somewhat solemn and strange. Avril broke the silence. "By the way, Harrison, you're out on bail now, but you'll have to come back to By Music Academy later to go through the procedure. Also, you may not have seen the news online, but it's become quite a big deal, so it's best to stay out of the public eye for the next 6 months, to avoid any gossip." Harrison thought for a while. "That's fine, I won't be on stage anyway, I'll stay behind the scenes. I've heard you play the guitar before, your performance level is very high." It's a pity." Avril sighed. Harrison's mouth full of food. "Well, what's to pity about it? I know my own level, and my performance is just okay." Susan's eyes rolled. "Let me ask you something, Harrison. Carrie said you went to steal someone else's motorcycle to save us because your right eyelid was twitching. Is that what you told the police?" Harrison nodded. "Yeah, what else could it be? It's the truth." Susan giggled. "Then your psychic senses are very sensitive? I wouldn't dare to be so confident myself. Is this the legendary love bond between lovers?" She laid it all out, bringing up some topics Harrison would rather avoid right now. More terrifyingly, Carrie didn't stop Susan from speaking out, instead pretending to be shy and subtly observing Harrison's reaction. Harrison realized that he had become entangled in a situation as terrifying as facing the apocalypse. First of all, he now fully recognized Carrie's importance. But her importance was not only rooted in her current persona. Her yet-to-be-completed, and not even truly begun, artistic career was equally important. However, in all the timelines Harrison had experienced so far, there was no indication that the two of them had dated. Carrie had always been a very independent and resolute single woman. This time, due to the car accident and perhaps some previous accumulation, as well as Harrison's seemingly presumptuous but unavoidable plagiarism, her single-minded beliefs had been greatly shaken. But now, Harrison really didn't dare to pursue Carrie. When she was single, she could write those catchy and profound songs. That was her talent. Harrison couldn't guarantee whether she would become a love song queen who only wrote about love after falling into a romantic whirlpool. Before becoming a music master, Carrie's more fundamental identity was that of a woman. Once they took that step together, regardless of whether they grew old together or parted ways someday, it would definitely profoundly change her outlook on life and ultimately affect her creative philosophy. Harrison didn't rule out the possibility that he might pursue Carrie someday, but not now. Only in the future, 1,000 years later, when looking back on history, would he discover that the two of them had become a couple and that humanity had achieved the final victory. So, despite some regrets, sorry. Harrison suddenly reached out, grabbed Susan's hand, squinted his eyes, and spoke in a magnetic voice. Susan, you're right, our bond is so strong that it must have taken thousands of past life encounters to lead to our acquaintance in this life. Susan was first stunned, then looked into Harrison's electric eyes, her heart pounding, face reddening, and at a loss for what to do. Haha, now you know not to play with me? Harrison knew when to quit. Bender. Avril then pulled the topic back. The police didn't believe you, did they? Harrison nodded. Right, they told me that superstition is not good. But when I asked them, didn't I end up saving them in the end? They couldn't answer. Avril, you're really funny. But you can't mess around like this anymore. I don't know whether to praise you for being clever or to scold you for being superstitious. By the way, you wrote another song for Carrie this time, and both Mr. Owen and Leah benefited a lot from you. When are you going to write a song for me? Harrison Clark asked back. Aren't you composing on your own, Lucia? Avril Green pouted. Times have changed. I didn't know you were so talented before. Harrison Clark agreed. All right, let's discuss it together when we have time. But you have to give me the complete sheet music for the fire first. Harrison Clark, Carrie Thomas reminded him from the side. Harrison Clark secretly wiped his sweat. Yes, I'll write it the day after tomorrow. This meal was quite exhausting for him. Luckily there were no plans after dinner, and everyone went their separate ways. Avril Green went to her relative's house, and Carrie Thomas went to Susan Lambert's house. Ward Owen called his driver to take Harrison Clark and Julia Lambert to the hotel. On the way, Harrison Clark chatted with Julia Lambert, who sat in the back seat with him. Only then did he realize that she was indeed an impressive person. Both had studied abroad, but Julia Lambert was much more reliable than Ward Owen, who was a disgrace to Ivy League schools. She graduated from Harvard Business School with a full scholarship, had made a name for herself overseas before returning home, and was now invited by a domestic conglomerate to join directly as a senior executive. Of course, Julia Lambert didn't brag about these achievements. She just briefly mentioned her alma mater and the company she was planning to work for after returning home. The rest of the details were filled in by Ward Owen. Back at the hotel, Harrison Clark took out his notebook intending to write sheet music, but Ward Owen came knocking on his door. Master, you were serious about the company thing you mentioned before, right, Bender? Harrison Clark let him in. Yes. So, what kind of company do we want to set up? I already have a company. Why don't I transfer half of the shares to you? Harrison Clark shook his head. No, I know your company, and I can't afford half of the shares, let alone 1/10. You can start by becoming a technical shareholder, and we can both hold shares. If there's not enough money, you can owe it for now and pay it off slowly. Ward Owen was giving this a serious consideration. Harrison Clark thought about it again, and the thought of dealing with the intricacies of business management was quite frustrating. After a moment of hesitation, he said, I just want to write songs, and that's all I know how to do. The partnership is just an excuse, but my real goal is that I value you and want to write songs for you. Ward Owen's mouth twitched, and after a long silence, he said with some self-awareness, Master, do you really think so highly of me? Am I that talented? Yes, but I haven't even finished making the 3 songs you gave me before. I am not that great. Harrison Clark patted Ward Owen's shoulder in a heartfelt manner. No, you're awesome. Your talent goes beyond your imagination. You can, and should, achieve something in singing. When we return to Oxfordshire in a few days, well, think about it more carefully. He had an idea. His most valuable asset at the moment was the transport of numerous song copyrights and profit-sharing rights he had brought with him from another time. In the future, when he sold songs to other artists, their copyrights would also be retained by him. These things can be owned by an individual, but it's not the best choice for maximizing benefits. With the expansion of the asset scale and increasing complexity of the asset category, retaining the copyrights in his personal capacity was no longer appropriate. 1. He couldn't manage it all, and 2. Relying on individual effort, he wouldn't be able to properly allocate and add value to resources, resulting in intangible waste of resources. At present, he was still working as an individual, so he could only do one-off deals like selling songs and couldn't do any additional copyright exploitation. He didn't have the energy or the patience to go around talking business with people everywhere. Moreover, he didn't know how to do it, let alone succeed. However, as long as he could build a mature and stable team around the copyrights of the songs he had sold and the dozens of songs he had casually brought back, the company would start to snowball. And in the future, he would continue to increase his transporting efficiency, produce more works, and while ensuring the artistic careers of Carey Thomas and Ward Owen, he would definitely have to cash in on a large number of works. But once he started to be highly productive, he wouldn't have time to personally sell his songs as his output would be so staggering. Therefore, he needed a team. The company was necessary, but he had no desire to manage it, so he had to bring in partners, let others do the hard and demanding work while he focused on creation. The importance of partners for every entrepreneur goes without saying. A partner must be trustworthy, have connections, be capable, and most importantly, have money. Whether Ward Owen had the ability or not was another matter, but the other three aspects were satisfactory to Harrison Clark. However, Ward Owen had just taken over Eric Mitchell's business, and his personal assets were already quite large and still being consolidated, so joining Ward Owen's business wasn't the best fit for him. Harrison Clark had neither the position nor the capital to demand a large share in Ward Owen's mature business. But Harrison Clark had told Carey Thomas before that even brothers needed to be clear about money matters. He couldn't allow himself to be on the losing end. As a hard-working transporter with exclusive resources, working as a minor shareholder in Ward Owen's business and being reduced to an employee was not only restricting, but he was not emotionally ready for it either. Not having control would not be conducive to Harrison Clark's ability to use his foresight in controlling the overall situation in the future. Harrison Clark didn't want to be in Ward Owen's agency either. It didn't make much sense, and he didn't know how to manage an agency. Furthermore, while trying to elevate Ward Owen, he must not let himself suffer any losses. So, he needs to continue accumulating funds, so when the time comes, the copyright of all the songs Ward Owen sings must be in his own company. So the best approach is for him to register a company and expand its business scope as much as possible. Then, let Ward Owen become a shareholder, neither B.G nor small, and let Ward's father invest in the company and arrange for others to work for it. Harrison Clark would provide the irreplaceable resources, while Owen's follower would provide the duplicable resources that Harrison was lacking. That would be a perfect collaboration strategy. After sending Ward Owen away, Harrison Clark felt relieved and continued writing songs happily. It wasn't long before his phone rang again, and seeing the name on the caller ID, his pen-holding fingers trembled slightly. What's the matter? Why are you not sleeping at this late hour? It's only 10 o'clock, not that late. Carey Thomas on the other side of the phone spoke irritably. Harrison sighed, oh right, I almost forgot that you used to sleep in the morning. But take this as a lesson this time. Susan Lambert's sudden shock is due to excessive fatigue. All right, I know, I'll take care of myself. By the way, you lost more than $5 million this time, right? Talking about this matter, Harrison felt a little pain in his heart. He hadn't dared to check his bank account for the withdrawal message, thinking that he would be better off not seeing it. He had worked so hard as a laborer, plagiarizing without shame, and had barely saved up $1 million or so after abandoning his integrity, personality, and face. Who could bear to see it halved in the blink of an eye? Don't bring up what doesn't need to be brought up. I've come to terms with it money. Well, you can't take it with you when you die. I'm not upset. Carey Thomas laughed heartily on the other side. I'll believe you if you don't say that last sentence with a crying tone. I didn't cry. Your voice trembled. I can tell. Fine, let it be. Out with the old, in with the new. I'll earn more money. I'll plagiarize. Write more songs for you, and well make it back. I'll pay you back. No need, no need. I will pay you back. You don't have a say in this. All right. Harrison, thank you. Enough, you've said it N times today. Go to sleep. All right. Phone call ended. Harrison Clark sighed in relief. Carey Thomas sighed. Some things had changed, others had not. Carey Thomas, although an advocate of singlehood, worked in the arts and had a heart more sensitive than most people. How could she not notice the elusive distance Harrison Clark had maintained when evading Susan Lambert? But strangely, she didn't feel sad. Instead, she found it unsurprising. She didn't blame Harrison either. She knew that's just who he was. Thump, thump, thump. Bender. Harrison Clark was destined to be restless tonight. Someone knocked on the door again. Opening the door, Harrison was astonished. Mr. Lambert, what's the matter? Julia Lambert seemed a bit uneasy and subconsciously adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses. I wanted to thank you once again for saving my sister's life. I will figure out a way to pay you back those $5 million you lost this time. Harrison waved his hand. No need, really. Unexpectedly, Julia Lambert also wanted to repay the money, but Harrison would be embarrassed to accept it. Only he knew that if it weren't for Carey Thomas being in the car, Susan Lambert would be dead. He wouldn't have saved her. He knew that his thoughts were cruel and ruthless, and he also knew that afterwards, if he saw Carey grieving over losing a dear friend, or if he saw Susan's family, he would feel guilt. But when he had decided to take on the responsibility of saving humanity, he knew he would have to bear more pain and torture as well. He believed he could bear this level of guilt. It's necessary. In addition to these $5 million, I'll give you another $5 million. However, I've already spent quite a bit of my family's money studying abroad, so it may take me about a year or two to raise that amount. Julia Lambert insisted. Harrison was a headache. Please don't. I have only one extra request. What is it? If Mr. Harrison has no feelings for my sister, it would be better to reject her more decisively. The words Susan said at the dinner table today were a bit presumptuous, however. As her brother, I can see that she's eager to match Harrison and Miss Thomas to break her own thoughts early. Good night. After saying that, Julia Lambert ran away. Harrison Clark stood there, stupefied. They say the person who knows a sister best in the world isn't her parents but her brother. Julia Lambert was the perfect example of this theory. Harrison was speechless. Susan also liked me? Absurd? Could the impact of saving one's life on a woman be so significant? No, maybe my talent is what attracted her as well. But right now, I really don't have the interest or energy to engage in any romantic nonsense. So, everyone, I'm sorry. Somehow, Harrison Clark recalled the words Nora Camp said to him the day before her destruction. No, it's implanted. I've successfully conceived. His heart ached involuntarily, and he began to envy Nora Camp's absolutely rational mindset. On some level, replacing emotions with logic might have its benefits. Harrison shrugged, went back to his room. I can't stop others from liking me, but I know what I should do. Harrison Clark stayed at By Music Academy for a few more days, mainly to help Carrie Thomas produce songs. He didn't participate much in the recording of A Dull Life, which was about to be completed, and instead focused most of his energy on the production of the accompaniment for The Fire. Copying was copying, but out of a sense of responsibility, he had to ensure that this song was consistent with the future version, without any discrepancies. In the original timeline, it didn't take Carrie Thomas long to complete the composition of The Fire after creating the lyrics, but there was no hero saving the day involved in this process. The most significant and impactful event for Carrie Thomas during this time should have been Susan Lambert's car accident death. She believed that she should bear the main responsibility for Susan Lambert suddenly fainting while driving. At that time, she must have been overwhelmed by guilt, and at the same time, realized the emotions of Susan Lambert sacrificing herself in pursuit of her dream. Eventually, under the influence of these emotions, her inspiration burst forth, and she completed the arrangement of The Fire. Harrison Clark was uncertain whether Carrie Thomas' inspiration and creative level could satisfy The Fire's realm after losing this life experience. In case she decides that a certain melody is not appropriate and changes it, and the change is not as good, Harrison Clark would be shooting himself in the foot. He didn't want to ruin this highly important military song, so it was better to watch it personally and then explain the creative motivation of these melodies to Carrie Thomas one note at a time, as if dissecting The Fire's mysteries like a chef dissecting an ox. He himself surely didn't have that level of skill, but countless music critics in history had spent nearly 1,000 years pondering this song. Just analyzing The Fire's rhythm, notes, and lyrics had produced a branch discipline within the College of Music Appreciation called Fire Studies. Harrison Clark had read those scholars' works when he was free. Harrison Clark, there is a repeated chord here, but it only seems repetitive. Compared to the previous section, the rhythm of the repeated chord speeds up by 17%, with a consistent bass line for each note and a shorter time. The purpose is to create an even stronger sense of urgency, further elevating the listener's emotional resonance. Carrie Thomas asked, why 17% instead of 15% or 20/0? Harrison Clark, you taste it carefully. Well, listen to the three versions of 15, 17, and 20, and you decide which version has the strongest flavor. 17%? That's right. Harrison Clark, this 4411 is a classic blues chord progression. We embed it as background sound to add depth. Carrie Thomas, can blues be used as background sound? Yes, it can. In the human brain, there is an area called HMT plus responsible for tracking moving visual objects. Its neural responses show the action and frequency of auditory signals. Blind people have a more developed HMT plus area and have a stronger acoustic response to moving objects. What does that have to do with this chord progression? Research data shows that a certain type of enzyme in the HMT plus area that determines neuronal responses will vibrate violently and become much more active when hit by specific frequency sound waves. The 4411 background sound we embed here will resonate with the brighter accompaniment and your singing, just reaching that frequency. Bender. Carrie Thomas was amazed. Is there such acoustic research? I've never heard of it. And how do you know that I can meet the conditions you mentioned when I sing? Harrison Clark, Anyway, if I say it's like that, it's definitely like that. Don't challenge me. This was the research result of a genius scientist at the Yellowstone Research Institute more than 900 years later, which was written in his music review. Harrison Clark couldn't tell ghosts? Next time it should be more esoteric and less theoretical. Harrison Clark reminded himself in secret. 4 days later, with his personal involvement, he finally thoroughly explained the score he wrote to Carrie Thomas. The way Carrie Thomas looked at him changed again. She had once thought that Harrison Clark, a non-academic born music producer, was creating by chance, purely relying on talent to crush others. It was only after listening to his analysis that Carrie Thomas realized that an artistic understanding beyond her reach was hidden in Harrison Clark's brain. He even combined science and art. What a level of accomplishment. After she personally tried to sing with the electronic arrangement and confirmed that every detail was perfect, she couldn't believe it, but it was true. How could there be someone in this world who understood music and human neural responses so deeply? Why don't you go into research and write papers? Harrison Clark shook his head. Actually, many things I said are just my guesses and cannot be proved. Just like when Planck proposed the theory of quantum physics, even now it still cannot be completely verified. Carrie Thomas expressed confusion, not understanding. That evening, both returned to Oxfordshire. At 9 o'clock the next morning, 2 singles were released on number 1 Fly, Deep into the Night and A Dull Life, both written and composed by Harrison Clarke, were sung by well-known rock singer Jenny Hart and rising star Carrie Thomas, respectively. Harrison Clarke was speechless when he saw this situation after waking up. Why? Wasn't this just shooting himself in the foot? He immediately contacted number 1 Fly music director Howard Bruno and learned that this was a temporary planning case decided by number 1 Fly. The 2 songs seemed to compete with each other, but Harrison Clarke was the creator of both, so they could form an interaction. Number 1 Fly tied Carrie Thomas, Jenny Hart, and Harrison Clarke together, creating a single IP. The result of this internal competition was to attract all of the listeners drawn to Carrie Thomas by boring the original fans of the veteran rock singer Jenny Hart, and half industry insiders curious about how Harrison Clarke's new work would turn out. All of them gathered together. Eventually, the promotional plan created a sensation during the off-season as if top superstars were releasing songs in droves. That night, the statistical data was released. A Dull Life boasted an astonishing record of 300,000 paid downloads on its day of release, almost double the popularity of Boring when it first came out. Harrison Clarke still held a 30/70th split with this song, meaning that he had earned over 40,000 on the first day of its release. Deep in the Night also had an impressive number of 260,000 paid downloads. History was rewritten. Previously, the highest record in Chinese music was held by a superstar who had released a single after 5 years of preparation, with 170,000 paid downloads in one day. The market's enthusiasm was pushed to new heights through the internal competition with Harrison Clarke's works. This was a win-win situation resulting from positive competition, both in growing the cake and ultimately benefiting both sides. Of course, the real winner was Harrison Clarke. In just one day, the name of the music producer Harrison Clarke leaped out of the small circle of the professional field and entered the public eye. The miracle of him composing 6 songs overnight also appeared in the promotional materials, leaving people in awe and whetting everyone's appetite. It also laid the groundwork for Leah Clark and Ward Owen, who were working on their new albums, making it a multiple benefit. Luckily, Q.Music did not get Harrison Clarke's portrait authorization, so the promotional material only featured his name and a random black silhouette. Q.Music officially claimed that it aimed to maintain a sense of mystery, but in fact, it saved Harrison Clarke from becoming a celebrity by half. If people discovered that the genius music maestro Harrison Clarke was the culprit responsible for the chain reaction car accident on the Baiduo Airport Expressway, it would be a huge deal. It doesn't matter what his motives were, whether he saved or harmed people, whether he reached a fair compensation and understanding with everyone involved, or whether the final outcome was actually legal and compliant. The news would certainly portray him as a powerful figure in the music industry, causing major accidents and using his influence to settle things, and his budding celebrity career would be cut off halfway through. In short, the situation was still under Harrison Clarke's control, and more people were eager to contact him to buy songs from him. Harrison Clarke didn't dare turn on his phone since he was swamped with calls. His Twitter inbox was even more disastrous, with thousands of business collaboration emails coming in daily. He couldn't keep up with it and lacked the ability to discern which emails were genuinely seeking collaboration and which were purely jokes. It was time to start the company plan. That day, under Ward Owen's anticipation, Harrison Clarke appeared at the recently integrated headquarters of Ward Owen's company. After taking over Eric Mitchell's company, Ward Owen, who had won the game of life, effortlessly became one of the flag bearers of the entertainment industry in England and even the eastern part of the country. Although he wasn't mentally prepared for it and still only thought about singing, the elite troops he borrowed from the Whale Group gave him confidence. "Master, what do you think of my company? Is the atmosphere all right? I believe in your abilities, so let me take a gamble. I'll give you 30% of the shares at a valuation of 200 million. Once we have dividends, or if we go public and increase in value, you can cash out and pay me back. As long as we have your songs, we can definitely make money," Ward Owen whispered as he showed Harrison Clarke around the company. Harrison Clarke smiled. "You're right to believe in my abilities, and your judgment is accurate. But I can't accept your offer." "Why not?" "No reason. Let this company develop on its own, and then come to me." All right." The two chatted briefly, and Harrison Clarke finally understood why Ward Owen always ended up as a spendthrift in multiple timelines. He wasn't exactly stupid and was quite bold. But his problem lay in that boldness, because he saw the potential in Harrison Clarke. He offered 30% of the shares in one go, showing a gamble spirit that was astonishing. When his father was still in control, that boldness might have been an advantage, as there was always someone watching his back. But when his father fell ill and no one could control him, letting him take the helm of a huge ship would easily steer him into a whirlpool. Harrison Clarke's firm refusal of Ward Owen's proposal wasn't because he was foolish enough to reject free money. His energy was limited, and he couldn't afford to bind himself with a company with immense resources and become a shareholder for short-term gains. "Let's not talk about this anymore. I'll help you record songs. Leah Clark's new album is coming out next week, so you should release these 3 singles in sync. We'll do another joint promotion. By then, Deep in the Night and A Dull Life should still be at the top of the charts, and combined with your and Leah Clark's new songs, I want all 8 top spots on the music charts to be mine. I want to dominate the charts, Harrison Clark declared with a grandiose air. Ward Owen wondered, Carrie Thomas is also working on The Fire at my subsidiary, so if we release it together, shouldn't that be the top 9? Harrison Clark nodded, right? Why not write one more song and make it around 10? A woman's voice sounded behind the two. It was Avril Green. All right, I'll write one more song. A Dull Life once belonged to Avril Green, but Harrison Clark had taken it away from her. Avril Green laughed, then I'll look forward to the good news. She was delighted. Unlike the previous chances to get songs from Harrison Clark, this time Avril truly looked forward to it. Experiencing that miraculous night, she had a deeper understanding of Harrison's capabilities. She had great confidence in her own taste, especially since Deep in the Night and A Dull Life had recently swept the entire Chinese music scene. Some media even compared her to Carrie Thomas. Of course, the industry generally believed that Carrie Thomas still needed some more experience since all her songs were written by others. But Avril knew that once Carrie released The Fire and coupled it with her songwriter achievements, she would rapidly catch up to her in popularity. It wasn't that Avril was jealous of Carrie, but she didn't want to lose to her. She believed that her performance was no worse than Carrie's. She was confident. In the past, her refusal to buy songs from others was not because she only wanted to sing her own songs, but rather that other people's mediocrity just couldn't move her. Mr. Owen, do you have a recording studio here? Harrison turned his head and asked. Ward Owen replied, yes, what's up? Harrison turned to Avril, Lucia, let's go now. I'll play and sing it for you first. You've already written it? And it's fresh too? Harrison hurriedly shook his head, no, I had some free time these past few days and wrote it. Your output is too high. Harrison, I don't mean to criticize you, but you can't use up your inspiration like this. You can't just have output without input, and the quality of the works you produce in a rush will decline. An hour later, Avril fled hastily, leaving only these words. I'll release a single first, with 5-year exclusive rights for $2 million. We'll split the subsequent electronic rights between you and me 50-50. Moreover, this song will be included in my next album, and you can't charge me again. Ward Owen swallowed. This is terrifying. Lucia's offer is even higher than what I got? Not only was there a lump sum buyout fee of $2 million, but there was also the subsequent 50-50 split of royalties. It was clear that Avril was only interested in making music and had little interest in money. She didn't want to take any advantage of Harrison at all. Great, this will be my standard fee from now on. Mr. Owen, let me tell you a plan. About half an hour later, Harrison explained the plan. Only after a while did Ward Owen digest it and say, Master, do you mean to establish a company called Summit and I bring in $20 million to own 10% of the company? At the same time, my artist management contract will also be transferred to Summit. My contract as an individual artist will be split 50-50 with the company. Then I'll find a way to build the overall structure of Summit. Master, you won't be involved in daily matters, only writing songs. And all my future songs will be taken care of by you, right? Harrison nodded, yes. He was worried that Ward Owen would refuse since the share ratio seemed too low to him. Okay, Ward Owen simply agreed, not to brag, but I feel like the moment my new album comes out, it'll definitely become an overnight sensation. The annual income of top-tier singers in China can easily exceed 50 million. Even if I don't inherit my father's money, I can still make myself a billionaire? Harrison was hurt by 10,000 points, but he forced himself to stay calm. Well said. Actually, I already got 7 or 8 songs before, and with the 3 songs from you, Master, it's just enough for an album. So just wait for the show? Harrison forced a smile, patting Ward Owen on the shoulder. I like your blindly confident vibe. Bring all the songs you've already got for me to hear. Another hour passed, and Harrison put down the large headphones. Master, how is it? Do you want the truth or a lie? Of course the truth. If you sing these 7 pieces of shit, you're done for. One of the songs was written by Lucia. These songs are generally decent and could be considered the representative works for second or third tier singers. But you, Ward Owen, are ambitious, and your first album will determine how high you can reach in your lifetime. If you don't obtain a spectacular debut, climbing back up later will take twice the effort. So you must always remember these 3 words, never compromise. When you make music in the future, never settle, even if it means not singing instead of filling up space. Ward Owen was completely swayed. I'll listen to Master's advice and make a long-term plan without rushing to release an album. Harrison shook his head, pulled out a notebook from behind him, and slapped it on Ward Owen's face. This is for you. Now you're an artist in my company, so your song copyrights are company assets. I won't charge you for the copyrights. What's this? These are the 7 new songs I wrote for you. Practice them well and master them within 3 days. I'll check your progress then. WTF? Ward Owen's mentality collapsed. Since it was already shocking enough, Harrison Clark didn't bother to keep a low profile in front of others anymore. He laid his cards on the table. I'm a genius. He brazenly displayed his talents, indifferent to the adoration and admiration of others. After suppressing Ward Owen, Harrison Clark left with his hands in his pockets. Later in the afternoon, the two quickly completed the company registration, and Harrison Clark truly became a hands-off boss. Ward Owen wanted to speak but hesitated several times. Bender. He desperately wanted to discuss the 7 songs with his cheap teacher. It was terrifying. How did you write these in just a few days? Are you even human? Unfortunately, Harrison Clark didn't seem interested in discussing it, looking too calm for his own good. It was no wonder he was acting all high and mighty. He was also very embarrassed. The 7 songs he gave to Ward Owen were still from folk singer Logan Lee, who had achieved great success on a certain timeline. That is, the man who once pursued Carrie Thomas. Harrison Clark had plundered this man's life's work of 10 representative songs, leaving nothing behind, just like a bandit raiding a village. His actions were so brutal that even he felt a little ashamed. After counting his money for a long time, his conscience finally settled down. Brother Logan, don't blame me for being heartless. It's all for the rise of mankind. 3 days later, Harrison Clark checked Ward Owen's progress on the songs. Although the chubby guy had little creative talent and wasn't photogenic, his vocal skills were surprisingly good, with a great sense of music and quick learning capability. His rendition might have been slightly lacking compared to Logan Lee's original version, but the difference was not too significant and still within an acceptable range. Not bad. Practice for a couple more days, and then we'll start recording officially. Summit Ventures is still a shell company for no, we don't have much. For the time being, well, use your existing resources. You need to set up the venue as soon as possible. Ward Owen nodded but hesitated to speak. Is there a problem? Is the startup capital for Summit Ventures not enough? Harrison Clark asked. Ward Owen shook his head. It's not that. Money is not a problem, I have enough here. So the issue is with the personnel? Yes, it's easy to find entry-level employees. Many people here are willing to switch environments. But finding a professional manager who can help control the overall situation is difficult. After all, we both want to be hands-off bosses, so we need someone capable and trustworthy. My father is not willing to give me any of his executives, and besides, our industries don't match. It's not appropriate to force them to share. It's not easy. Harrison Clark thought for a moment, then a name popped into his head. I have a candidate. Who? Julia Lambert. Her? That's not a good choice, is it? She's going to be an executive at a listed company. Would she come to our newly established company? Harrison Clark countered. Do you lack confidence in your abilities or my creative talents? Summit may be a small temple now, but by next year, it'll be Lancaster Church. Ward Owen agreed. You're right. Harrison Clark was confident about successfully poaching her. Because Julia Lambert owed him a favor and was eager to return it now. He wasn't planning to take her money, he just wanted her to work for him and not shortchange her salary, which should match market standards. When Harrison Clark negotiates later, he will make it clear that if she really wants to repay his favor, she should come and help him. Money is unimportant, he doesn't lack it. What matters is her as a person, he wants her. When Harrison Clark received the call, Julia Lambert was about to go through the hiring process. He was shocked by Harrison's request and found it hard to understand. But instead of responding harshly, he negotiated with the company he was about to join, put his employment on hold, and bought a ticket to Oxfordshire. On the spot. In the cafe next to Homie Rose, the piano was playing gracefully, and the waiters in tailcoats moved around. Harrison sipped his tea at intervals. He didn't really like coffee. Ward Owen held his coffee cup with both hands, his eyes glued to the notebook. In front of him, murmuring something. He was still practicing singing. The big man didn't live up to the stereotype of the second generation of the rich, he was fighting hard to meet Harrison's standards. In Ward Owen's life creed, he didn't lack anything, only the discovery of what he truly wanted to do. He knew that without Harrison, his dream of making music might have been shattered long ago, so he cherished the opportunity even more now. Harrison praised him today, but Ward Owen only remembered one sentence. You can still do better. The cafe door opened, and in walked Julia Lambert, a man in a suit, leather shoes, and gold-rimmed glasses. Waiter, a Blue Mountain, please. Thank you. Julia Lambert sat down and said with a puzzled tone, Mr. Clark, you weren't joking with me, were you? Harrison, of course not. I'm serious. If Mr. Clark is just giving me a chance to repay a debt of gratitude, I would rather compensate and help financially. I have a complete career plan for myself. Horizon Dynamics holds the latest 5G technology and is a pioneer in our nation's participation in the next era of modern information competition. I personally want to contribute to Horizon. My overseas work experience and network are my advantages. I am also very familiar with overseas economic laws and regulations. Horizon needs me. Harrison hesitated, thinking of the online competition between Horizon Dynamics and Qualcomm in 5G technology. He didn't expect Julia Lambert to be such an idealistic and patriotic person. So, if Mr. Lambert doesn't go, can Horizon find a suitable replacement? Julia Lambert took the coffee from the waiter's plate. They probably can, but I believe more in my abilities. But for my part, besides Mr. Lambert, there is no better candidate. Julia Lambert shook her head. Forgive me for being blunt. Although Mr. Clark's music composing ability is once in a century, joining your company, I might even earn more financially. However, no matter how good your music, your contribution to this era, to the country, and to humanity will still be insignificant. Harrison finally understood. Julia Lambert's real thoughts were exposed. This was a very pure executive mindset. This view was easily generated among top successful people but usually hidden deep down, only revealing itself in front of trusted friends. Julia Lambert looked down on the entertainment industry, believing in his bones that acting would ruin the country. Harrison laughed. He thought to himself, "You young people think you've seen through the world and understood it, but you know nothing. By holding this fat man here, preventing him from going back to Whale Group, I am already benefiting all mankind and posterity." There were two choices before Harrison. One was to use the debt of gratitude to tie down Julia Lambert forcibly, the other was to use his feelings to let him know that art was not as useless as he understood it to be. Harrison Clark chose the second method, telling him about the power of music, and then received Julia Lambert's rebuttal. Julia Lambert didn't believe him. At that moment, Harrison's phone received a WeChat message from Carrie Thomas, a demo singing of The Fire. The production of the single is about 90% complete. I originally wanted to go straight to the final recording, but Susan suggested that I let you listen to it first. Harrison looked at Julia again. "I said music can provide people with spiritual power and even change the times, but you don't believe me. Then listen to this song first." About 10 minutes later, Julia slowly took off her headphones. Harrison asked again, "Imagine that you are a high school senior. There is still a month left before the college entrance examination, and you still have a set of exercises left unfinished that need to be handed in tomorrow. But it is only 8 o'clock in the evening, and you are already feeling sleepy due to fatigue. What would be the benefit of listening to this song at this time? Or imagine you are Elon Musk. Your rocket just exploded in the sky. Your new car production line hasn't started yet, and you've spent all the money from investors and the pre-sales payments for unfulfilled orders. In 7 days, you have to repay a debt of $500 million US, but no investors want to see you, and no one is willing to lend you a penny. All the banks have closed their doors on you. If you can't pay the money back in 7 days, your company will go bankrupt, and you will go to prison, ruining your life's work." Standing in front of the balcony at the top of the Stark building, a voice in your head keeps telling you to give up and jump down from here, and you'll be free from worries. You shouldn't have taken on such a heavy responsibility, and death could give you the relief you seek. At this moment, what thoughts would you have and what choices would you make when you listen to this song called The Fire, symbolizing the rebirth through fire? As early as thousands of years ago, when humans had no means of preserving sound, musical instruments were born. The story of Uboya and Zhongziki has been passed down through the ages. Do you really think art has no value? Can something of no value be passed down for thousands of years? In ancient times, Liu Bang besieged Xiangyu and sang Chu Ji to confuse his mind. Wen Tianxiang wrote the Song of Righteous Qi, embodying the spirit of a generation. In modern times, we have the March of the Volunteers, the Internationale, and the Charge. Are all of these useless? Julia Lambert was astonished. After a while, she slowly asked, "So, Mr. Clark, your dream is?" "That's right, just as you think." Harrison nodded heavily. "All right. Since both of you trust me, I'll give it a try for a year," she said. From then on, the core framework of Summit Ventures was officially established. Harrison Clark held 90% of the shares, only responsible for creation. Ward Owen invested $20 million with a 10% stake. He served as the company's top artist and was responsible for coordinating local relationships in Oxfordshire and building the initial structure. Julia Lambert was appointed as the general manager, with an initial annual salary of $2 million and a total option of 5% of the shares after 5 years. Harrison hoped to see new changes before the next leap and had only half a month left. Time was running out. Under Harrison's unrelenting pressure, the people around him seemed to have pressed the fast-forward button. A week later, Ward Owen's first album was recorded and completed. The office location at the 19th floor of Block C in the Blue Wave Centre in downtown Oxfordshire, covering 800 square meters, was renovated and moved in by all employees. At the ribbon-cutting ceremony, Avril Green, Jenny Hart, Leah Clark, Carrie Thomas, senior executives from Number One Fly and Spotify Top, Whale Group Chairman Chris Owen, and many local leaders from the England Province and Oxfordshire City were present. Banners congratulating Summit Ventures on its establishment were hung on the square in front of the Blue Wave Centre. From then on, Harrison had his own base in Oxfordshire. All his external collaborations, including but not limited to song creation, copyright development, and many other matters, were all handled by Summit Ventures. Of course, to save himself the trouble, Harrison still wouldn't accept custom music production requests from the outside. Instead, he would bring the songs out directly and have his company's staff choose suitable partners to discuss collaborations. Bender. This would save a considerable amount of energy for Harrison and make the realization of his resources more efficient. At the moment of the company's establishment, Harrison realized something. It was unrealistic to rely on one person's power to affect 1,000 years. However, if he could have his own base in Oxfordshire and turn himself into a signal source, then this base would become a signal amplifier, continuously magnifying the butterfly effect emitted from his own body, ultimately achieving a domino effect. That is the power of teamwork. After a busy time, the ribbon-cutting ceremony comes to an end, followed by a lively banquet. Chris Owen and the provincial and municipal leaders didn't participate, as they left after the ribbon-cutting. The remaining people were from the entertainment industry or various fields of culture and entertainment. There were newly debuted artists, many heads of talent agencies, some middle and high-level leaders of online live streaming platforms, as well as TV station and major entertainment resource promotion company heads. During the banquet, these people took the opportunity to greet Harrison Clark. Harrison Clark didn't deliberately act pretentious and warmly welcomed everyone. Nowadays, his memory is strong, so even with a short conversation and a glance at the exchanged business cards, he can remember people. Harrison Clark accepted the apology of the newly appointed director of Spotify Top's copyright department and reopened space for cooperation with Spotify Top. Of course, Spotify Top paid a heavy price, offering a Tier 1 contract with full dominance by the copyright holder. Harrison Clark's cooperation with Number One Fly has not been terminated. Including the upcoming simultaneous release of new albums on both platforms, Harrison Clark's resources will be fully open and synchronized across multiple platforms from now on. Exclusive authorization would only be resumed if someone else's offer is very attractive. Small companies and individuals still rely on platforms that control channel resources. Full platform release is usually a treatment that only top artists and giant companies can enjoy. Summit Ventures starts at a high point and gets it right away. After all the socializing scattered, only friends were left, and everyone could finally chat more casually. Leah Clark took a blank white CD from her bag, handed it to Harrison Clark across the table, and said, "Mr. Clark, this is a copy of my new album's master. Please listen to it when you have time and give me some advice." Harrison Clark smiled and accepted the CD. "You and Mr. Owen are going to release an album together tomorrow. It's too late for advice now. You are so skilled, Leah, I wouldn't dare give you advice." Leah shook her head. "You're never too old to learn. Your wise words, Mr. Clark, are always useful." Adam Martin, who had a good relationship with Avril Green's agent Bella Ross, also started to make a scene. "Our Jenny needs Mr. Clark's guidance too." Harrison Clark was almost choked by this guy's shrill voice. It's hard to tell if his feminine voice is natural or deliberately pinched. If he had dealt with these social situations on his own, he might have become very accommodating to save face. Fortunately, things are different now, and he has a spokesperson, Julia Lambert. Julia Lambert stood up. "First of all, I want to thank Leah for cooperating with our plan by also choosing to release her new album tomorrow. Mr. Clark will definitely listen to the album when he has time. Even if he forgets, I will remind him. In the future, if anyone wants in-depth cooperation, you can talk to me first." As everyone knows, Mr. Clark is very focused when creating, so he often forgets to eat when he gets busy, and doesn't know the life of a normal person. By the way, let me introduce the second artist signed to North Pole Entertainment, Lucy Haywood. From now on, Mr. Clark will help Lucy produce an outstanding debut album, so he will be quite busy. Lucy Haywood, who had been sitting in the corner, happily stood up. Harrison Clark turned to Ward Owen as if to kill him with his eyes. Harrison Clark lowered his voice. "What are you guys up to?" Ward Owen looked puzzled. "Master, isn't Lucy your favorite demo singer? Julia and I thought you would definitely approve of her, so we took the liberty of signing her too. Can't just rely on me to be the company's top artist, right?" Harrison Clark thought about it and agreed, but recalling Lucy's eccentric temper, he couldn't help but feel a headache. Fortunately, people grow up, and the situation has changed today. Lucy knew that Harrison Clark's status and influence had changed, so she restrained herself a lot and changed a lot. She only bowed repeatedly to show gratitude for her boss's cultivation and for her seniors' support. Seeing this, Harrison Clark no longer questioned the arrangement and thought it was a good one. Lucy's voice is very unique, with a postmodern flavor, making her very talented. Harrison Clark can find suitable songs in the future, and may create some cutting-edge exploration by bringing back some classic 22nd century songs. Compared to Carrie Thomas, Lucy is a blank canvas that Harrison Clark can change her destiny without any scruples. After dinner, Harrison Clark and Carrie Thomas got into Ward Owen's car to return to Weston Apartments. From the co-pilot seat, Ward Owen casually spoke up. "Master, Carrie, I have a suggestion. While it's fine that Master stays behind the scenes, Carrie's fame is growing. If someone caught wind that you and Carrie still live together, it might not be good. Although we all know the ins and outs, reporters focus on attracting attention, regardless of the truth, and scandals could spread. It doesn't matter what others say, the important thing is the work." Harrison Clark and Carrie Thomas said in unison. Surprisingly, Ward Owen in front of them suddenly fell silent. The two people in the back row laughed and seemed quite at ease. Back in the room, Carrie Thomas didn't go upstairs but walked directly into Harrison's suite and sat on the sofa. "Shall we talk?" "What about?" "About how annoying you are." Harrison Clark. "Huh. I wanted to start a company with you before, but you were not interested. So I thought you really weren't interested. Now look at you, quietly working with Ward Owen to create a big scene, and even digging up Susan's brother. Is this how you forget about old love when you find a new one? Do you think I'm not as good as Ward Owen?" Harrison Clark gulped down his saliva. That sounded very strange. "No, I didn't mean that. I'm just too lazy to manage, and I wouldn't do well in managing a company. Ward Owen has existing resources, so I just wanted to take advantage of them." Seeing his slightly nervous look, Carrie Thomas laughed. "I was joking with you, I'm not mad. But for the next thing I'm going to say, you have to agree. Let's hear it. I want to join your company, too. I've thought about it, and it's going to be difficult to repay you $5 million, so the simplest way is to help you make money. The top artist of your company should not be Ward Owen, it should be me. Think about it, when you expand into overseas markets in the future and bring your promotion brochures with your own artists. Putting Ward's round, chubby face on top, what would people think when they see it at first glance? Harrison Clark imagined the scene and did feel a little goosebumped. Indeed. Now look at me. Carrie Thomas stood up, deliberately showing off her curves, gently flipping her hair and laughing. What if it's my picture? Absolutely perfect. Right. Harrison Clark began to ponder. Carrie Thomas, however, got up and found Harrison's Wilson guitar from the corner, trying to tune it. Don't you think I've become more confident? Harrison Clark was puzzled. A little. What's up? I am indeed more confident now, but not because of the fame boring and a dull life have brought me, nor because I wrote the lyrics of The Fire. Listen to my new song. This is my first real, complete and independent creation. Please listen. Self-combustion. Her fingertips brushed the guitar strings, and the sound of the guitar rang out. It was a melody Harrison Clark had never heard before. Harrison Clark was dumbfounded on the spot. Self-combustion? What are you doing? An accompanying performance on guitar? Have the lyrics and composition all been completed? If you play it while straddling my face, doesn't that mean I have nothing to plagiarize? His breathing became heavier. His admiration for Carrie Thomas in his heart soared once again. It's terrifying, this uncontrollable prodigy. It wasn't until a full 10 minutes after Carrie Thomas finished her performance that Harrison Clark snapped out of his trance. His strong reaction was due to two main factors. First was the quality of self-combustion itself, which was so excellent that he could not remain calm. With Harrison's current ability to appreciate music, he believed that self-combustion was not inferior to The Fire. He believed that others would also share this opinion. It was a classic that could withstand the test of time and be passed down for thousands of years. This was both within reason and beyond his expectation. In his eyes, Carrie Thomas seemed like an inexhaustible gold mine. Even if he exhausted it with a single stroke, the gold in the mine would still re-emerge like the bubbling spring water by the riverbank. Second, he understood the story depicted in the song. Just the guitar accompaniment in the introduction was enough to immerse Harrison in the artistic conception of the song. He felt as if he could see a towering figure walking out of the flames. This figure was slightly hazy, not clearly visible, but resolute in stride. Upon the first listen, one would be curious as to why this person would brave the flames and then walk out of them. So, at first, Harrison worried that this song might overlap with the theme of The Fire, and be merely a mediocre continuation of the story. But as the scenery changed and Carrie Thomas began to tell the story through her lyrics and new melody, Harrison understood the difference between self-combustion and The Fire. Compared to The Fire, the character depicted in self-combustion had more motivation, a clearer purpose, and an underlying sense of self-sacrifice. It had a taste of someone who was willing to set themselves alight, or break the rules to save something, regardless of the cost. The essence of The Fire was rebirth for oneself, while the essence of self-combustion was sacrifice for others. This spirit of sacrifice was clearly intended for Harrison Clark himself. As Harrison listened to the song and pondered its meaning, Carrie Thomas told him that she had been brewing the idea for this song since the first time she watched the video of his car chase. She was moved by Harrison's bravery, while also being deeply aware of the danger of what he had done. Carrie Thomas believed that even a slight mistake at that time could have caused Harrison to fall from the car going over 150 kilometers per hour, resulting in certain death. So, this song was written for Harrison Clark. Although Harrison felt undeserving of such honor, he could only accept it. He regretted that he couldn't plagiarize this song. How about it? Give me your evaluation, Carrie prompted eagerly. Harrison counter-questioned, don't you already have an answer in your mind? Her confidence was rising and unstoppable. Like in the first timeline that Harrison experienced, after Carrie created her first masterpiece and gained market recognition, she never doubted herself again. This time it was even more intense, and she reached the peak of confidence without the need for others' approval. No, I want your assessment more. It's great, no less than any song I've ever written for you. Thank you, that's the evaluation I wanted most. Carrie put down her guitar, her voice trembling with excitement. Thank you, Harrison. Although I've always believed in myself, I've never dared to say it out loud. I'm not afraid of being laughed at, but I'm afraid of failing after saying it and being disappointed. Harrison shook his head. You're overthinking it. I've always known you're capable. Indeed, I am, and I haven't disappointed my pride. But without you, I definitely wouldn't be able to do it now. At least it would take a few more years of accumulation, right? Harrison thought for a moment. In some sense, yes. Thank you for your guidance and for being a better you, leading the way. Over the past period, I've been trying to absorb your creative concepts and learn from you. You've given me inspiration, so I could write this song. I really appreciate it. After finishing her speech, Carrie Thomas hurriedly ran upstairs. Harrison Clark cried on the spot, feeling too many complex emotions to describe. He was not only amazed by Carrie Thomas's terrifying growth rate, completing in just a few months what would have taken years, but also by her honest confession. She actually admitted that she was absorbing his ideas. Carrie Thomas was an extremely proud person. The reason she evolved so quickly was because she didn't want to give up, and didn't want to always sing Harrison Clark's songs. But now she admitted that she was absorbing someone else's creative ideas, which had never happened in any of Harrison Clark's past timelines. Harrison Clark panicked. It seemed like he had a problem with trying to fleece the same sheep too many times. What a silly girl. You didn't absorb my ideas, they were all yours to begin with. This incident served as a wake-up call. Harrison Clark decisively decided to let Carrie Thomas enter Summit Ventures as well. On one hand, he could influence her schedule and protect her safety, preventing accidents like the car accident from happening again. On the other hand, he could supervise her artistic career and prevent things from getting out of control, so she wouldn't be disturbed by other external factors. Although Harrison Clark could review Carrie Thomas's life every time he crossed time and space, there would always be a 1-month gap. If something happened during this gap, he couldn't do anything about it. The next day. This day was destined to be a feast for ordinary listeners. Leah Clark and Ward Owen's new album, Avril Green's new single Favored by Jesus, and Carrie Thomas's single The Fire were all released simultaneously. Something shocking happened in the music world. After just one day, Favored by Jesus successfully topped the charts, followed by The Fire, then A Dull Life, Deep in the Night, and interchangeably with Leah Clark and Ward Owen's album tracks. The next day, The Fire successfully turned the tables and took the top spot. Afterward, Avril Green's many die-hard fans began their counterattack and reclaimed the top spot. Regardless of private relationships between the artists, the fans were fighting desperately. As a result, the top spot on that day's chart changed hands constantly as the two songs competed fiercely in various data sectors. Each had their moment in the sun, fighting happily against each other. Of course, no matter how these songs competed with each other, from the perspective of outsiders, it was all an internal competition among Harrison Clark's works. He was the biggest winner. The top 16 spots on both the #1 Fly and Spotify top platforms were occupied by him. Apart from one-time copyright fees, a huge amount of revenue sharing was constantly being generated. After deducting all costs and channel fees, as well as the proportions to be allocated to the artists and the company's equity shares, Harrison Clark could make a net income of about $100,000 to $200,000 a day on average. At the same time, a massive amount of business collaborations flew in like snowflakes from all over the country and around the globe. These collaboration requests included using excerpts of melodies for movie soundtracks, commercial performances, adaptations, covers, and so on. These business collaborations would also bring Harrison Clark a steady stream of income. For example, if Summit Ventures authorized a movie to use Carrie Thomas's The Fire as the theme song, after the movie was released, Summit Ventures could take a certain percentage of the box office revenue share. Once the movie was off the big screen and moved to on-demand streaming on the internet, sold licenses to TV stations for reruns, or sold DVDs, Summit Ventures could still get a share of the revenue. The same applied to TV series soundtracks, opening and ending themes. For instance, if songs were authorized to an advertising resource company, which then extracted melodies to become commercial or promotional song background music, Summit Ventures would get a share every time an advertisement was produced. There were also fees for KTV song selections and internet karaoke software accompaniment rights. In a regulated copyright management environment, as long as you have good original works, there's money to be made everywhere. Talented original creators who take their work seriously and don't deceive consumers deserve to make money and should not be poor. In short, Harrison Clark is now wealthy. Although he is not on par with billionaire tycoons, it is only a matter of time before his personal net worth breaks into 8 digits. Recently, the growth of housing prices has slowed and begun to decline gently, so Harrison is in no rush to buy a house. Even if he wanted to, the better choice is to wait until he has more money, so he can buy a luxury house in one go. The money he has now is not enough. Moreover, he doesn't have any immediate consumption desires. Withdrawing money from the company account to his personal account would also require paying taxes, so he decides to leave all the money to the company to maintain daily expenses and prepare for the next expansion. With the company growing so rapidly, Harrison, who originally intended to be a hands-off boss, has no choice but to get busy. Julia Lambert needs to go through industry adaptation training, and as a professional manager, she needs to understand the management style of Harrison, who is steering the company. Only with a well-coordinated effort can Julia know which issues Harrison doesn't care about and needn't report, and which matters are significant and must be reported promptly. Although Harrison wants Julia to take care of everything, he needs to give her enough time to adjust. As a result, he finds himself engulfed in numerous tasks. On the other hand, Ward Owen is living a great life without worrying about any of this. Unlike most artists, he isn't concerned about endorsements, and he has no interest in attending commercial events and performing at gigs. In Ward's own words, he is very realistic. "I'm just starting out. Why would I do these gigs? Can they make me sing better? Can they raise my fame? No, they can only consume my influence. These endorsement resources are terrible. Master, look at this thermal underwear. It's only $1 million a year, less than the allowance my dad gives me. I'm not against all endorsements, but I have to be more famous first, and only stick to top-notch resources from the beginning." So he pretends to be promoting his album under the guise of traveling and sightseeing around the country. Once in a while, he goes on a TV show, bragging about how awesome his master is, or occasionally appearing on a music radio program, again bragging about his master's prowess. He finds his life very comfortable in general. But one day, just as Harrison finally manages to finish going through the quarterly budget prepared by the finance department, courtesy of Julia, the office door is pushed open again by Julia. Master Harrison, there is an important collaboration opportunity. Bender. Harrison rubs his forehead. Julia, if someone wants to give us money for a collaboration, just accept it, don't come and ask me. It's not that. The situation is this: Hollywood director Neil Blomkamp personally called, saying he wants to use The Fire as the theme song for his movie. Harrison is taken aback and proceeds to search for information using his computer. He strokes his chin, saying, this sci-fi film has a budget of $150 million, which is A-class production. Julia exclaims excitedly, that's right. This is our chance. If we can successfully cooperate, our company can break into the Europe and America market. I always knew this day would come, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. Harrison thinks to himself that he didn't expect it either, but he remains calm and asks, but isn't the movie scheduled for release next month? At this point, it should be fully produced, right? How can they still be deciding on the theme song now? That seems impossible. This is what happened. After listening to Julia's explanation, Harrison understands. Neil Blomkamp is a passionate and flamboyant individual. His new sci-fi blockbuster, Chaos Space, is already completed and set to be released soon. But just yesterday, after listening to The Fire, even though he didn't understand the language, he recognized the essence behind the song and was determined that this was the theme song he had been seeking. As a result, he increased the budget, discarded the original theme song, and turned to Summit Ventures for collaboration. The other party specifically requests that The Fire be rewritten and adapted into an English version. They plan to invite Katie Swift to perform the song. The one-time authorization fee is $1 million, and the subsequent royalties and other details are all in this faxed contract. Julia hands Harrison an English contract. Harrison admits that he doesn't understand it and doesn't want to read it, telling her it's enough that she read it. He then falls into deep thought. There is no English version of The Fire, only a Chinese version. At least, that is the case as far as Harrison has experienced up to this point. So this issue of rewriting the lyrics becomes difficult for him. However, he is also reluctant to entrust the task to someone else, fearing that creating a subpar English version of The Fire might interfere with the song's original state and be counterproductive. I will ask Carrie Thomas if she is interested. After all, English is not my native language, and I didn't write the lyrics for The Fire. If I adapt it, there might be a risk of losing the meaning and charm of the lyrics. Carrie Thomas quickly gives her answer. She thinks it's feasible, her English is quite good, but she needs the cooperation of the other party's singer. Harrison promptly makes a decision. Fine, let's accept the offer. Considering Harrison's self-awareness that he is not good at negotiation, especially in cross-national collaborations where language barriers exist, he delegates the responsibility for this matter entirely to Julia. While Julia, on Harrison's behalf, starts the formal telephone conference negotiation with the other party, Carrie comes to Harrison's office. The two discuss the matter of translating the lyrics for a long time, but without reaching a conclusion. English and Chinese phonetics and pronunciation methods are entirely different. When creating lyrics, controlling rhythm and rhyme pose even greater challenges, making the adaptation process quite difficult. If they want to retain the original meaning of The Fire, it would be hard to create an English version of the lyrics at the same level. Carrie suggests, first, we need to consider the pronunciation habits of foreign singers. If it doesn't work, we can sacrifice the original meaning of the lyrics and let Katie Swift take the lead in adapting and writing the lyrics. Harrison shakes his head. That won't do. Why? Carrie actually wants to say, if the original author of the lyrics doesn't mind, shouldn't you just be more open-minded and trust the level of international stars? Katie is really powerful. Harrison doesn't explain his reasons but simply expresses his disapproval. Only he understands the importance of The Fire. The appearance of two versions of The Fire in the future will lead to a complicated situation. It's not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It is possible that the two versions would cancel out each other's influence, ultimately making 1 + 1 less than 2 and causing The Fire to lose its magic, never becoming the military's anthem. Forget it for now. Let's talk about my new song. Unable to reach a conclusion, Carrie changes the topic. Harrison is slightly surprised. Is Self-Combustion already finished recording? Yes. As long as you approve, it can be released this afternoon. This is my first complete work as a singer under your label. Harrison swallows. That was fast. I may be fast, but I'm not even 1/10 as fast as you. Do you want to listen to it now? Carrie pulls Harrison into the newly built recording studio and has him listen to the song with both professional monitoring headphones and the consumer-grade Emperor-D&ATL, headphones. The Emperor-D&ATL is borrowed from Ward Owen's recording studio and is part of a system that is only available in limited quantities in the country. They have no intention of returning it. What do you think? Give me some feedback. Carrie looks at Harrison expectantly. When Harrison previously commented on The Fire, his insights were strikingly accurate, grasping the essence of the music beyond its superficial appearance. He also introduced a completely new and highly logical music theory that Carrie had never heard before but found extremely convincing as soon as she heard it. Carrie is in awe of Harrison's music appreciation abilities and holds him in high regard. As a result, she values Harrison's opinions very highly. Avoiding Carrie's eager gaze, Harrison racks his brain to organize his thoughts. He knew what Carrie wanted to hear, but he had nothing. In the past, each of Carrie's songs had innumerable profound analysis left by top music critics in history. These music reviews could be included in Carrie's biography as peripherals, and they themselves had great artistic value. Harrison's theories were all taken from others' music reviews. Self-combustion was a brand new version that had never appeared in the past timeline, so of course, nobody had written a music review about it. He held his breath for a long time, took a deep breath, and said heavily, end quote, okay, end quote. Then came the awkward silence. End quote, is that it, end quote. After a while, Carrie asked. Harrison, end quote, yes, end quote. Carrie's expression was very uncomfortable, hesitating to speak, feeling frustrated. It took a lot of effort for her to hold it in, end quote, all right fine then. Should I just release it, end quote. Harrison became stingy with words, end quote, release it, end quote. End quote, no, I mean, give some more comments end quote. End quote, don't you know it well, end quote. End quote, but I want to hear your approval end quote. Unable to escape, Harrison gritted his teeth, end quote, give me the project file of the tracks, let me see how you composed the tracks end quote. An hour later, with an outward appearance of confidence but an inward lack of it, Harrison said, end quote, only 7 basic instruments were used, with no complex chords end quote. Carrie, end quote yes, I tried to do more subtraction, but I didn't deliberately pursue it. The goal is to match the core expression of the song end quote. Harrison continued to listen, pointing at a melody on the computer and asked end quote, what is this toot 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 sound? It's very unique end quote. End quote, LTS the sound of a motorcycle engine, but I raised it by 3 keys and made a remix chord. It's an attempt end quote. Harrison nodded, end quote, well done, although there's no need to deliberately be innovative, we don't care what makes the sound, as long as we know that I want this tone, and it's just right here. Tell me about your other similar ideas end quote. End quote, this piano part was recorded from Avril's real Steinway, I played it myself. This bass part was played by Avril, and we deliberately loosened the strings back then, so it sounds a bit down key and loose. But I wanted to express a playful and unrestrained style in this melody. And this guitar part you would never guess how I recorded it. Just listen end quote. Harrison listened carefully again, and asked tentatively, end quote, in the toilet, end quote. End quote, getting close to the standard answer, go a little deeper end quote. End quote, in the public toilet on Homie Rose Street, end quote. End quote, go deeper end quote. End quote, I can't guess end quote. End quote, LTS the men's toilet in that public restroom. Ha ha ha, you must be dumbfounded. Avril almost collapsed back then, but I just felt that the echo and reverb in the men's toilet were more comfortable, maybe because of the urinal. And the guitar I used was actually your Wilson guitar, how about that? TE turbid sound quality, after being recompiled through digital software, is really unique end quote. Harrison. He was speechless. No wonder these days coming home and fiddling with his guitar always felt a bit off. He thought it was because the toilet hadn't been flushed. He looked at Carrie's ears again and couldn't help but wonder. How does this person's ears work? What is the structure of their brain? How can she hear these subtle differences beyond imagination? And how does she know this sound is the best and most perfect? This must be the power of talent. It's too much. Carrie's self-introduction continued. Her eyebrows danced, and her spirit soared. Harrison quietly watched her end quote, pretend to be cool end quote, in the name of seeking advice, smiling aloofly. From this person, Harrison smelled the scent of talent pouring out like blooming summer flowers. How self-abasing it made him feel. Her creative ideas were completely unconventional, striving for the perfect sound color with all means, and scarier still, she knew what the perfect sound color was. There are many sounds in nature that people accidentally hear and fascinating, but they don't know how to replicate, capture, or even how to actively create beautiful tones. Bender. Carrie Thomas seemed to be born with this ability, without needing anyone to teach her, and no one could teach her anyway. This was sheer, overflowing talent. So impressive. Now Harrison Clark roughly understood why Carrie's songs were so awesome. With this kind of ability, even if it were the same instrument, it would sound vastly different in her hands compared to someone of average playing skill. No wonder her self-accompaniment with the Wilson guitar sounded so nice. End quote, release it now, end quote. With a wave of Harrison Clark's hand, end quote, self-combustion end quote, was simultaneously released on all platforms. He then kicked Carrie out and let her take care of the promotion work with the greatest degree of autonomy. As for adapting end quote, the fire end quote, it would have to wait since no results had been reached by Julia Lambert's side. In the end, Carrie didn't get any end quote, profound insights end quote, from Mr. Clark. It's just that Mr. Clark had a limited vocabulary and only knew how to say end quote, dem end quote. But he couldn't use dirty words, so he could only say nothing at all. He just said one word, end quote, good, end quote. As expected, the song became a surefire hit, but it also unexpectedly disrupted the negotiations on Julia Lambert's side. At midnight that day, Julia Lambert called Harrison Clark, end quote, Mr. Clark Neil Blomkamp has changed his requirements end quote. End quote, what do you mean? Is he not going to cooperate anymore? End quote, he prefers self-combustion and thinks that it has a more rebellious feel. He believes it advocates for a kind of righteous sacrifice while not strictly adhering to rules, which better fits the style of chaos space. In his own words, he loves self-combustion so much that he wants to go crazy for it, end quote. Harrison Clark was first taken aback, but then it seemed quite reasonable. This was the taste of the UK. Neil was as expected the genius sci-fi director who, at a young age had directed end quote, District 9 end quote, and end quote, Elysium end quote. His appreciation ability was not to be underestimated. Of course, to Harrison Clark, end quote, District 9 end quote, was not bad, but too naive. The worldview of end quote, Elysium end quote, was simply cringeworthy. He didn't know what level this end quote, chaos space end quote, would be on. But Harrison Clark didn't care. He only cared about preserving the purity of end quote, the fire end quote, while taking advantage of the situation to enter the European and American markets and start making dollars. End quote. Alright, then we'll follow their requirements and modify self-combustion end quote. End quote. It's urgent. They hope we can go to Los Angeles tomorrow for face-to-face communication and start the adaptation end quote. End quote. No problem. There will be 3 of us. Me, you, and Carrie end quote. 2 days later, the 3 of them walked out of the LA airport side by side. Walter Jackson, one of the producers of end quote, Chaos Space end quote, was waiting for them there. 5. As Neil Blomkamp's close friend and right-hand man, Walter was equally young, with a full head of blonde hair and a tall stature. End quote. Welcome, friends, to the freest country on this planet. Can you feel that the air is even sweeter here? You know, we couldn't sleep last night, too excited about the opportunity to create something grand with all of you end quote. Walter was enthusiastic and spoke with the arrogance and disdain typical of Europeans and Americans. Harrison Clark barely understood him and felt uncomfortable, wanting to retort but held back due to his average English level, afraid of losing face. On the other hand, Carrie Thomas calmly declined the hug while saying, end quote, freedom is a profound word, and one should not speak in absolutes. Some freedoms are superficial, others are essential. The ignorant indulge in comparisons, while the wise motivate themselves. Our country doesn't love comparing with you, but our air is also sweet end quote. Walter was stunned for a moment, then gave a thumbs up, end quote. Well said, creator of self-combustion, an honor to be Chinese. I was actually joking just now. Also, the theme chaos space wants to explore is, in fact, the definition of freedom end quote. Upon their confrontation, Harrison Clark and Carrie Thomas thought that the cooperation might be off, but Julia Lambert remained calm. As a UK returnee, Julia Lambert was very familiar with the locals' working style. 6. The conflicts were only an adjustment, as long as they could reach a consensus on the core interests. Even if one spits in the other's face, they could still lick it off with a smile. The negotiation process went smoothly, and within just 2.5 hours the contract was finalized on the spot, with the same terms as before. Afterward, the 3 went to the hotel arranged by the film crew to rest and adjust to the time difference. By the time they woke up, Julia Lambert would hurry back to China, while Harrison Clark and Carrie Thomas would stay and attend a private preview with the theme song performer Katie Swift, the director's team, and several main actors. At the preview, they would watch the complete film, which, according to director Neil, would help the theme song creation team grasp the story's core when adapting the lyrics. The next morning, Harrison Clark and Carrie Thomas each got up and had a meal at the hotel's rooftop restaurant. Carrie Thomas absent-mindedly stirred her oat flakes, her eyes fixed curiously on Harrison Clark. I heard Katie is a goddess in the hearts of many fans here. Don't you know her? Of course I do. Then today you're going to see her in person. Why don't you seem excited at all? Why should I be excited? We were invited by the other side to collaborate, and we are equals. Moreover, I am sure that the person in front of me is more outstanding than Katie and will have even higher achievements in the future. I can see you every day, so why should I look forward to someone who is not as good as you? Carrie Thomas was speechless for a while. I don't know if I should call you arrogant or if you think too highly of me, or maybe you've become more smooth-tongued and good at sweet talk. Harrison Clark pointed to his face. Do I look like I'm smooth-tongued? No, exactly, I'm just telling it like it is. Carrie Thomas, it seems like you've become pretty arrogant since we arrived here. Harrison Clark put down his spoon. This Western food is awful. He chuckled. Environment shapes people. People here like to say hello to madmen. In their eyes, capable people aren't arrogant, they're just cool. We're both cool. So there's no need for us to hold back. Carrie Thomas had no idea that this was only the beginning. By the time she experienced Neil Blomkamp's face-riding boastful promotion of Chaos Space after the afternoon tasting, she realized Harrison's arrogance had no limit. Director Neil is also an arrogant man, very conceited. While boasting about himself, he did not forget to express his contempt for Chinese science fiction. In Neil's view, Chinese filmmakers lack both imagination and rigorous scientific literacy. Apart from a few decent films, most Chinese science fiction films are unbearable and should be destroyed in garbage trucks. Also, Neil thought that by inviting Harrison Clark to collaborate this time, he had provided an excellent opportunity. China could never make a sci-fi film worthy of having the theme songs of the fire and self-combustion. Neil believed Harrison should be grateful to him because he had brought them a real stage to display their talents. Although Carrie Thomas felt that the other party was speaking the truth, it was indeed unpleasant to hear. Harrison was even more straightforward, with an impatient look on his face, showing signs of being on the verge of an explosion. At that time, Katie Swift was also expressing her opinions, seemingly wanting full control of the song lyrics adaptation, making Carrie Thomas and Harrison Clark her assistants. Not only that, but Katie also wanted to completely change the original meaning of the lyrics and put her own understanding of space and future technology in it. It was her creative principle, and she wanted to give the soul to the song she was going to sing herself. Then, Harrison exploded. He dropped a fierce comment on the spot, insisting that China must lead the adaptation of lyrics, otherwise, even if they granted the adaptation rights, he would not recognize any relationship between this song and them after he returned home. Of course, he would not sue them, as they were legally using the song, but he would absolutely not recognize any collaboration between the English version and them. Put simply, he was ashamed to be associated with them, making the English version of self-combustion illegitimate. After saying this, Harrison Clark left with Carrie Thomas, leaving Neil and the others looking at each other in dismay. They didn't know what they had done wrong. But clearly, the situation couldn't continue to deteriorate like this, as the box office performance of the film in mainland China might be negatively affected. Later, an actor of Pacifican descent in the production team figured out the essence of the problem. He said, "This is probably a cultural difference. Our confidence might be seen as arrogance by Mr. Clark." This summary is spot on. Walking away, Carrie Thomas, who usually has a quick temper, tried to reason with Harrison. She couldn't understand why he was so angry either. "Don't be like this. You don't want to turn away from the money. We're both newcomers here. Try to restrain yourself a bit." Harrison Clark took a deep breath. "It's hard for me to control myself." Only he knew the reason. He had experienced several wars firsthand and even felt the sensation of his body being torn into countless pieces on the front lines. Watching others tell stories of future wars with such childish narratives, full of meaningless individual heroism and portraying future world leaders as wise children, with a pale and rigid worldview that violated logic and a lack of self-awareness while spouting nonsense and expressing their superior concepts, he was on the verge of losing it. Too shallow, too ignorant, too short-sighted, too absurd. How can he mock us for being childish? Carrie Thomas said, "He might not have meant it." Isn't that even more annoying? It means that's how he sees us deep down. Harrison Clark panted, trying to calm himself down. Carrie Thomas looked at him for a long time and only spoke after he had gradually calmed down. "You weren't easily agitated before. What's going on with you?" "Yes." Harrison Clark leaned against the wall, the plot of Chaos Space coming to mind. Although the title of this new film is in line with Elysium, the stories of the two films have no connection. Chaos Space tells the story of a war between humans and aliens set 300 to 400 years in the future. Well, by then, humans had mastered wormhole technology and controlled dozens of star systems nearby the solar system. Ridiculous. Also, the total human population had exceeded 500 billion. Continuing with this absurdity. But humans were all under the control of an alien representative, as a dependent civilization. This alien looked exactly like a human, except its ears were slightly pointier, its hair was made of tentacles, and its limbs were a bit longer. The wormhole technology that humans had mastered was given to them for free by the aliens. How ridiculous. Even more absurd was the fact that this alien was a hedonistic and wanton tyrant. Harrison Clark felt that his eyes were being assaulted by the sight of this character. The alien's management method was very crude and simple, no management, just collecting taxes. As a result, the structure of human civilization was a mess, with gangs and corporations dominating in a manner reminiscent of the feudal lord era in medieval Europe. Then, the protagonist rose up from among the common people, speaking with his childhood sweetheart about granting freedom to all in the future. "I promise." In Hollywood movies, there's a trope that if the male lead makes a promise at the beginning, he will definitely fulfill it. The protagonist was really overpowered, easily convincing high-level officials to betray and fight with nothing more than a supposedly energy weapon that was actually just a Gatling gun. The final boss, the alien, wielded a longsword against the protagonist in the base, engaging him in some sort of bizarre close-quarters duel. And the protagonist even managed to win the fight? The alien civilization backing the villain was apparently so terrified of the protagonist's incredible fighting abilities that they conceded and acknowledged the rightful place of the humans as equals. Harrison Clark couldn't suppress his laughter at the absurdity of the plot. If combating an invasion was truly as easy as portrayed in the movies, then what did humanity's struggle over the next 1,000 years amount to? What was the point of all those sacrifices? Also, the so-called aliens with enough power to dominate the Milky Way galaxy were so ridiculously incompetent. What kind of bizarre setting was this hedonism and depravity? What was the difference between an alien having sex with a human and a person having sex with a sheep? This was the source of his anger. Harrison Clark took a deep breath and spoke quietly. His voice sounded distant and somber. Before humans can spread their wings in thought and truly leave Earth to venture into space, if they encounter a civilization-spanning, star system-wide conflict, it won't be a war that can be resolved through individual heroics. Just as when humans choose to destroy an ant colony, would they squat down and use their fingers to kill each individual ant one by one? No, they would simply start a large fire, burning the entire area where the colony is located for days on end. Not only would this not destroy the soil, the ashes left behind would actually make it more fertile. Or they could simply use a hose and drench the whole area. For the ants, every action taken by humans spells their doom, yet from the human perspective, it barely requires any effort. So, whether it's the past District 9 or Independence Day, or Edge of Tomorrow, Pacific Rim, Starship Troopers, and so on and so forth, they're all very childish. Alright, I don't mind being criticized, but I think Star Wars is especially childish. Lightsabers go bio, my force explodes bio. Harrison Clark pretended to swing a sword, shrugged, and continued. They don't understand anything. This is a completely unequal conflict that would be over for Earthlings in an instant, without even knowing who the enemy is. It's not even a war. Try to think about it from the other perspective. Can ants comprehend how humans trigger the apocalyptic flood? Can they understand what a water pipe or self-priming drainage pump is, or how to disconnect the power to it? This movie is so absurd and ridiculous, I cannot accept it emotionally. If director Neil had been more humble, I might be able to tolerate his ignorance, but he's so arrogant, and that's why I lost my temper. After listening to his explanation, Carrie Thomas still didn't quite understand his anger, but she chose to accept it. She began to put herself in Harrison Clark's shoes and asked, but all movies are filmed this way nowadays. If the protagonists aren't attractive, the audience won't be able to project themselves onto the characters, and there will be no box office. That's why I initially agreed to the collaboration and didn't plan to nitpick, but Neil touched a nerve, and my emotions got a little out of control. I'll go back and talk to them later. Carrie felt somewhat reassured and went on to inquire, what if humans could venture into space, explore the Milky Way galaxy, and engage in wars at that level? Harrison Clark shuddered, and his mind involuntarily began to imagine that scenario. He also recalled the long and arduous battles that humanity had fought against nature, animals, disasters, and diseases from ancient times until now. He remembered the last words of Daniel Thompson before his death and couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. That would undoubtedly be an era full of magnificent epics, with countless heroes forging their race's legends with their own flesh and blood. It's a shame that humanity won't live to see it. Carrie shook her head, it's just us who can't see it. You're being too absolute. Alright, let's go. Carrie, hold on, I just thought of something. Going back to your analogy about the ants, what if there's a mutant ant in the colony that has extremely strong venom, capable of killing an adult human with a single bite? Even if it can't save the entire ant species, at least it has a chance to fight to the bitter end, right? If it bites fast enough, it might even save some of its kind to preserve their civilization's legacy. Harrison Clark was stunned. You're right. So individual heroism can be quite useful sometimes. Whose side are you on, anyway? They didn't chat for too long on the sidelines. In fact, Neil and Katie took the initiative to apologize to Harrison Clark and Carrie Thomas with their team, reflecting on their attitudes and assuring that they respected the cultural concepts of the two parties. They even emphasized that their previous statements were not malicious. Since the other party had offered an olive branch, Harrison Clark graciously accepted it. As the collaboration began, they each returned to work on their respective tasks. The Chinese side would provide a draft of the English lyrics within 2 days, after which they would meet to discuss and polish the lyrics based on the Chinese input. Returning to their hotel, Carrie began munching on a pen while translating the general meaning of the lyrics, while Harrison Clark distractedly searched for other science fiction movies to watch and pass the time. After a while, Carrie Thomas stretched herself and sat next to Harrison Clark, crossing her legs and picking up a piece of cake with a fork from her plate. I've heard that when Chinese musicians collaborate with European and American artists, they often lack power and struggle to gain respect. But it seems to me that you're the one taking advantage of others. Harrison Clark looked away, his gaze resting on the strawberry cheesecake on her plate. Our kind of collaboration is a real partnership. The kind of weak cooperation you're talking about is just riding on others' coattails. People who lack real talent but still want to put on an appearance will grovel and bow down to others. We rely on our own abilities to make a living, so respect comes naturally. Do you like this cake? Carrie Thomas shook her head. I don't like it, it's too sweet. Then why eat it? Throwing it away would be a waste. It's not costing you anything. Carrie Thomas finished the cake in one bite. Still, it's a waste. After that, she went back to writing lyrics, while Harrison Clark's eyes returned to the movie, his mind wandering in daydreams. He felt like making a movie, a science fiction movie. He wanted to show the world everything he had seen and experienced in the form of a science fiction movie. He didn't expect others to believe it, but at least it could serve as a warning to humanity, which is always a good thing. If the worst-case scenario of humanity failing in their struggle is shown, maybe a few hundred years later, when civilization is at a crossroads and needs to make a choice about the path forward, at least one wrong answer can be eliminated. But as Carrie Thomas said, such a pessimistic and hopeless plot, lacking in the heroic individualism that attracts audiences, would probably not do well at the box office. Moreover, to make a good science fiction movie requires a large investment, and with his current financial resources, influence, and industry connections, it's not enough. Writing the screenplay is also a challenging task. He is not good at writing stories, but only he can write the screenplay for this story. So this matter needs to be carefully considered, taking one step at a time. 6 days later, the two returned to Oxfordshire. Several pieces of good news were waiting for Harrison Clark. His other songs that were not sold yet have all found their destination, with 2 of them prepared for Lucy Haywood's singles release. He sold 4 more, and the prices were quite satisfactory. Harrison Clark's inventory was all cashed in this time. In addition, Avril Green created a new song of high quality. This was a truly new song, never appearing in the previous timeline. Leah Clark, Jenny Hart, and many other serious musicians in China have all produced new songs like Bamboo Shoots After the Rain during these 2 or 3 weeks. The competition on platforms like Number One Fly has become unprecedentedly fierce. Harrison Clark has basically listened to all of them, both surprised and relieved. The overall quality of these new songs was high and low, but the previous monotony, self-repetition, laziness, and rampant borrowing and plagiarism were greatly reduced. It seemed as if these musicians had suddenly awakened, striving for innovation and daring to explore. The butterfly effect had intensified. With his constant pushing, the entire Chinese music industry seemed like an awakened beast, breaking free from the shackles of thought. A new renaissance movement was sprouting like budding bean shoots. The spark of this artistic revolution had been ignited. This was the radiative effect of Harrison Clark releasing decades of accumulated classics from the core figures of this era, like a volcanic eruption in a very short period, just like the first fission when detonating a nuclear bomb. Compared to the previous unconscious changes to the future, this time Harrison Clark actively changed the present through music. This kind of change was visible to the naked eye. He began to look forward with infinite anticipation to what kind of scene he would see when he entered the future again. Under his excited mood, the night of February 25, 2020, came. But he found it difficult to fall asleep that night, because he received a text message that afternoon. It was from his foster father, whom he hadn't been in contact with for years. The man asked why Harrison Clark hadn't returned home for the new year and if the famous musician named Harrison Clark on the internet was him. A lot of complex thoughts crossed Harrison Clark's mind, but he didn't call back. He transferred $2 million to the bank account that hadn't received any living expenses since high school. Once some things happen, they can never go back, because the butterfly can never fly backward. Enter the dream, awakening. Private Harrison Clark? Step forward. Harrison Clark looked at the familiar square face in front of him, his lips slowly curving into a smile. He laughed. It's nice to see this familiar face again. He then looked into the distance. Above the sky, the sun hung high. Thousands of spindle-shaped transport vehicles shuttled back and forth under the blue sky. The speed of these vehicles was very fast, seemingly chaotic, yet their routes were strictly segregated, each moving along its stable, dedicated orbit. Unlike the terrestrial vehicles of the past, today's spindle-shaped vehicles no longer emit flares below when hovering or accelerating, making them look like they're floating. Harrison Clark's smile became even brighter. Large vehicles could float, indicating that human technology had advanced once more, and control over force fields had become more precise and perfect, finally enabling the force fields, formerly used only as shields for battleships, to be used as conventional propulsion for vehicles. At that moment, a uniquely shaped triangular fast vehicle took off from deep within the base, ascended directly into the sky, and headed straight for outer space. As the triangular vehicle ascended, the paths of the other vehicles in the sky synchronized their adjustments, creating a straight passage for the triangular vehicle amidst the chaos, without interfering with each other, and without slowing down at all. The Central Intelligence's computing power had improved further. Inside the base, the Big Ben Tower still existed, but the training ground had become a bit more extensive than before. The current training ground was strictly divided into several sections by a light blue barrier, and Harrison Clark's rookie lineup was only in one corner. On the other side, dozens of soldiers wearing black battle armor were practicing their techniques against one another. These armored soldiers' heights appeared to be between 1.8 and 2.2 meters. This was their armored height. The technology of individual soldier armor had advanced again, transforming into more form-fitting biological armor. Biological armor possessed more characteristics. Its shell appeared soft, but during collisions and firefights, the struck soft armor would instantly harden. The weapons and skills used by these soldiers were much more complex than the simple guns, knives, and shields of the Azure Dragon armor last time. They could pull cords from their back armor and transform them into straight knives with a flick of the wrist, ranging from a few meters to 1.5 meters in length, or, when retreating, project dozens of pinpoint flashes from their thigh armor, which would swarm the opponent and trigger a chain explosion. The aftermath of their clashes rippled on the light blue energy barrier like waves. This scene told Harrison Clark that they were engaged in real combat, not data simulation. As someone who had spent a long time in simulators, all he wanted to say was, "Oh my god. Is it so extravagant now? Training with real combat without fearing equipment damage? Consuming energy so much during training without worrying about a shortage?" However, he was shocked, but he still had an advantage in his heart. Those who had the privilege of wearing armor and training for battle were undoubtedly the elites in the base, but the most powerful among them had a mobility ability of no more than 35 G. There was still a noticeable gap between them and Harrison Clark, who currently had a 50 G limit. But he couldn't understand the training content in another area. There were only 2 people in the field, still wearing that form-fitting biological armor, but they were not in close combat or shooting at each other. They were far apart, and each had a heavy truck behind them. Both of them had their 10 fingers spread out in front of them, with beams of light connecting their fingertips to screens in front of them. From time to time, they shook their fingers, and swarms of tiny flying vehicles flew out of the trucks like locusts. These flying vehicles fought in the air, deploying a wide range of combat modes, including cluster bombings, formation firing, and suicidal charges/explosions. In contrast to the individual combat techniques practiced on the other side, this side was more like large-scale warfare. The two soldiers connected by beams of light on their fingers were the commanders of this miniature-scale battle. With technological innovation, human combat concepts have changed again, giving birth to new types of troops. Biological armor was equivalent to an improved version of the Azure Dragon armor of the past, while this one-person army-style combat concept could maximize the talents of elite soldiers, allowing them to launch surgical strikes against enemy forces single-handedly. If his guess was correct, those trucks should also have space battle-adapted models for coordinated attacks with armored soldiers. There were about 3 types of flying vehicles. One was a soccer ball-sized circular flying vehicle, the largest of the group, which released many more fly-sized micro-flyers that either flew forward to the firing zone or went behind the scenes to attack the flanks while hiding to attack enemy commanders. There was also a bullet-shaped flying vehicle about 1/10 of a meter long and very fast. The third type was the fly-sized flying vehicle. Since the distance was too far, Harrison Clark couldn't see the specific attack methods of these devices clearly, but based on the faint lights that lit up when they fired, he surmised that they used ultramicroscopic laser beams and possibly missile-like devices as thick as nails during close combat. After observing for about 10 more seconds, Harrison Clark mastered the concept of this command battle. This was a single-person combat method that combined artificial intelligence and human judgment. These flying vehicles were equipped with various combat plans. The commanders didn't need to control specific vehicles or their targets precisely. They issued policy-like directives, and the vehicles would respond accordingly. The commander's 10 fingers linked by beams of light were likely the medium for issuing commands. The reason why they didn't use brainwave remote control was probably that this semi-physical connection had lower transmission latency. Harrison Clark, had enough on looking? Pretty? You've been watching for almost 5 minutes. Beautiful. Daniel Thompson's face suddenly flashed in front of Harrison Clark. Blocking his view, Harrison Clark's attention returned to Daniel Thompson. Lion, you actually held your temper for a whole 5 minutes this time? Daniel Thompson glared. You. Not waiting for him to respond, Harrison already turned to run to the side, running laps. Got it. Piece of cake. Pouring fuel on the fire, Thompson roared. Initially, you only had to run 10 laps, now you have to run 20. You'll have to finish them in 20 minutes or else you're done for. Harrison lightly raised an eyebrow. Oh, 20 minutes? Is the standards this high now? We have so many strong people. Has the blood-clotting serum become common now? Do they take it every day? How long can it last? Thompson looked at him with the eyes of someone viewing a fool. What in the world are you babbling about? What's wrong with you today? Got a screw loose? Blood-clotting serum has been obsolete for 100 years, okay? Harrison laughed again. When a technology is scrapped, it's usually because there's a new and better technology. This is great news. Thanks, Lion. Shut up, get your ass moving, or I'll kick your ass. This time another rookie spoke up. Instructor, I must clarify for Harrison Clark. He had a little fever last night, so his mental state isn't great. Harrison looked at the person. It was Marthas. The start of this new timeline seemed pretty good. It appeared that he was friends with Marthas. A fever? Crazy? Marthas, are you aware of what you're saying? Since the world government started popularizing genetic fluid modification technology, fevers have become uncommon. Daniel Thompson was quite surprised, and also very angry. As the new recruit class leader, why didn't you report this to me earlier, Marthas? Marthas nervously replied, I was also shocked at the time, but after I accompanied him to the medical room, the medical staff said that this was a rare phenomenon and there wouldn't be any sequelae. I just didn't want him to lose his military opportunity because of it. Well, since you guys share such deep camaraderie, then you go and run laps with him. If the average time for you two can't be controlled within 17 minutes, then you guys can both go back to the slums. More rookies stood up to protest, trying to stick up for Marthas. Marthas' limit was about 17 minutes, but there was a definite drag of Harrison, which meant that Marthas had to run into 14 minutes, which was impossible. However, Thompson made another threat. Those who sympathize with these two can join their game, and everyone quickly shut up. Harrison had been watching Thompson, secretly wondering why his person didn't seem likable this time. He was threatening to dismiss people from the military all the time, which was a bit over the top even though he knew he was just scaring people. Did Lion get messed up from too many stimulants in the new timeline? Or, had the ideological climate of the era once again changed, moving a step further towards a more rational and less emotional military system? Harrison didn't know whether this was good or bad, but his quickly turning mind made a judgment and reached a conclusion. This might be a good thing for him. After all, the more militarized it is, the better it promotes meritocracy. This era existed for his talent. Because he, Harrison Clark, might be mediocre in other areas, but in armored combat, he was an ultimate genius. Harrison inhaled deeply. There's no need to be humble now, let's just release my capability. Instructor, I want to ask one last question. Speak. What is the limit of everyone's speed to run these laps? Thompson turned his head to look at the elite in their biological armor. The lowest standard is 12 minutes. All right. What fits right? Go run, now. Harrison and Martha started running forward, and you could faintly hear Harrison's slightly arrogant shout from afar. "Remember to time us?" Just as the two of them had just started running, the rookie soldiers gathered around pleading again. Daniel Thompson looked around emotionlessly. "Don't you all have your own things to do? Believe it or not, I'll have you all kicked out." "Instructor, you can't do this." "Yeah, shut up. This is an order. I'm warning you for the last time, whoever continues to plead for these two is disobeying the orders. You know what the consequences are." The recruits finally shut up, but there was defiance in their eyes. They felt he was overreacting. Thompson's expression was serious. He looked like he was ready to eat people at any time. But only he knew how comforting it was to see these rookie soldiers, who had just met a few days ago, so united, even daring to challenge the authority of his iron-blooded instructor. He looked again at the two running laps. Discharge from the military? Of course, it was a joke. He couldn't bear it. Thompson thought to himself that it was fine if Harrison Clark showed no potential, but since Marthas took the blame with Harrison this time, it would raise his prestige among the recruits, so he should formally enlist him as soon as possible. Speaking of which, the two of them were running really fast, especially the guy ahead. "Wait, that's not Marthas in front. That is so fast? Good God." Thompson's indifferent facade instantly crumbled. He subconsciously covered his mouth. "Holy shit." A muffled voice came out from under his hand. He couldn't help it. 9 minutes passed. Looking at Harrison, who had casually returned with his hands in his pockets, then at Marthas, who was still huffing and puffing, clearly striving to break his best record by running into the 16th minute, Thompson opened his mouth wide, speechless for a long time. "Lion, how was it?" Harrison Clark asked, grinning and seemingly on a high. Thoughts twisted in Daniel Thompson's mind. Known for his strictness, as a senior instructor, Thompson never indulges in smile lightly, earning the nickname Iron-Faced Lion at the Black Bear training base. He couldn't tolerate the playful laughter of his soldiers. That's why he got easily angry earlier, and deliberately made life difficult for Marthas and Harrison. But now he had a rough idea why Harrison's behavior was so unconventional. Perhaps his rare high fever last night led to his extremely rare secondary gene awakening, greatly enhancing his physical fitness and personality, making him more active. In this era, everyone only gets one injection of gene fluid at birth. Surviving the fusion stage of the gene fluid with their own genes, possessing enough intelligence and physical fitness to survive in this era, they become useful individuals, becoming legally recognized citizens. If one fails to survive the fusion, they die of genetic collapse, and this happens with a high probability of 1 in 3. Among all citizens, about 1 in a million faces a second mutation in adulthood, known as gene awakening. Currently, with a global population of 10 billion, about 10,000 people face the prospect of gene awakening. The symptoms of gene awakening vary. Some people finish it in their sleep, some self-ignite in dreams, and some disintegrate into meat sauce while walking on the street. The rate of survival during gene awakening is 1 in 10. Gene awakening is not the same as the frequently depicted gene unlocking in novels. Human genes are never locked. Instead, they choose to sleep. Choosing to sleep and being locked are essentially different. At the turn of the 21st century, when humans first stepped through the door of gene technologies, theoretical research suggested that 75% of human genes had no functionality and were referred to as junk. However, later research and facts proved that there is no junk among the base pairs that make up human genes. All are useful. It was just that the technical level of human society limited the necessity of gene expression information. People in the 21st century did not need to release all gene information to complete normal learning and working. Simply put, the remaining 75% of genes are too lazy to move. With the progress of technology and the migration of time periods, when humans need to face an increasingly vast amount of knowledge and increasingly esoteric technologies, it's insufficient for them to just release 25% of the gene expression information for basic knowledge learning. As a result, more genes start to unlock themselves. In 2764, Dr. Wright verified a group of genes that were always considered to be in a silent state. Their only function was to prompt the human brain to secrete a very complex structure of amino acids. These amino acids would suppress human emotions and greatly enhance human concentration. This amino acid was named James amino acid and was extremely effective. It only needed a single molecular amount to impact the entire human brain extensively, and it had started to appear in the early 25th century. However, it was not discovered until then. When Dr. Wright proposed this theory in 2764, there have been as many as tens to thousands of James amino acid molecules in everyone's brain. So, in the 27th century, it was generally believed that the gene development completion of humans had increased from 25% to 25.7/0. Well, it's a remarkably satisfactory progress. Fast forward to 2913, the gene fluid successfully developed by Dr. Watson Jesloff could convert this 25.7% figure into 26.8%. The so-called gene awakening is another spontaneous recovery of the gene, and the 26.8% becomes an varying figure between 28% and 30%. However, this does not imply that humanity has mutated, because the essence of the human DNA chain has never changed. In reality, there isn't a bit of difference between the genes of a person born and raised 3,000 years later and a person born and raised in 2000. There's no absolute reproductive isolation. Two single strands of DNA spanning thousands of years could still successfully match. Thompson understood gene awakening and quickly concluded that this phenomenon was indeed happening in Harrison. But what truly shocked him speechless was the degree of gene awakening demonstrated by Harrison. Harrison could run 20 laps in just 9 minutes, and it was clear that he hadn't put forth his full effort. Within the Black Bear training base, there are two terrifying individuals who had completed gene awakening. One of them is the ace soldier in the base, but even he needs 10 minutes to run these 20 laps. The qualifying time is 12 minutes, 10 minutes is ace level. The 2-minute difference seems small, but everyone knows, the closer to the limit, the harder it is to take another step forward. Apart from the ace soldier who does it in 10 minutes, the best among the other ordinary soldiers could only finish in 10 minutes and 47 seconds. But Harrison. He broke not only the record of the Black Bear training base but also the global record. Seeing that Thompson was still silent, Harrison urged, "Lion, can you say something?" Thompson returned to his senses, showing no emotion. "Well, not bad. Only not bad." Harrison managed a tight smile, secretly amused. "Many things have changed, the only unchanged one is Lion's hard-headed personality. Fine, you're outstanding, surpassing my expectations of being outstanding. The rest of you will train without supervision. Harrison, come with me." Thompson turned and walked towards the field. Harrison followed him closely. He was pleased with his performance this time. It seemed that he made a good start, making Lion realize his genius instantly. This saved him a lot of time compared to progressive development strategy he had employed last time. But this was only the beginning. Harrison knew that in the following days, the shocks Lion would encounter will come wave after wave like a sea-bender. Hopefully, he could withstand it. Harrison turned back, looking at the two soldiers in black body armor. One of them had just used a shrewd move, changing his approach abruptly, controlling a missile-firing aircraft with full force, and broke through the opponent's defenses, blasting onto the physical body of the other black-armored soldier. "Harrison, hurry, Dr. Owen is waiting for you. Professor Owen, I'm really glad to see you." Harrison Clark blinked at the man in the white coat in front of him. You couldn't blame him for easily revealing his emotions and seeming impatient. Since arriving here, his mood had always been great. Whenever he saw a familiar face still existing, he felt comfortable and lucky. He had been changing history all along. In his personal history, historical records were not a static book, but rather like Schrödinger's cat, or as elusive as electrons moving around protons, making them unpredictable and uncertain. Existing because he saw them. Before his arrival in this timeline, before reconnecting, all history was nothingness. It was only after he arrived here and personally lifted the lid that he could see whether the cat was dead or alive. Using an exaggerated language, the time-traveling Harrison Clark created a universe every time he opened his eyes. But he himself didn't know what this created universe was like, whether the familiar people from the past still existed. He was always trying to avoid one thing. In the past, he didn't want to have emotional connections with people from 1,000 years later. The superficial reason was knowing that everyone would eventually die, but the deeper reason was that he was anxious that his changes to history might accidentally erase the good people he had met. That would be very painful. After his last visit, since he saw Daniel Thompson several times, and his comrades in the new recruit camp didn't change much, he gradually opened up his closed heart. But the deeper he fell, the deeper his anxiety grew. He could learn to be calm, but never heartless. The appearance of familiar faces one after another was like pulling out thorns from his heart, so he was overly active today. Professor Owen frowned slightly and tilted his head back. "Have you seen me before?" Harrison shook his head, approaching the testing equipment. "I haven't, but we combat soldiers always have great respect for technical personnel." Daniel Thompson couldn't stand his proactive attitude anymore. "Shut up, rookie. You're still miles away from going into battle." Harrison shook his arm, completed a test, pointed at the virtual image in the air with the huge character's new record, and smiled at Daniel. "Is it still that far now?" The entire laboratory went wild in an instant. Daniel's own manual measurement of the running data was not rigorous enough to drive people crazy, but the data in the lab was rigorous, and it was instantly synchronized globally. Nobody could have imagined that new crushing physical test parameters would appear so easily. As the tests progressed, Harrison kept breaking each record. "My goodness, what kind of gene awakening did you go through last night? I've seen your physical stats before. You were clearly just above average this." Daniel Thompson was rendered speechless. Sharply, Harrison noticed the 4 words gene awakening and took them to heart. Great, a new technology. And so, the day went by amid the busyness of various tests. Physical tests, psychological tests, political reviews, body cell sampling. "All right, Private First Class Clark, you can go back to your dormitory and rest. Tomorrow morning, the general will meet with you when she returns to the base." Finally, things were settled, and Dr. Owen made the arrangements. Harrison had been holding back all day, and finally couldn't help but ask, "Doctor, as a new recruit, I have an impudent question." "Go ahead. What's the general's name?" "Private First Class Clark. What are you talking about? Didn't you attend the new recruit orientation when you came to the base? Haven't you seen the general?" It might be that last night's gene awakening caused some memory confusion. "I vaguely remember, but I'm not confident, so I thought I'd check to avoid being rude tomorrow. You already have an official position, and although you can query it yourself after you go back, I can also tell you. The general's name is Nora Camp." Is she male or female? Female. Is she beautiful? From an aesthetic point of view, the general's appearance is impeccable. Thank you, this is the best news I've heard today. With the help of his personal information system, Harrison went back to his dormitory alone and began to look up information. His incredible physical test results brought him a great deal of convenience, and without the need for any declarations, his authority in the military system automatically upgraded to private first class. Upon checking, Harrison found himself confronted with a series of surprises. Bender. This time his alteration of history was so significant that even he was shocked. First of all, the historical materials he could access were much more detailed, which made them countless times more comfortable to read than the last time. The militarized management of this era was more stringent, but in terms of information control, it was more relaxed. Although the end of the world disaster still remained hidden, the world government no longer forcibly concealed historical materials and knowledge. Instead, they adopted a more tempting guidance strategy. All changes still began in the early 21st century. Carrie Thomas' song The Fire was still a military anthem, and it still played a hugely significant role in the birth of the Yellowstone Research Institute. However, the birth of the Yellowstone Research Institute was nearly a century ahead of schedule. Ward Owen became world famous after releasing his first album. Although he didn't create or perform other classics afterward, his first album alone maintained his popularity for a lifetime. Of course, due to the renaissance of the early 21st century, the music world was thriving with a variety of great artists, so Ward still regretfully didn't make the top 100 of 1,000 years ago. However, his career as a singing artist was still successful. It wasn't until he was 65 that he reluctantly returned to take charge of Whale Group. However, Ward Owen's influence on Whale Group was greatly diminished because he, the sole heir, was reluctant to take his rightful position. Chris Owen finally took Whale Group public in his later years. In the waves of the market, although the Owens' assets have been steadily growing, Whale Group grew even faster. By the time Ward Owen took office, Whale Group was a multinational conglomerate with trillions of dollars in assets, and the Owens' controlling stake had already dwindled to 31.28%, no longer allowing Ward Owen to act recklessly. Afterwards, Whale Group maintained its status for nearly 100 years before it was defeated in the competition for new energy research and was swallowed up by another company, becoming a part of history. However, Whale Group left behind even more scientific research achievements for all of humanity. These were the changes Harrison Clark could see with his own eyes, the most direct and intuitive changes he made to humanity. But there was another significant event in history that involved both Harrison Clark and Carrie Thomas. The song Self-Combustion, especially its English version, triggered a terrifying upheaval at the end of the 25th century when the world government had been established for less than 100 years. It was a revolution. In the torrents of time, a Slavic man named Sergei was born in 2543. Sergei was a genius scientist, a rare polymath in science, whose first half of his life left many epoch-making scientific research achievements. On the basis of his research hypotheses, after nearly 300 years of development, a major breakthrough was finally made. The results of this breakthrough were still in use in 3020, providing almost 100% of the energy supply for the entire human race. In the previous timeline, there was no famous figure named Sergei. Perhaps he was never born, or he died prematurely due to some external interference. However, in this timeline, Harrison Clark could now see so many technological innovations. Sergei's role was no less important than Whale Group and Yellowstone Research Institute, perhaps even more so. However, Sergei's main contribution was only in the first half of his life. At this stage, he was a researcher in a research institute under the world government. He was almost the only chief scientific officer in human history who could oversee the big picture. However, a year before his inauguration ceremony, he watched a movie that later generations considered very crudely made. Chaos Space. It was not the movie that changed Sergei, but its theme song, Self-Combustion. According to historical records, after listening to this song, Sergei had new ideas about freedom and the future of humanity, which changed him overnight and eventually led to a scientific revolution on the day of his inauguration ceremony. It was a real revolution. He wanted to overthrow the rule of the military party. He had many supporters. He told his supporters that the world government was a conspiracy. He also told everyone that all humans were being infiltrated. Although he couldn't find direct evidence or write a complete proof formula to prove his conjecture, he smelled the scent of certain death from the fresh air. A bloody war broke out, lasting nearly 30 years, with the total human population plunging from 80 billion to 40 billion. In the end, Sergei won. Yes, his revolution was successful. However, on the very day his revolution succeeded, the 95-year-old Sergei chose to commit suicide by shooting himself. Before committing suicide, he cried out in despair. Humankind has no chance of winning because everyone is involved. When I overthrew one infiltration, I found myself still part of the infiltration. It's like living in this universe, and we can never break free from its rules. As expected, after Sergei's death, the regime he led himself eventually became the New World Government, leading humanity forward again and to today. When Sergei committed suicide, he also believed that there was no essential difference between the two successive world governments. Bender. Therefore, although Sergei made great contributions, no one ever thanked him in their hearts. Historians' evaluations of Sergei's merits and demerits are sharply divided. Some people believe that humanity would have been better off without him. But others think that without him, humanity would have been worse off. Both schools of thought are diverse, and a definite answer can never be found. Because of the damage caused by his successful revolution to humanity, everyone believes that Earthlings can no longer afford a second upheaval. The newly established world government has become even more centralized, militarized, and turned into a stricter and more brutal militarized society. In Harrison Clarke's present time, there is no such class as welfare recipients. Instead, there are slums. People at the bottom of the slums no longer enjoy any favorable treatment, they only have the lowest quality of life guarantee. This is the real bare minimum that ensures people do not starve to death, and that's it. Even though the productive forces are still in surplus, this surplus is no longer distributed as welfare to the lower classes but is used to reward contributing workers and soldiers or invested in industries such as scientific research and military production. The competition in this era is more brutal than in any other timeline Harrison Clarke has ever experienced. However, the path for the lower classes to rise has never been closed, because the world government founded by scientist Sergei has set a highest principle from the very beginning. Even though they know that everyone is being infiltrated and can't figure out where the problem lies, everyone is entitled to learn all knowledge. In order to ensure that his highest principles would not be shaken by future generations, Sergei even threatened them in his will. He hid an explosive source deep in the Earth's core that was powerful enough to blow the Earth into cosmic debris. Once someone tries to crack his explosive source, it will explode on the spot. If the artificial intelligence lurking in the smart network determines that the world government leadership has closed the space for the lower class people to rise, it will still explode on the spot. In Harrison Clarke's view, this was Sergei's greatest contribution, because his threat was really effective. Under such a special social background, all Earthlings were in the most fierce competition, and those who fell behind could only go to the slums to eat coarse food and let others trample on their dignity. From the slums emerged countless scientists, economists, generals, elite warriors, top craftsmen, artists. As long as you have the ability and the will, you can get everything you want. If you are lazy and incompetent, even if your ancestors have accumulated wealth for you for dozens of generations, it is useless. If your ability is not enough to support your status and wealth, you will still be gnawed away by others in just a few decades, leaving nothing behind. The upper class and the slum class are clearly distinct, yet highly correlated, constantly penetrating and replacing each other. The structure of the entire society is very dynamic and full of vitality. Harrison Clarke felt that Sergei's achievements were almost on par with his own. When he committed suicide, he must have foreseen the social framework for hundreds of years to come, all built on his crazy actions. Planting a bomb in the earth and temporarily replacing one threat with another to form this deformed but effective social structure. This operation was really amazing, truly worthy of being a mad scientist. Harrison Clarke even thought that Sergei might do better than himself in this job, and he would have chosen him if he had the chance. By the early 29th century, after Watson Jesloff invented gene liquid technology, this cruelty had been taken to the extreme. 1/3 of the incompetent people were stripped of their right to live at birth. The final result, to some extent, met the expectations of Harrison Clarke, who had left behind the seeds, but it was also a history written with even more blood and tears. Everyone was wound up to the breaking point, but still hidden was the truth of the end of the world. Each person was numbly struggling like a machine, without knowing what they were struggling for. After reading these historical materials, especially after seeing those tragedies, Harrison Clarke, who was not Sergei after all, struggled to control his emotions. He would even involuntarily look down at his own hands. If you were to indirectly attribute all those lives lost in wars or under the system to him, Harrison Clarke might have become the most prolific serial killer in human history. But eventually, he calmed down. Those who have passed away are gone, and only those who are alive can talk about continuing. No matter how difficult the process or how much blood was shed, the technology level of mankind is indeed much higher now. The Azure Dragon armor, Type 3 loader, oscillating knife, explosive bombs below the crotch, and battlecruiser level escort ships he had experienced last time had all appeared in history. They were all widely used technologies from the 28th to the 29th centuries and have become obsolete now. He was busy without sleep for a whole night, and it was not until the next day when he was about to meet Nora Camp that his mood completely calmed down. Time and fate are really magical. The inertia of history is also powerful. Even after playing with 1,000 years of time and distorting it beyond recognition, he could still see so many familiar faces. He didn't know whether Nora Camp's fate was hard or his own fate was too good. Knocking on the door. Come in. Hello, General, I am Harrison Clarke. Harrison Clarke looked at the black and white chess pieces and the chessboard on Nora Camp's desk, and slowly said, the horrific thing was, the music echoing in Nora Camp's office was self-combustion. Even more terrifying was the hologram in front of her. The projection showed two standing figures, Harrison Clarke and Carrie Thomas. At this moment, they were standing shoulder to shoulder. Carrie Thomas held a notebook in her left hand, a pen in her right hand, the tip of the pen pointing to a certain line on the notebook. Next to her, Harrison Clarke was slightly bowing his head to scrutinize the notebook, his eyebrows furrowed in thought. Nora Camp shifted her gaze from the hologram, looking at her actual companion, Harrison Clarke. Incredible. What's this? Harrison Clarke decided to play dumb. This is a statue in the front of the fountain at St. Petersburg Conservatory. The legend has it that about 1,000 years ago, right after Master Thomas finished writing Self-Combustion, she consulted with Master Clark. This is supposedly that very scene. Harrison Clark was stunned and speechless. Initially, he thought his cover was blown, but then he realized it was theoretically impossible. He didn't know how to respond. Bender. In truth, he wanted to say that when the two of them first talked about the song, Carrie Thomas had played it on her guitar right on the spot. They hadn't been looking at sheet music together. People sure could exaggerate. Also, why did he look so different in this image? With his long flowing hair, high nose bridge, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes, he looked so handsome that he could hardly recognize himself. How strange was that? Upon a second look, he realized that the features were indeed his. But put together, they gave an oddly exquisite and beautiful impression. But he was sure he wasn't stratospherically handsome, was he? People from later generations really liked to embellish things and raise the charm based on aura, didn't they? General Camp, I don't really understand what you mean. I'm just curious about how Master Thomas, who was from 1,000 years ago and whose brain wouldn't be as advanced as ours, could have composed a song like that. And how would she feel if she knew that her song would cause a war hundreds of years later that led to the death of nearly 4 billion people? Do you think she should be blamed for it? No, of course not. I'm just wondering what kind of person could possess such power as to shake the will of a scientist from 500 years into the future. I've listened to the song countless times and haven't found the answer. I want to know what Dr. Sergey had discovered back then that drove him to despair. Harrison Clark walked to her office, casually picked up a chess piece from the box. Who knows? Nora Camp didn't seem to mind his casualness. Private First Class Clark, I find it interesting that you bear a striking resemblance to Master Clark, and you share the same name. Harrison Clark nodded. He was an absolute genius in the music industry, and I am a combat genius the likes of which you've never seen before. So history is always surprisingly similar, and geniuses manage to have a mutual understanding across 1,000 years? Maybe being named Harrison Clark and looking like this means an extraordinary destiny. But you aren't as handsome as him. Can you eat good looks? Nora Camp stood up, turned off the hologram, took a closer look at Harrison Clark. Clark, I've read your physical assessment. How do you feel about it? You have two choices. You can leave the Black Bear Training Base and join the Central Special Forces for advanced training. Or you can stay here at Black Bear Training Base and start your training with the Summit Armor. Summit Armor? Yes, it's the same body armor worn by the new recruits you see every day. Why is it called that? Allegedly, it's named after a company that Master Clark established. Why commemorate a music company with a weapon's name? Because Master Clark symbolizes the spirit of never giving up. Nice. Have you made your decision? I'll stay. Harrison Clark made a decision. He pushed a chess piece forward, to the center of the board. Care for a game? His decision was to charm Nora Camp. To charm her, not merely to be a reproductive tool. Oh, you know how to play chess? Harrison Clark nodded. I know a bit. That's nice. It's hard to find a kindred spirit in this age. Nora Camp crossed her legs, made a gesture for him to sit. So, to celebrate the fact that I've successfully retained an elite soldier, shall we play a game? An hour later, Nora Camp commented, it seems you only know a bit indeed. However, I'm still very pleased. Thank you for giving your all in playing against me. Seeing you making a plethora of mistakes is much more enjoyable than the despair of playing against an AL opponent. On the chessboard, the white pieces held by Harrison Clark were in complete disarray. If it wasn't for Nora Camp's reluctance to end this rare game against a living, breathing opponent too early consistently letting him off easy, the game would have ended long ago. Harrison Clark wiped the sweat from his forehead. You let me off easy. All right, Private First Class Clark, I have to attend a conference call. But before that, I have a command for you. Starting from tomorrow, in addition to your basic armor training, you have to play a game of chess with me every day. Nora Camp issued the eviction order with a smile. No problem. Harrison Clark stood up to leave. Just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by Nora Camp's voice again. Harrison Clark. Harrison Clark turned back. General, any orders? You share our goal, right? I can trust you, right? General, if you mean becoming an excellent soldier and fighting for humanity, then our objectives will always align. Good, you can leave. After a safe distance away, standing on a hovercraft, Harrison Clark looked back and shrugged. His sharp senses, superiority, and coincidental proficiency in chess had aroused slight suspicion in Nora Camp. She found it hard to believe that there could be such coincidences. She must be going through a spiritual struggle in her mind, or perhaps a meticulous logical analysis. In the end, she chose to trust. Inside the training building for Summit Armor, Professor Owen and Daniel Thompson were jointly demonstrating the astonishing abilities of the Summit Armor to Harrison Clark. On the surface, the Summit Armor is just like a skin-tight piece of clothing, isn't it? Professor Owen pointed to Daniel Thompson on the side and asked Harrison Clark. The Summit Armor on Daniel Thompson at the moment was fully softened. Harrison Clark thought the description was inappropriate. This is clearly an FL racing suit and it would be identical with a helmet. Hey, buddy. I can't believe there's a second person in this whole base who knows about FL racing. Ever since the first mass-produced magnetic levitation car was invented 800 years ago, FL has left the stage of history. At this point, a passing technician sprang in uninvited. Get lost, Scott. No one wants to discuss these ancient relics like Mayakle with you. We're busy. Professor Owen chased the technician away with fluent English, complete with a perfect Downing Street London accent. Harrison Clark smiled at the man. Well, talk later. I prefer Hamilton. Nice? Excellent? Scott left with a smile. Harrison Clark recognized many faces at the Black Bear training base, but now the base was larger in scale and there were still many new faces. Among these unfamiliar faces were white people, black people, Indians, and so on, which should be the residual effects caused by Sergei's coup. Corporal Harrison Clark, look this way. Aren't you curious where the weapons of the summit armor are hidden? Dr. Owen drew Harrison Clark's attention back to Daniel Thompson. Daniel Thompson, activate the extreme close combat mode. To keep his attention from wandering, Dr. Owen decided to go big from the start. As a buzzing sound resounded, the black surface of the summit armor on Daniel Thompson quickly dispersed into countless thin threads which tangled in the air and eventually formed a fierce-looking armor. The shouldered spikes, a full-body protective armor, looked like ancient warriors. Daniel Thompson reached back and took out a black stick about 2 meters long. From the rod emerged countless thin threads which finally formed a large blade over 3 meters long. Harrison Clark was genuinely shocked. What is this? Doesn't it violate the law of conservation of mass? Dr. Owen shook his head. No, the mass remains conserved. Coach Daniel Thompson's full gear still weighs a total of 57 kilograms. It seems to have increased in volume, but it's actually a hollow structure. Look closer. Upon moving closer, Harrison Clark discovered that the seemingly solid, metallic armor and blade was indeed a piece of equipment woven out of countless black threads. He asked, hollow? Then how does the strength of the summit armor compare to the Azure Dragon armor? Dr. Owen was surprised. I didn't expect you to know about the Azure Dragon armor. You really are a seasoned military enthusiast. The strength of the summit armor, once hardened, is 3 times that of the Azure Dragon armor. Incredible technology. Harrison Clark sincerely exclaimed. Daniel Thompson, switch to remote sniping mode. Dr. Owen continued to command. The armor on Daniel Thompson changed again, with a large amount of black material surging from his racing suit. The racing suit turned into a more skin-tight bodysuit, much thinner. At the same time, the metal structure at Daniel Thompson's belt moved up, entered his hand, continued to be wrapped in the black woven material and finally formed a large sniper rifle up to 5 meters long. Dr. Owen introduced with pride, the neutron rifle's maximum range is 1,300 kilometers, and that's when shooting into outer space, so never fire skyward during practice, or you may hit our space base. Although it won't penetrate the base shield, it's still not good. Harrison Clark shook his head. No, that's impossible. No matter how strong the launching speed, it's impossible. Neutron? Does that mean the bullets fired are made of neutron material? What about bullets? The bullet originates from the nuclear fusion energy chamber, which is located here. You need to take care to protect it. Furthermore, when the neutron bullet hits the target, it will convert into protons and electrons, releasing a large amount of energy, causing a violent physical explosion, then a series of chemical reactions, causing a chemical explosion. Although the bullet appears to be just a thin layer and its weight seems light enough to be nearly negligible, the exploding power is equal to that of the plasma high explosive grenade carried by the Azure Dragon armor. The shape of the bullet is like this, not much different from bullets 1,000 years ago. You need to look carefully at the end of the bullet. I can't explain this part to you, and even if I did, you wouldn't understand. You just need to know that there's a miniature force field at the end that can continuously push the bullet forward. Harrison Clark gleaned much information from Dr. Owen's words. The technology mastered by people in this era was still beyond his comprehension. It could even extract neutrons directly from nuclear fusion and even let neutrons form a thin membrane bullet. At the same time, he realized that what was stuffed under his crotch the last time he was wearing the Azure Dragon armor was a plasma bomb. The power of technology, it's truly amazing. Harrison Clark continued to exclaim. Very well, Daniel Thompson, now switch to the thruster form. Dozens of cylinders of various sizes were formed at the joints of the summit armor. This, Harrison Clark understood, each cylinder was surely a micro-thruster. This was too inconceivable. A full day went by, he had grasped most of the details and then experienced it himself. It doesn't feel like a product of technology, it feels more like a biological entity. Dr. Owen nodded. To some extent, it is indeed a product born out of biological theory, the ultimate creation of biology and quantum circuits, and also one of the most advanced equipment that humans have now. Would you like to see our starship's giant cannon? The kind that can blow up Mercury with a single shot. I must see it with my own eyes if I get the chance. Harrison Clark suddenly felt. Hope might be within reach this time. He was swelling with confidence. He was even thinking about slacking off. But then he remembered Nora Kemp's chess game. All right, now take off the Azure Dragon armor, and I'll tell you how to control it. At any time, you can perform actions as you normally would. Harrison Clark interjected. Yes, I know. The Azure Dragon armor can capture my neural responses and track my next move. Dr. Owen said. The young man knows a thing or two. Now let's talk about shapeshifting, equipment awakening, and various auxiliary function packs. Are you familiar with them? I don't know. If you don't know, don't interrupt, Bender. The operation of the Azure Dragon armor is simpler than the Summit armor, but it has more additional functions, all of which are new. There are dozens of combat function packs developed specifically for different purposes, each loaded with different auxiliary mechanisms to meet the needs of various battle scenarios and special tasks. For ocean, plains, jungle, space, and exoplanetary surfaces, the list goes on. In Harrison's view, these functions were redundant, and there was no need to make them so complicated. Just continue to enhance mobility and protection, and improve combat capabilities. Adding all these fancy bells and whistles won't help. Finding ways to let people stay alive longer in space is the key. As long as they can charge onto the invaders' ships and fight a bit, that would be a great success. But even now, he's still too low profile, and no one listens to what he says. He also couldn't avoid the military's rules. He had to learn all the functions of the summit armor in order to wear it on the training field like the other elite soldiers. After working so hard until late at night, Harrison finally completed 1/5 of his learning progress. Dr. Owen was quite satisfied with Harrison. Your learning ability is outstanding in the Central Special Forces. Keep it up, and you should be able to finish learning in another 5 or 6 days. That's it for today, go back and get some rest. As he walked out of the training building, Harrison was surprised to find that the researcher named Scott was still waiting for him. The man sat on a flower bed with his legs crossed, hands in his pockets, and was watching a recorded video of a Grand Prix race featuring Voyager. Harrison sat down next to him. "Hey, buddy," Scott greeted happily. "Many fighters in the base looked down on these racers from a millennium ago. I think they're really ignorant." Harrison casually said, "Of course, people from 1,000 years ago didn't have any gene technology. The dynamic vision, neural response, and load tolerance of FL drivers at that time were unrivaled. I can confidently say that if these top drivers were born in our time, they would definitely become the strongest warriors. We really hit it off? But I don't quite understand if Voyager is greater. Why do you appreciate Hamilton more?" Harrison was genuinely stumped by the question. At the time, he just wanted to make small talk and mentioned a name he knew. He wasn't a racing fan, so how would he know? "I don't deny Voyager's greatness, but that doesn't stop me from admiring other drivers. Everyone just needs to find their own hero." Harrison decided to use philosophy to defeat Scott. As expected, Scott's brain froze for a long time before he suddenly gripped Harrison's shoulder excitedly. "Are you talking about the diversity of ideologies?" Harrison didn't understand what he had realized. "Yes." Nodding would be enough. "Anyway, thank you, you've done me a great favor. I have to go back to work now. We'll chat another time." "Wait, Scott. What? What is your job?" "I hold a PhD in anthropology and genetics. I'm responsible for the physical parameter tests, tracking and monitoring of the awakened, and the dietary nutrition mix in the cafeteria." After saying that, Scott left, and Harrison, who wanted to ask him some questions, had to wait for another time. Back at his dorm, he slept briefly before waking up early. There were still 4 or 5 hours until morning training. He had time to handle some personal matters. Having looked through nearly 1,000 years of history briefly yesterday, he turned his attention back to his own business today. He thought to himself, since the name Summit Ventures could be used for naming cutting-edge weapons 1,000 years later, the company he put so much effort into must have eventually grown into a great enterprise, right? Damn, the spirit of never admitting defeat actually has this meaning. What the hell happened to this eye-searing corporate history? Am I really that incompetent? I am already much more intelligent and well-known in the music industry, with a substantial foundation. My life shouldn't be so miserable, should it? On this timeline, Summit Ventures lasted for nearly 30 years. After an initial phase of explosive growth, Summit accumulated a large amount of music copyrights, completed the original capital accumulation, and gathered many professional producers. Although Harrison the Master never wrote any more classics and Ward Owen's folk music king title was short-lived, Carrie Thomas under the company's banner grew stronger and stronger. With the support of copyright royalties and Carrie, Summit could sustain itself for many years. Julia Lambert's management skills were also good, especially with Carrie as the cash cow. It shouldn't have been so desolate. But in 2030, Harrison the Master chose to part ways with Carrie Thomas, a decision that baffled later generations. Harrison knew the reason. He didn't want to hold Carrie back. After the two acknowledged masters split up, Harrison's career faltered, while Carrie's artistic career continued to rise and eventually formed her own school, creating the concept of postmodern music. The core of this concept revolved around the restoration and transformation of various natural sounds. This innovative concept continued to influence future generations even a millennium later. On the other hand, the situation at Summit Ventures was getting worse and worse. Many people believe that if Harrison Clark hadn't been so stubborn, and if Summit Ventures had limited their business to music creation, copyright development, and artist signing and packaging, the company could have become a century-old enterprise. But after the split, Harrison Clark began to go wild. He made sci-fi movies, created games, and invested in high-tech companies. His sci-fi movies had hollow plots, pale characters, and little emotional interaction between the male and female leads. Some sequels didn't even have male or female leads, and were referred to as post-apocalyptic operas by future generations. His box office results were dismal, but he persisted, becoming more aggressive with his investments. His games also pitted humans against aliens in star battles, but he didn't follow the usual path. Instead, he let players develop human technology first, then had them wiped out in an instant. The games lacked satisfaction and inevitably flopped. The high-tech companies he invested in were even more cutting-edge, with results only expected decades later. They had unproven theories and were merely innovative concepts on a larger scale than even Elon Musk. Many of these so-called cutting-edge projects were nothing but storytelling scams, which he willingly invested in. As a result, his investments never paid off, and his money dwindled. Finally, he squandered his billions in wealth, declared bankruptcy in 2050, and retreated to the mountains. It wasn't until centuries later, when certain changes occurred, that some elite humans realized the foresight had shown in his post-apocalyptic operas. His confusing movies were finally vindicated. Although his movie plots were indeed terrible, and both actors and directors were tormented by Harrison Clark at the time, leaving audiences vomiting blood, the post-apocalyptic operas themselves still held artistic value. Harrison Clark's reputation was eventually restored, and future generations praised him. However, this didn't change his failed entrepreneurial journey. He struggled and failed in his overly ambitious endeavors for a lifetime, never regretting or backing down, even in his final days. After reading these materials, Harrison Clark began to reflect and draw conclusions. Given his personality, doing these things was not surprising or unreasonable. He could empathize with the anxiety and struggles of his past self in this timeline, who genuinely tried to achieve success but always came up short. Their goals and actions exceeded both their capabilities and the limits of the era, resulting in tragedy. Let it go. Next time I return, I will analyze what I did, anticipate the era's development, and learn from my mistakes. I should have done better. After learning of his own tragedy, he tried to research technological achievements, with mixed results. The good news was that this time, he had more relaxed access to a wealth of contemporary knowledge enough to learn any subject or industry from beginner to doctoral level, as long as he had the will, persistence, and intellect. The bad news was that the research results from the past 1,000 years had been archived in the Historical Materials Library. The library's access threshold was not high, and he had reached it before. One could obtain a master's degree in a subject or become an adjunct staff member at a research institute. But this time, without coagulated plasma for self-demonstration, the Ancient Civilization Research Institute had not summoned him even after updating his physical test data for 2 days. Harrison Clark thought that although he had refreshed his record, it wasn't impressive enough to inspire awe. Alternatively, he could start to study a subject and get a master's degree. Degrees are essential steps for ordinary people to advance and gain more access to knowledge systems without needing anyone's approval or permission. But obtaining a degree itself was a stumbling block. So, which direction should he focus on? Harrison Clark was confused. Should he try to become a part-time staff member or start from primary school? He soon made up his mind. He must grasp both with determination, and start with the basics. He opened a primary school textbook. 10 minutes later, he chose the upper right corner's close button. He felt like starting with kindergarten materials. He opened a kindergarten textbook. After a while, upon seeing the long string of physics formulas composed of characters, he recognized each character but couldn't understand their combined meaning. He was speechless. Were the children of this era so precocious? Was the gene serum of this era also a growth accelerator, Bender? What a blow to his confidence. Even the kindergarten textbooks were constantly challenging his scientific understanding. If it were in the past, he might have given up on the spot. But this time, knowing that his memory and comprehension had improved due to the coagulated plasma, he felt more confident and decided to give it a try. Had enough of feeling like an intellectual imbecile every time he encountered scientific knowledge. With 1 hour left before morning exercise, he devoured every available scrap of new knowledge in a desperate race against time. An hour later, he finally finished the first section of the first chapter of the kindergarten science textbook for the first year of compulsory education. This lesson covered the basic knowledge of physics, astronomy, chemistry, and mathematics, all of which were based on the children's education system left by Sergey 500 years ago. Harrison Clark began to wonder if he could extract the fundamental theories within, and bring them back to revolutionize his own era. But soon he realized that this was not feasible. The radical upheaval of the knowledge system and the vast time span made it impossible. How to describe this feeling? For example, if a modern person went back to the Tang dynasty and told the engineers that there were 8 major planets in the solar system and the Earth was 150 million kilometers away from the Sun, would people understand? Would they believe it? Even if they did, could it help the people of the Tang dynasty grow a single grain of rice? No. Or if a modern person went to Newton and told him that light had wave-particle duality and electron uncertainty, would Newton burn him at the stake? He tried to scan the content of elementary and junior high school textbooks briefly. Although he still didn't understand, he could see the direction these textbooks were heading. They included both in-depth theoretical knowledge and the process of practical application. Unfortunately, it was still useless. Bender. Let's continue with the example of the Tang dynasty. If a person who had mastered the entire semiconductor chip production process went back to the Tang dynasty and was asked to create a chip, could he even build a furnace to burn quartz? Maybe he could get some monocrystalline silicon, right? What a joke? But Harrison Clark did not despair. Although it would take a detour, he could choose to learn this advanced knowledge first, get a degree, and then learn papermaking technology. In this way, he could use it when he returned to the Tang dynasty. The development of technology under the wave of the times is never isolated. It is an organic and dynamic whole composed of numerous small links. It could be regarded as a biological whole of human technology. In biological evolution, it is impossible for a trilobite to suddenly grow a human hand and snap its fingers. From ancient arthropods to humans, countless subtle mutations must take place, and each mutation must be built upon a solid foundation. Even with modern science, it might be possible to graft a human finger onto a lizard, but the finger would still rot and fall off quickly. Unless the lizard could first be artificially manipulated to have human-like bodily fluids, cells, and other external conditions, targeted and concentrated changes would still be necessary. Just like the worldview presented by director Neil in Chaos Space, aliens taught humans wormhole technology, and humans instantly entered the space age. No, humans could not understand how wormhole technology went from theory to practice. Even with a complete set of wormhole technology, humans could not produce a wormhole shuttle space station on their own. Even if aliens provided the space station, humans would still die instantly on the other side of the wormhole. Harrison Clark knew clearly what he had to do. He could not learn all the knowledge, he only needed to find the breakthrough points in the technological process that he could articulate in a single sentence and achieve in the early 21st century. These breakthroughs were hidden in the historical materials. Seeing that the time was almost up, he shut down the 3D projection, left the room, stepped onto the flatboard loader, and headed straight to the Summit training building. On the way, he gazed excitedly at the intense ongoing training in the distance. After nearly drowning in the ocean of knowledge, it was time to do something else to regain confidence. You all just wait for me, give me 3 days, and then watch me show you how to use Summit armor properly. Compared to the Azure Dragon armor, the Summit armor has more features and is designed to combat more complex imaginary enemies. Therefore, when evaluating the strength of an individual soldier, more factors need to be considered, instead of just focusing on combat ability as with the Azure Dragon armor. Bender. Since humans still cannot determine how imaginary enemies will appear, they can only simulate the upcoming intercivilization war through various hypothetical situations. The main training for Summit armor soldiers can be divided into 2 parts. First, they undergo comprehensive training in basic combat skills and control at various military bases. Second, they enter the neural link cabin, where they complete numerous simulation trainings in different scenarios, facing different imaginary enemies and tasks in a holographic state. In this vast simulation training library, human imagination is pushed to the limit, requiring soldiers to confront at least 100,000 different alien civilizations. There are several types of simulation tasks, including individual soldier infiltration, ambush, rescue, escort, and small-scale special combat. Periodically, a military-wide simulation is held to depict interstellar warfare between civilizations. Each time a simulation training is completed, the central system evaluates each soldier's overall performance and assigns a score. The data in holographic simulation training is almost 100% consistent with the real world. It replicates soldiers' physical conditions and their operating level of the Summit armor, and then establishes a one-to-one model. The final model of the data soldier is entirely consistent with the soldier's state in the training base. Overall, the training includes daily practice to improve operational skills and holographic simulation trainings to nurture comprehensive abilities to complete tasks. Harrison Clark completed his basic theory studies with excellent results within just 3 days, and he was about to start his daily training. I admit that your learning ability and memory are slightly beyond my expectations. I will leave you in their hands now. If you have any questions, you can contact me through the personal communication system, Dr. Owen said as he brought Harrison to the training field. Nice to meet you, Private Harrison Clark. I am Oliver Yeoman, your personal Summit armor instructor, and will be responsible for your training from now on. A tall man stood in front of Harrison, his expression stern. Harrison Clark politely extended his hand for a handshake. Thank you, Instructor Yeoman. Don't misunderstand, Oliver Yeoman did not shake hands, but just looked coldly at Harrison. The reason you have a personal instructor is not because they value you so much, it's a military tradition. Every newly enlisted soldier who wears the Summit armor is eligible for 2 weeks of one-on-one training with a veteran soldier. However, I will only waste 2 weeks of my time on you as soon as that period is over. I will go back to my own training immediately. As for you, it depends on your own abilities how much you learn. If you don't understand something, you can figure it out in the simulator. I see. Thank you, Instructor Yeoman, Harrison replied cheerfully, not caring about the other's indifference. Oliver Yeoman led Harrison to the side of the training field, took out a box, and said, "Here, this is your personal Summit armor. You are not qualified to apply for a function expansion pack until you complete the training and obtain a D-class rating in the simulator." Okay, Harrison replied. While the two were discussing, several people around them stopped what they were doing and gathered around. Oh, this is the new recruit Harrison Clark who broke all records in the physical test. He doesn't look that special. He looks a bit like Master Harrison. Who? A composer from 1,000 years ago, Carrie Thomas' enlightening mentor. Oh, yeah, he does. Buddy, I have to remind you. Don't take the Summit armor training lightly just because you have good physical test results. You should increase your power gradually during the practice. Otherwise, you'll strain yourself easily. Although the atom therapy device can heal your injuries, you definitely don't want to experience that pain. One person offered some advice. That's right, that's right. With so many people gathering, Instructor Yeoman became angry. Is it you teaching him or me? Harrison, you need to be serious. I'm only teaching you for 2 weeks. I'm going to teach you the basic movements of walking, running, and jumping. If you can't learn them in 2 weeks, whoosh, Harrison Clark had already dashed off. He was very low-key. Although he could already control 50G of Azure Dragon armor, he only set the parameters to 10G in his first sprint with the new Summit armor, considering it was new equipment. He needed to quickly grasp the differences between the two armors. Fortunately, although the materials and principles of both individual soldier armors differed, the basic force feedback assistance was consistent. Just like someone who rides a bike smoothly can easily learn to ride an electric scooter, Harrison seamlessly transitioned between the two types of individual soldier armor. After all, he wasn't just any ordinary Azure Dragon armor operator in his previous life. He was a top-tier operator, a king among them. Jumping, propulsion mode. Even in 10G, he had no issues with the propulsion feeling. He started carving circles in the air and then landed, switching back to running mode. Oliver Yeoman caught up. What are you doing? Stop. Are you crazy? Harrison Clark turned sideways, kept running, and waved. Coach, yeah, I'm going to explore on my own first. It seems like you're really busy, so I won't waste your time. Speed up. 15G? Great, still perfectly controlled. 20G? Seeing him increase speed by 5G each time, Oliver Yeoman was scared out of his wits. Though he was arrogant on the surface. But when Nora Camp arranged Harrison for him, she had secretly instructed him to take good care of this newcomer. In order to find a way to suppress the newcomer's arrogance and make Harrison listen, Oliver Yeoman had made many preparations, starting coldly and then looking for the right opportunity to tell Harrison that he and General Camp were the only 2 awakeners in the base. Now with you, we have 3 in our base. Then Harrison would surely admire him sincerely, and the teaching work would go smoothly. He had prepared many tricks, planning to trap Harrison step by step, based on an excellent educational psychology concept. But he didn't expect Harrison to deviate from the script entirely. Which newcomer would be so reckless during their first practical training in Summit armor? Which one wouldn't be cautious for fear of making a mistake? Oliver Yeoman decided to speed up to catch up and calm this guy down. Buzz? Oliver Yeoman raised the performance of his Summit armor to 30G, just enough to catch up with Harrison, who had already risen to 25G. Just as he was about to grab Harrison, Harrison raised it to 30G. The distance between the two no longer closed but was maintained. Oliver Yeoman continued to speed up, 35G. Then Harrison rushed to 40G. Oliver Yeoman was dumbfounded. His personal best was a stable control of 39.3G, and going higher, there would be a considerable risk. But to catch Harrison, he gritted his teeth and went to 40G, then he gradually increased it. When he reached 40.3G, he could already hear the sound of his muscle fibers tearing. After that, Harrison rushed up to 50G all at once. Watching Harrison leave him in the dust, Oliver Yeoman broke down. The others were also completely stunned. The large training field was silent, leaving only the sound of Harrison cutting through the wind. After a long time, Harrison stopped. He asked Oliver Yeoman, Coach, yeah, how good do I have to be to get a D-class evaluation? Oliver Yeoman was extremely bewildered, yelling hoarsely, You're insane, why is your focus still on the D-class? You've really never touched Summit armor before? I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. Harrison Clark retorted, Isn't it clearly written in my personal information? Oliver Yeoman nodded, swallowing his saliva. Indeed, Harrison came from the slums as a new recruit, had no background, and could not have had access to Summit armor. So there was only one answer. Without a doubt, he was going to become the weakest awakener in the whole base. This guy was simply born for Summit armor. He was a freak. This kind of ability to learn and master immediately was simply inconceivable. The vast data square was magnificent. The new generation of neural link simulation technology made the virtual images exceptionally real. If viewed with the naked eye, every building and detail in this data square would appear entirely authentic. However, the resolution of thought was obviously much higher than the naked eye, thus, when people entered this data-composed universe, they could still perceive a distinctive sense of illusion. The sense of illusion did not hinder people from actively immersing themselves in it, just don't resist it and tell yourself that it's real. Then it becomes real enough. Around the square, well-known historical buildings of different nations were scattered. Only when they were here, would people of different skin colors recall their race from 1,000 years ago. Creating these virtual images of buildings was not to remind humanity that they came from different nations, but to tell everyone that humans have a long history and must have a better future. In the thousands of years before this, we had wars and struggles among ourselves. But now, we dwell together, protecting the same expanse of stars. To defend our existence, we will fight until the last moment. Harrison Clark was sitting at an outdoor tea table in a coffee house called Caesar Building in the corner of the square while savoring the long-lost Wei Mountain Mother Tree Jamaica Blue Mountain. The sweet tea entered his throat, and the chilly sensation soaked into his stomach. The perfect neural link allowed Harrison Clark's taste buds to enjoy pleasure that could not be experienced even with money. He planned to call out for an auxiliary intelligence and choose a holographic simulation task to test the waters. Friend, are you new here? Someone took a seat next to him. Harrison lowered his head and glanced at the dimly gleaming badge on his chest. The badge, representing the lowest intern status, exposed his newbie identity. He nodded, yes. The person exchanged 5 credit points for a cup of inland taipan, and asked, Need help? Harrison looked at him with suspicion. He appeared calm, not overly enthusiastic. However, under the circumstance of not knowing each other, he still took the initiative to offer assistance. It felt strange. Harrison simply asked, "Do you know me?" "No. Why are you so eager to help me?" "There are 361 days left before the war, and no one knows what will happen in the future. The more we help our comrades improve, the greater our chances of winning. Maybe you will save me someday?" he said with a beaming smile. Harrison was taken aback. He recalled Oliver Yeoman's apology yesterday. Oliver told Harrison that his bad attitude was actually a well-prepared teaching plan, but it was completely disrupted, making things awkward. Harrison accepted his apology. Coming back to his senses, Harrison let out a sigh. "Thank you for your enthusiasm, buddy, but I can handle it on my own." "No problem, just let me know if you need anything." The man picked up his teacup and left. Harrison let out a breath. He dared not interact with more people. With more acquaintances, there would be more flaws and heartaches. However, under this environment, those in the military were so kind and passionate. Their emotions had been suppressed to the extreme, yet it made them more determined in their goals. As long as they had a common goal, they could instantly become bosom friends. We need not worry about lacking friends on our journey, because those traveling together share their hearts. It took Harrison about 4 hours to fully understand the holographic simulation task library. The massive database with up to tens of millions of options seemed overwhelming. However, these were not his focus. After looking through the tasks, he sighed. None of the simulation tasks considered the situation he had actually encountered before. Humanity exhausted thousands of years of development and painstakingly prepared a huge interstellar fleet, only to be instantly destroyed from within, leaving one or several soldiers in summit armor. In this situation, how can they counterattack, Bender? Or how can they escape and continue their race? How can the barrier lying over the solar system be broken? All simulated operations were based on equal strength or not too disparate, with humans having a certain chance of winning. Everyone seemed to indulge in wishful thinking, believing that they could fight for a long time in real battles. Harrison couldn't find the reference he wanted. However, this was within expectations. Since there's no hope of winning, why simulate training? Just wash their necks and wait for death. But Harrison had long passed the stage of being easily discouraged. He checked his watch, and there were still more than 4 hours before his scheduled chess match with Nora Camp. He decided to try out some tasks and see how far he could go. "General, Harrison Clark has entered task K197354. Nora Camp stood with her hands behind her back in the command room. In front of her, the projection showed Harrison Clark in the simulated task. The objective of this task is to infiltrate the battleship of humanoid alien creatures and obtain their navigation chip. The aliens are codenamed K-19, who are designed to be incredibly strong, thick-skinned, impulsive, and irritable. The best past strategy of interned soldiers is to infiltrate from the top turret of the enemy ship, using a heavy metal cutting package. Then move through the enemy's ammunition transport channel, successfully entering the turret chamber. The enemy's firing rate is once every 3 minutes. As long as Sergeant Clark observes carefully before boarding, he will definitely notice this pattern. However, Sergeant Clark's actions will fail this time because he hasn't brought any auxiliary packages. The assistant officer explained to Nora Camp at a fast pace. In the screen, Harrison appeared 10 kilometers away from a disc-shaped battleship, quietly floating in space. The battleship's design was inspired by the classic space television series Star Trek from a millennium ago. Harrison's comment was that after so many years, the technicians were still so unimaginative, only copying the ancients, which was very disappointing. Harrison Clark begins silent gliding, 7 kilometers 3 kilometers. Nora Camp nods slightly. Before this, no one had told Harrison Clark about the silent gliding operation before boarding. Many rookies need to fail dozens of times or get guidance from veterans before figuring out how to approach enemy ships. Harrison Clark's combat intuition is as excellent as his operational talent, only lacking some experience, which can be gained through training. He's speeding up. He's rushing towards the left curvature engine of the enemy ship. The enemy ship has detected him and is on alert. The repulsion field shield is up. He fired a neutron bullet, using the curvature engine's set spatial interference, successfully broke into the shield. Instead of choosing the top turret, he's going straight for the enemy ship's external access. He's going to be surrounded by the 8 K-19 space fighters. 5 K-19 space fighters are surrounding him, only a veteran A-class fighter could. 10 minutes later, Harrison Clark, holding a large basket filled with dozens of thumbnail-sized chips, jumped into space and pressed the return ejection button. Behind him, a disc-shaped spacecraft, about the size of 8 football fields, was experiencing a series of explosions before turning into ash. Mission complete. During the entire battle, he demonstrated A-class fighting power, crushing everything in his path. He exploits the weaknesses of the enemy's designs to the extreme, is highly efficient at killing, and is not influenced by the enemy's blood splattering in the realistic simulation. He's as cold as a killing machine. Not just like one, he's exactly that. Black Bear Training Base Simulation Command Room is dead silent. No one could have expected that this rookie, Harrison Clark, would complete the task in such an overbearing and unscrupulous manner. Nora Camp is the first to recover, see his self-evaluation of the simulation task design. The battleship lacks imagination. The force field shield is too easily broken. It is unreasonable to assume the energy field fluctuations during commissioning of the curvature engine without understanding it. There is no clear evidence that the curvature effect will affect the force field shield. The Ape 9's design has flaws, shouldn't have a tail, and the fatal weaknesses in its back are too deliberate. The irritable and hot-headed nature makes it easy to break through the Ape 9's coordinated attacks. As an interstellar civilization, their willpower shouldn't be so weak. Harrison Clark wrote a long list, none of it positive, making the technicians responsible for the design of this level at the far end of the planet lose face. Dr. Owen, who had rushed over after hearing the news, looked at Harrison Clark's results. He collected almost all the chips in one pot, completing the task with a 1,400% surplus, which is pretty good. Nora Camp read aloud the last line of Harrison Clark's written evaluation. It's ludicrous that they have such technology to conquer us across star systems, yet their ship's internal structure is virtually identical to ours, even down to the location of the chips. Dr. Owen, Nora Camp shrugged. Call him over, I have to give a good compliment to this arrogant kid. Who does he think he is, looking down on our technicians? Does he know what aliens should look like? The assistant officer was about to send a message to Harrison Clark but noticed a change. He's entered the next task. What? He just completed a D-class simulation task with A-class evaluation and he's starting the next one already? Doesn't he get tired? The assistant officer nodded. Yes, and his overall military ranking has just risen from over 1,320,000 to 163,000. He's already D-class. Only D-class? Well, he did demonstrate A-class fighting power, but the task he did was originally for D-class and below rookies. 4 hours later, when Harrison Clark was about to exit the holographic simulation system, the badge on his chest had already turned into a red, hot gold 5-star. The 99th S-class rated player was born. It took only 4 hours, a historic top 3 achievement. 13 missions in total, all completed perfectly, all with the highest ratings, and no survivors left behind. Congratulations, Sergeant Clark, you are now an honorable S-class summit soldier. Extreme environment level permissions have been unlocked. Do you wish to begin your challenge now? Harrison Clark murmured to himself. Extreme environment? It's getting a bit interesting, as these tasks must set enemy conditions to be so strong that it is appalling. Unfortunately, there isn't enough time right now as he needed to play chess with the general. I'll come back next time. He instructed the AL assistant. Would you like to choose an exclusive code name or simply display your military number on the leaderboard? Harrison Clark thought for a moment and snapped his fingers. Call me Lone Ranger. AL assistant, are you sure? Can't be changed once confirmed. Harrison Clark nodded. Confirmed. A leaderboard immediately appeared in front of him, listing the rankings of many soldiers in the holographic simulation system. Going from top to bottom, his name was now ranked 99th. Information details are as follows. Name, CH. Military number, HWA 89757-711. Exclusive code, just call me Lone Ranger, please. Snort? I meant I want to be called Lone Ranger, not just call me Lone Ranger, please. I'm sorry, the code names cannot be changed once confirmed. Such an eyesore. Pushing open the door to Nora Camp's office. Nora Camp was looking at him with a pair of cold eyes. Hello, just call me Lone Ranger, please. Harrison Clark, god damn it. Bitter wine goes down, causing heartache. But she's clearly making a joke about me without even laughing. It just hurts even more. It must be so tiring to live such a repressed life, right? Before making a move, Harrison Clark wondered how to break through her cold-hearted logical mind. Just becoming a breeding tool won't achieve his goal. He must make her willing to challenge the rules for him. The chess game lasted a whole hour and a half. Both of them remained silent during the game. Harrison Clark was completely focused. Nora Camp even had sweat dripping from her temples. Eventually, even though Harrison lost miserably, he felt a sense of accomplishment when he looked at Nora's slightly reddened face from the intense mental exertion. Upon finishing, Harrison said, "It seems that I've made quite some progress recently. I can finally give you some trouble." Nora Camp nodded. "Your improvement in chess has indeed been rapid lately. In order to accurately test the extent of your improvement, I had to exert a lot of effort to maintain my previous level of play. Congratulations, you've advanced from amateur 1 Dan to 1.5 Dan. It took Harrison quite a while to realize why Nora had been sweating. Though she was an unparalleled master, it was quite challenging for her to maintain her previous level of handicap when facing the growing skills of a novice like him. Today's mental training session is over. You've worked hard. Go back and rest early. Nora issued an eviction order. As Harrison got up to leave, he couldn't help but say, "General, Harrison Clark." At the same time, Nora called him back too. Harrison made a polite gesture. "You first. Your performance in today's holographic simulation training was excellent, so I've already submitted a report to the military department to promptly promote your military rank to warrant officer. You'll likely become the first rookie in nearly a decade to be promoted to warrant officer without ever going on a mission. When you board a battleship, you will be able to directly serve as the captain of the special duty squad of any battleship. Moreover, after becoming a warrant officer, your family can leave the slums and enjoy the benefits of elite citizens." Indeed, in this era, Harrison Clark had a family. Although he had been sent to a specialized school at the age of 2 due to his above-average potential, he had spent no more than 10 days with his family. But this time, he was not a synthetic human. After Sergei's coup, the perverse policy of synthetic humans was never born. The world government encouraged even more men and women to freely form relationships, and in various ways. Couples could proactively conceive and nurture their offspring, receiving the highest subsidies for doing so. Or, based on personal preferences, they could select a mate and each provide a single strand of DNA, with slightly less subsidy for doing so. If they opted for nurturing the child themselves, the subsidy would be a bit higher. Alternatively, they could simply participate in matchmaking events or online meetings, submit a report on their chosen match, and let machines handle the sampling and artificial cultivation. This was the easiest, but received the lowest subsidy. To encourage reproduction and sustain the race, the world government made many efforts. The new reproductive model was closer to the natural order than the synthetic human policy from Harrison's previous experience, both maintaining gene diversity and significantly alleviating citizens' fear of the troublesome process of raising offspring. Harrison himself was a product of the second mode of reproduction, but to be honest, his parents wanted him for the reproduction subsidy, not to raise him into an adult. While he always felt this was unreasonable, it was still better than the previous scenario. He didn't know when it started, but the fear of the hassle of raising children had surpassed the biological instinct to preserve the love between couples. As technology advanced and human intelligence improved, the concept of child-free living even surpassed traditional views of continuing one's lineage, gaining overwhelming prominence. The high-subsidy policies of the world government were a reluctant compromise to encourage population growth. 1,000 years ago, raising a child into adulthood was a difficult war for parents, yet people did it willingly. In an era where advanced technology and low-cost artificial intelligence assistance can make child-rearing exponentially easier, people should not be so resistant. The logic of cause and effect reversed. In the end, it evolved into what it is today. Harrison believed something must have gone wrong, but he couldn't find the reason for now. Thank you. It's an honor to become a warrant officer. Furthermore, you can start choosing which battleship to board. I'll take the liberty to recommend my own ship, the Giant Wave. Oh, what were you going to say earlier? Harrison hesitated for a long time before saying, no, it's nothing. Don't hold back, feel free to speak your mind. Harrison Clark, desserts are not good for your health. I know you like them, but try to eat less. Having said that, he took a paper box from his bag and handed it to Nora. I made these myself this morning. Give it a try. Nora took the box with suspicion, tasted a bite, and said, made with natural ingredients, it has a different texture than molecular foods, and it tastes quite good. It's very thoughtful of you. But how did you know I like sweets and that my favorite is strawberry cheesecake? This is my little secret. I guessed. After saying that, Harrison left. He felt a little disappointed. Okay, he admitted that he wasn't good at wooing women, but he really tried his best. He also felt a bit regretful. He shouldn't have been so impulsive and should have taken it slower. But every day he waited, he felt wasting that time was a loss, and a burning anxiety inside him prevented him from finding peace. These past few days, he had performed so outstandingly, yet he still hadn't managed to make her take the initiative to consider reproducing with him, and he didn't know where the problem was. He tried to show off, attempted to get close with chess, and even made dessert, but still, it didn't work, and he was at a loss. Harrison Clark wanted to bring it up just now, but as he was about to speak, he hesitated and took a step back. That's what it's like for someone who's never chased a girl. If the girl doesn't take the initiative, he wouldn't know how to take the lead. Back in the dormitory, Harrison Clark pondered for 5 seconds, put aside studying the preschool teaching materials, and started watching romance movies from the ancient times. I will learn. 7 days passed, and Harrison Clark had become the top-ranked student in the holographic simulation training system at an unprecedented speed. His overall single soldier ability assessment ranked first globally, even surpassing some senior soldiers who had trained for over 10 years and boarded battleships. His overall score reached 178,415 points, leading the second place by more than 2,000 points. This advantage wasn't particularly significant. If the second-ranked person achieved a few perfect evaluations in the upcoming S-level tasks, they could overtake him. But being first is still first, and Harrison Clark's military rank was promoted to lieutenant smoothly. In the meantime, he launched a series of intense moves towards Nora Camp. He first confirmed that the battleship he would board was the Giant Wave, then volunteered for the position of captain of the Giant Wave's task force. He also sweet-talked Nora Camp into appointing him as the chief security officer of the captain. Harrison accompanied Nora Camp aboard the time machine to the space station to attend meetings and training. Nora Camp liked playing chess, so he studied it crazily. Nora Camp enjoyed simulating battles in her mind while looking at the star charts of the Milky Way, and he also took the initiative to do so. Bender. General Nora Camp wasn't a fool. She quickly understood Harrison Clark's changes. She wasn't angry, just a little amused, but couldn't laugh. One day, after playing chess with Harrison Clark, she laid her cards on the table. Do you want to pair with me? Harrison Clark's eyes slightly evaded hers, but soon he looked firmly back at her. Yes. Actually, you didn't need to beat around the bush. The method you used to court me seems to come from the concept of love from 1,000 years ago. Harrison Clark was taken aback. Yes. Such an approach is already outdated. Modern pairing methods are much more efficient. A week ago, you should have told me directly, and I would not have refused you. Harrison Clark felt slightly delighted. Nora Camp, although I've never paired with anyone before, my egg cells have already been stored. I'll transfer one to you right now. Our genes should be very compatible. Harrison Clark's mood plummeted. I want more than just this. What do you want, then? Harrison Clark tried to make his expression more serious. I hope for a more direct method for you to carry the child. Nora Camp fell into contemplation as if weighing the pros and cons. No, it would be too time-consuming. Harrison Clark never expected her to think this way. But I have analyzed all our base pairs, and if we use artificial cultivation, the embryo is bound to be unable to survive. Let's just forget it then. Don't you want to reproduce better offspring to increase humanity's chances of victory? Harrison Clark repeated what she had said in his previous life. Nora Camp thought for a moment. Of course I do. But you're only a worthy match for me, not an outstanding one. I don't deserve to waste so much time on bodily fluid exchange for such a small improvement. Harrison Clark became anxious and asked the question he had always wanted to but kept deep in his heart. Is playing chess with me not a waste of time? Chess is an essential way for me to train my thinking. Harrison Clark raised his voice. Stop making excuses. You know that with your strategic capabilities already at their peak, it's hard to improve any further. With someone like you, don't you realize using chess to train your thinking is the biggest waste of time? You're lying to yourself? Don't you find this strange? The atmosphere in the general's office suddenly became tense. Nora Camp briefly appeared lost, her eyes unfocused. After a long while, her gaze gathered again, and she answered confidently, No, I don't find it strange. All captains and leaders are like this. We believe that we are under immense pressure and must find a hobby worth investing in to relieve stress. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to bear the weight of our responsibilities and have the courage to face unknown enemies. Maintaining our hobbies and staying true to ourselves are prerequisites for preserving our fighting spirit in war. It's crucial. In Nora Camp's words, everything seemed so natural. Harrison Clark was puzzled. If such a thing happened 1,000 years ago, any person with a sane mind would think there's a problem, not just with one person, but with everyone being off. But in this era, these supposedly highly intelligent people were completely unaware. The basic worldview of the entire human society's top tier had been infiltrated. This infiltration ran deep into the marrow, becoming customary common sense, just like Earth's rotation and revolution. In the dark depths of night, the moon was bright and the stars scarce. Harrison Clark stood on the balcony of his personal suite, gazing at the sky with his thoughts wandering among the stars. Drip, drip, drip. A notification sounded, signaling the return of someone downstairs. Harrison picked up his communicator. Lion, are you there? Daniel Thompson's slightly tired voice came through. What's up? Want to chat? I'll be right there. 3 minutes later, Daniel appeared on Harrison's balcony, propping his feet up and holding a stemmed glass, commenting, the perks of a captain, even your drinks are fresher than mine. Don't tease, Lion. Did you just finish a mission? Harrison noticed several red marks on Daniel's face, which had been left by the atom therapy device after performing deep wound repair. Yes, there was a collapse in the lower level of a collection station on Callisto. I took a small repair team with me. What happened to your face? Another collapse occurred when we were setting up the equipment. Harrison was shocked. Were there any casualties? We lost 3 comrades. Thankfully, the mission was still successfully completed in the end. Harrison fell silent for a while. Lion, do you feel sad when you see your comrades die? Why should I be sad? You don't know how important that collection station is. To die for the greater mission is an honor. I won't feel sad for their sacrifice, I'll be proud of them. I don't want others to have any emotional fluctuations because of my death, affecting their judgments. But they still died, didn't they? How can you be so cold-blooded? Daniel thought for a few seconds. I wanted to save them at the time. I blocked the falling ice with my own body. But their engineering armor wasn't as strong as our summit armor, so they still died. If I could, I'd rather die in their place. I'm not cold-blooded, I just know I shouldn't be sad. Harrison pondered Daniel's words for a long time. Living so rationally all the time makes you seem less like a human and more like a robot. Daniel asked, What do you mean? Let's first discuss the definition of a living organism. Lion, do you know the structure of E. coli bacteriophage? Harrison asked Lucia, his smart assistant, to project a 3D structural diagram of the bacteriophage. Clearly, Daniel had never paid attention to such basic knowledge before, and found it fascinating. Harrison pointed at the bacteriophage projection and asked, Doesn't this look like the lunar module used when humans first landed on the moon? Daniel nodded. It does. It's a delicate biological structure. Nature is truly incredible. Do you think this is biological or mechanical? Daniel thought about it. In a sense, it's mechanical. Harrison inquired further, but bacteriophages also have DNA. Daniel pondered. Okay, so it's biological, but through artificial synthesis, we can now directly create bacteriophages. Harrison smiled. So you're saying that isn't a paradox? We can synthesize them, but nature can too. Is it mechanical or alive? Daniel was baffled by Harrison's question and fell silent. Harrison took a deep breath. In fact, we humans are just thousands of times more complex than bacteriophages. Our essence is essentially the same. Daniel resolutely disagreed, but so far, humans still cannot be directly manufactured through atomic instruments. Harrison continued, but what about 1,000 years from now? Wouldn't that be possible? Daniel thought it over for 5 minutes. Possible? Harrison did not answer him, and just said, theoretically, if we can manufacture atoms point to point, then we should be able to create humans point to point from nothing. But why did researchers give up on this, and all theoretical predictions point to the impossibility of ever achieving it due to infinite difficulty? Daniel looked stunned. You've actually looked into this? Yes, I've read all the relevant articles. Researchers analyzed many difficulties, but in my view, they're all wildly wrong. They only got one conclusion right, which is that the difficulty is infinite. However, isn't the human body just various organic molecules combined and stacked upon one another? Why is the difficulty infinite? Daniel was once again stumped by Harrison's question. Let me tell you the answer, Lion. Because we can replicate the body, but we cannot replicate thoughts and emotions. Thoughts and emotions are infinitely complex, they even contain the entire universe, so they can never be artificially created. We can create a human body, but it's just an empty shell. We can insert a chip into the shell that moves it through biological electricity, making it seem like a real person, but it is not truly a person. What Harrison was talking about was a study conducted by a group of scientists over 200 years ago. Their papers are publicly available and can even be found in middle school textbooks. Of course, ever since the research failed multiple times, the government had already cancelled the project. Although the project was a failure and violates ethical principles, it did provide important scientific references. Daniel looked puzzled at Harrison. What exactly are you trying to say? What I'm trying to say is that when a friend, brother, comrade, or family member dies, we should feel sad. Because emotions are essential to us. Without our rich emotions, we're no longer human, we're machines. In fact, I even consider entities like bacteriophages or other animals and plants, which can only follow their biological instincts and not make decisions against their instincts based on emotions, to not be living organisms at all. These are machines created by nature. The difference between nature's machines and those created by humans is simply that machines created by the universe and nature are more precise, and those created by humans haven't reached that level of precision yet. There's no essential difference. Only by developing rich emotions can a life form transcend the category of machines. As for humans, the reason we are an important species in the universe, and the reason we want to continue to exist, is not to preserve our bodies, but to preserve the thoughts and emotions of all humans. It's our thoughts and emotions that grant us the status of a true civilization. Without emotions, how would we differ from the countless rare plants and animals that went extinct in the depths of history? Seen from the perspective of the universe, we humans are nothing more than a pitiful, extinct species of valuable machines. The reason why we refuse to give up and still want to continue living, why for hundreds of years people have been willing to board ships filled with gene banks to crash into the invader barrier in the solar system, trying to break through and continue our race. Even if there's no hope, people still keep on going. It's because our emotions tell us we don't want to be finished. Even if it's sacrifice, it's the deepest feelings in all of us that make us willing to sacrifice rather than rely on some bullshit logic. If we strictly follow logic, no one would want to die. Because survival is the most fundamental and essential logic. Our emotions have been overcoming logic, but why can't you guys wake up? Lion, wake up? Logic is useful indeed, but even the most perfect logic cannot completely replace the need for emotion. You, General Camp, and everyone are like this. Can't you really realize that something is wrong with this situation? Harrison Clark grabbed Daniel Thompson's shoulders and shook them violently. Your comrade just sacrificed himself? You risked your life to save others but couldn't save them? You should be devastated, even if you're strong enough not to shed tears. At least show me a sad expression. Time seemed to stand still for a long while. Harrison Clark almost thought he had succeeded. But Daniel Thompson shook his head awkwardly. I can make a sad expression, but that's still my rational judgment, not an action driven by emotions. I still don't quite understand what you mean. Harrison Clark turned his gaze to the single-story villa belonging to Commander Nora Camp of this base. He knew that she had heard his words, too. Harrison Clark's words were meant to be heard by everyone. But unfortunately, it seemed that no one could understand them. The night sky remained tranquil, with only the whispering sounds of time machines breaking through the sky in the distance. Harrison Clark waved his hand. Lion, go rest. I'm tired, and so are you. He hadn't experienced such loneliness in a long time. This was once a situation he had longed for, as he was the first person who didn't want to get involved with everyone and just wanted to travel 1,000 years into the future to pass the days. But now he hated this state of being. This place was truly terrible. Daniel Thompson nodded. All right, I'm leaving. Off you go, then. Actually, I forgot to tell you one thing. Among the sacrifice technicians, Vincent Lewis was my partner, the mother of my son. I've watched movies and TV shows before, and in this situation, it seems I should be heartbroken, but I just can't feel it. As Daniel Thompson spoke, he shook his head and left with a sway. Harrison Clark felt like he was in an ice cave. This was the heaviest blow he had received since his determination to strive hard. It almost made him collapse on the spot. But in half an hour, he finally managed to recover himself. Because he remembered that tear Nora Camp shed at the last moment. That tear, floating in the air like a crystal, had suddenly become the most steadfast support deep in his heart. According to the current intensity of infiltration, even if humanity was extinguished, and even if Nora Camp found out that her little hobby was a pathetic conspiracy, that she finally realized she had been used, she could feel pain, regret, frustration, and despair, but she shouldn't have cried. Her tears proved that in that instant, the fundamental human emotions that belonged to her had been revived, and the dormant amygdala in her had regained its vitality. There are two possibilities. At that moment, the hidden psychological suggestion had weakened. Or perhaps Nora Camp, due to her pregnancy, was secreting more progesterone, making the part of her emotions that belonged to a mother particularly active and breaking the shackles of the infiltrating suggestion. Harrison Clark took a deep breath and reminded himself, there is still hope. I cannot give up, I cannot despair. As far as I can see, in this entire world, I am the only awake person left. I must get her pregnant. I must try to awaken the part of human emotions within her and open a gap in the high wall built by the nearly impregnable psychological suggestions, Bender. Harrison Clark's intuition told him that once he succeeded this time, maybe next time they could completely eliminate the psychological infiltration. He ground his teeth in determination. Am I still not stunning and outstanding enough? Then it'll become even more stunning? If emotional advances aren't working, then it'll continue to grow stronger, strong enough to break records, and use my tender body to seduce her. Harrison Clark opened a document with technical information. The information was about the gene fluid injection that every baby must undergo at birth and can only experience once in their lifetime. He decided to gamble. He bet that his body, copied and pasted from 1,000 years ago, had not yet undergone the gene fluid injection. He bet that the effects of serum and gene fluid only seemed similar but had essential differences. He bet that he could undergo another metamorphosis. Even though the infant mortality rate is 1/3, and the adult mortality rate is twice that of infants, reaching 2/3. He decided to take the gamble. General Camp, I hope you will consider my application more carefully. In Nora Camp's office, Harrison Clark stood with his hands behind his back and his chest puffed out as he spoke. Nora Camp stopped arranging the chessboard and said without a doubt, impossible. No one can have a gene injection twice. It's absurd. You're just causing your death, a death without any value. Go back. I should decide my own fate. No, your life is not just yours. The Army has invested unimaginable resources to train you to this point. The free educational resources you've enjoyed since childhood. The cost of producing each meal for you is enough to meet the consumption of an ordinary family in a slum for a week. The wear and tear on the summit armor you use daily for training, as well as the operation and maintenance costs of the holographic simulation system. Nora Camp rebuffed Harrison Clark for a long time, causing him to return empty-handed. Harrison Clark returned to his dormitory feeling dejected. After making up his mind earlier, he had consulted the personal information system. Gene modification technology was indeed widely available to the public, but it was tightly controlled by the military. The distribution and injection of gene fluids were strictly controlled to prevent some people from recklessly trying to get a second injection. As expected, Harrison Clark's application was rejected. He then approached Nora Camp, hoping to enjoy a special privilege through the military's internal system. He tried to argue that he had never had a gene injection, but the medical team didn't buy it. Their assessment still showed that he had not only undergone a modification but also completed a gene awakening. So, he was rejected again. The next day, Harrison Clark returned to Nora Camp's office and submitted an application for retirement, which was also refused. If he was still an ordinary soldier, he could have left at will. However, now he topped the holographic simulation system's comprehensive evaluation ranking and was the target that countless fighters looked up to and strove to catch up with. He couldn't leave. 2 months passed. Harrison Clark did something that shocked the Black Bear training base and all military camps worldwide. After meticulous planning, he went on his first field mission. Upon perfectly completing the mission, he chose to leave his summit armor on the supply vehicle and disappeared without a trace. He became a deserter. Over the past 2 months, he had made full preparations, thoroughly understood the military's monitoring system, and honed his ability to survive in the wild and conceal his trail to the extreme. No matter how hard the dispatched search teams tried, they couldn't find him even with the help of life detectors and scanners. Unknowingly, more than 10 days passed, and Harrison Clark appeared outside a dilapidated and deserted small town. With the advancement of technology, urbanization, and the expansion of space stations, the Earth was no longer as crowded as it used to be. Highly modernized farming machinery could fully meet human labor demands. Agriculture population could comfortably live in cities and remotely control machines for cultivation and harvesting. Almost everyone lived in large, centralized, and highly modernized megacities. The urbanization rate was 100%. The small town system of the past had long been consigned to history. Now, small towns that still had buildings mostly existed as cultural relics, and city students would come there for sightseeing and admiring the ancient sites on their trips. But the small town Harrison Clark was in was different. This town was located in the Glasgow province of the Pacific region. Since ancient times, Glasgow has been vast and sparsely populated, and now it seemed even more vast and empty. The town was more than 800 kilometers away from the nearest big city in a straight line. Logically, this place should have been completely abandoned, but it was not the case. It seemed desolate, but only the buildings were old and abandoned, not the town's atmosphere. There were quite a few people walking around the streets and alleys, making the place quite lively. The clothing styles here were not as modern as those in the military camps and big cities, and there were no floating vehicles in the sky. Instead, occasionally, old motorcycles and electric bikes passed by on the ground. Only when a large flying vehicle took off from the other side of the town could people realize that this was a small town in the 30th century. Behind the mountain on the side of the town, a cone-shaped metal structure emerged. Harrison Clark recognized this thing as an under-construction large propellant spaceship. This was the base of the escapees, also known as explorers. Freedom Town. The logos painted on the large flying vehicles carrying supplies belonged to several leading resource recycling companies worldwide. Harrison Clark rubbed his stiff face from wearing the disguise gel for too long, swallowed a DNA scanning interference capsule, and walked straight in. Apart from the above measures, he was also wearing a transmission suit that could block neutrino scanning and prevent his body shape from appearing on the global neutrino radar. He had taken his anti-tracking efforts to the extreme. It's not that he was overly cautious. The more advanced the technology, the fewer secrets one could keep. Criminals, in a broader sense, had long disappeared, and hardly anyone could escape the military's pursuit. Except for Harrison Clark, only one person had managed to escape the military's manhunt in the past 10 years, Needham Brown, the security chief of Freedom Town. Needham Brown didn't desert the military as a soldier. He was a research assistant in a research institute subordinate to the Ancient Civilization Research Institute. His research work involved being a subject for study. From his birth until he was 12, he was studied like this. But then he managed to escape, and 10 years had passed since then. The military briefly pursued him but eventually let the matter go. The people in the town were very friendly. Even when they saw Harrison Clark, a new face, they didn't show any hostility. Instead, they approached him and chatted warmly with him, trying to help him blend into the town atmosphere as quickly as possible. Harrison Clark settled into an inn, chatted casually with the passers-by, and then went to the town's tavern to buy some vodka using the world government's credit points. He sat by the window in the tavern, took a sip of vodka, and its spicy taste went down his throat, making him feel incredibly refreshed. He liked this relaxed atmosphere very much. Friend, are you new here? You look strong. Have you received basic professional military training? A young man with a delicate face appeared in front of him and sat down, holding a white porcelain bottle of Mau Tai in his hand. Harrison Clark nodded. Yes. Are you interested in joining our vanguard and becoming a warrior? The young man asked again. Harrison Clark counter-questioned. Who are we fighting against? I don't know. We plan to rush to the edge of the solar system and deal with whatever comes. Every 10 years, we do this once, and this should be the last attempt. The young man shrugged. Harrison Clark thought for a moment. Do all the fugitives love courting death? It's not courting death, it's striving for hope. Are you also enthusiastic about strangers? Aren't you afraid of the military's spies? The young man sneered. What's there to be afraid of? Do you really think there's anything new under the sun? They've always known about our existence and know what we're going to do. Harrison Clark nodded, indicating he understood. That made sense. With the current military control, if they really want to wipe out the space for the fugitives, it wouldn't take any effort. Just like last time, one shot from the main ship, and all turned to ashes. The military is reluctant to let the elite fighters they have cultivated die in vain by crashing into the invader barrier. Here, there are private individuals willing to put in their own money and effort, along with others willing to risk their lives to help collect data. The military is happy to see that. This may be a new form of cooperation that has evolved and reasonably emerged under the distorted social system. Bender. At the same time, Harrison Clark also found that the crowd of explorers was indeed different. They seemed to be loyal followers of Sergei, believing in Sergei's theory, so they forced themselves to become more enthusiastic and live like real human beings. But Harrison Clark knew that no matter how hard they tried, their true nature was still to replace emotions with logic. No matter how much they pretended, essentially they remained different. I won't join your vanguard, I have my own plans. Needham Brown, give me one gene serum, and I'll owe you a favor. Harrison Clark directly called out the young man's name. Needham Brown slowly leaned back, his expressions changing rapidly. Harrison Clark felt twisted and uncomfortable. He couldn't imagine what it would feel like for someone to decide to make different expressions through their thoughts. Captain Clark, you really know how to joke. Do I look like I'm joking? A favor? What can you use to repay us? Do you know what the military's arrest warrant says about you right now? What does it say? Your value alone is equivalent to a battlecruiser. Harrison Clark shrugged. That's so cheap, I thought I would be worth more. Don't try to change the subject. The military is turning a blind eye to us now, but if I give you a gene serum and let you die here, they will definitely take action because we've caused them a major loss. This is the last time the Explorer spaceship will be launched, and I won't allow any accidents to happen. As Needham Brown made his stance clearer, more and more people in the tavern slowly stood up. Many of them quietly put their hands on their waists, their fingers resting on the phase particle guns. Harrison Clark remained calm. So, what do you mean? If you're willing to join the vanguard, our people will find a way to help you fix your identity. But if you want the gene serum, I'll have to capture you and send you back to the military so I can at least get some reward and resources. Attack? In an instant, Harrison Clark and over 20 people in the tavern, including Needham Brown, burst into action. Harrison Clark's figure turned into a ghostly shadow, flashing back and forth. He darted left and right, up and down. Every punch he threw was heavy and powerful. He pushed his body, capable of withstanding 50 g acceleration, to the limit. With his well-honed fighting skills, no one in the tavern was a match for him except Needham Brown. These people couldn't even aim because Harrison Clark was too fast and skilled. Harrison Clark perfectly demonstrated to these semi-skilled fugitive fighters what the strongest ace elite in the military looked like. 30 seconds later, the large tavern was filled with counterfeit customers lying unconscious on the floor. The bartender and the bar workers groaned and struggled, hanging on walls or beams. Needham Brown's hands hung weakly, his weapons long disarmed by Harrison Clark. Harrison Clark kicked Needham Brown squarely in the chest, sending him flying backwards and smashing countless tables and chairs. I originally wanted to have a nice chat and ask for or buy a gene serum. But since you didn't give me a chance, you can't blame me for stealing it. Needham Brown, lying in the pile of debris, struggled to his feet, disbelief all over his face. Impossible. I'm at least an S-class fighter in your assessment system, our difference shouldn't be this big. Harrison Clark left a remark, a little difference can create a huge error. Goodbye. With that, he dashed out of the tavern, heading straight for the back mountain of Freedom Town. He didn't kill anyone. In his opinion, these people were quite respectable, just a little weaker, damn it. Send out all the armored soldiers. He must be caught. In the tavern, Needham Brown called out to his AL assistant, roaring with exhaustion. Both his arms were broken, and he barely maintained his balance as he stumbled out of the tavern, getting in a car and heading straight for the security office of Freedom Town. His personal equipment was there. He had to report Harrison Clark's actions to the military as soon as possible, only then would he be able to clear his name. Needham Brown entered the office and quickly finished the report with relief. He then placed both his hands under the Atom Therapy Device's scanner and set the power output to the maximum. The broken bones, tendons, and damaged nerves were quickly restored under the radiation treatment, but the pain caused by the high power output felt like his hands were in boiling oil. Cold sweat dripped from Needham Brown's forehead, but he did not scream. Instead, he continued to collect battlefield reports from the rear of the town through his personal information system, making battle plans and arrangements to try and stop Harrison Clark. Unfortunately, all his efforts were in vain. Harrison Clark knew the deployment of Freedom Town's military force like the back of his hand, as well as the locations of the hidden weapons caches. Combined with his terrifying special forces capabilities, he tore through the opposition like a bulldozer. There were nearly 12 lines of defense at the inner base camp. Under ideal conditions, these 12 lines could withstand an attack from more than 50 regular soldiers. However, the outcome suggested that the top brass of the deserters either underestimated the combat power of the regular army or that Harrison Clark, the top-ranking super soldier, was too formidable. In just 10 minutes, Harrison Clark had broken through the last line of defense. No good. He's about to reach our bioexperimentation lab. He's a monster. We can't aim at him. The team member's roar came through Needham Brown's communicator. Already wearing his Azure Dragon armor and rushing forward, Needham Brown quickly said, if you can't lock onto him visually, switch to automatic mode and let the AL lock onto him. We can't. Our AL support core is a watered-down version leaked by the military. We can't lock onto an active military soldier. Needham Brown was almost ready to spit blood. Damn it, why haven't they expelled this deserter from the military yet? Don't worry, we're almost there. The AL support system of the Azure Dragon armor is sufficient, let's see if we don't bring him down. With that, the 5-man Azure Dragon armor team led by Needham Brown accelerated forward. In 30 seconds, they would appear in front of Harrison Clark. No matter how strong Harrison Clark was, Needham Brown was confident they could defeat him. But at that moment, even more alarming news came from the battlefield through the communicator. He found our weapons storage and broke into it. Needham Brown was shocked. How could he possibly know the entrance to the weapons storage? He's Harrison Clark, the king of S-rank soldiers? He's the captain of the battleship's guard. He has high clearance? Needham Brown was silent for a few seconds. True enough. But it doesn't matter. Apart from the Azure Dragon armor, there are only ordinary individual weapons in the weapons storage. They won't help him. We can still take him down. After cutting off the communicator, Needham Brown urged the others and himself to speed up again. As for the possibility of Harrison Clark wearing the Azure Dragon armor, Needham Brown never even considered it. The operation of the Summit armor was much simpler than the Azure Dragon armor. Though Harrison Clark's Summit armor control was unparalleled throughout history, it did not mean he could operate the Azure Dragon armor. The complexity of the two armors was vastly different. Without systematic training, putting on the Azure Dragon armor not only wouldn't increase one's strength, but it could even injure the wearer just by taking the first step. The Azure Dragon armor, an outdated equipment already abandoned by the government for decades, was used as the main equipment of the Explorer faction only because they had no other choice. Harrison Clark was a professional soldier. He had better options, so he couldn't have learned to operate the Azure Dragon armor. 5 seconds later, Harrison Clark, wearing a black, modified Azure Dragon armor, broke through the door of the weapons storage and charged out. Synchronously, a group of 5 Azure Dragon armors, 4 white and 1 black, appeared in front of him. Needham Brown's teammate shouted, "This guy's too bold. He doesn't know when to give up, daring to wear Captain Brown's spare armor." Needham Brown nodded. He probably saw the unique color of the modified armor and thought the black Azure Dragon armor was more powerful. Tisk, tisk, serves him right. This time, we can't be blamed. Harrison Clark flexed his body slightly. So far so good, it felt quite familiar to him. This particular black Azure Dragon armor modified seemed to be the prototype, almost identical to the one Martha Owen had made for him long ago, very smooth to operate. Harrison Clark said, I suggest you step aside and let me take just one vial of gene serum. This way, whether I live or die, you can clear your names. I'll naturally send a battle report to the military. Needham Brown shook his head. If you don't want to die, I also suggest you not make any reckless moves. Operating the Azure Dragon armor is much more challenging than your summit armor. One wrong move and you will be torn to pieces. Harrison Clark shrugged. Thank you for the warning, but I don't need it. With that, he forcefully stepped forward. The sonokinetic vibration blade drew a strange curve in midair while several propulsion devices at his back burst full force. In that instant, he pulled the power up to 50G. This was a technique he had created on his own, focusing on an all-out surprise attack. This move, he called it Soaring Swallow Strike. In a flash, he closed the gap of several dozen meters between him and Needham Brown, whose helmet now showed a dynamic capture. He was astonished. Harrison Clark's movements, his proficiency in the Azure Dragon armor, couldn't possibly be his first time. Every detail was perfected to the extreme. He had brought out the performance of the spare armor to a height that Needham Brown had never imagined before. But Needham Brown had no intention of surrendering, and he quickly raised his alloy shield to block the attack. But the collision didn't happen as he expected, and Harrison Clark changed direction at the last moment and moved to the other side even faster. To maximize the turning acceleration, Harrison Clark even threw the alloy shield he was carrying. 2 consecutive booming sounds were heard. Needham Brown surveyed his surroundings with his shield. His teammate on the left had been knocked down by the alloy shield, and the nuclear fusion energy pack on his chest had been knocked off, disconnecting the circuit. His teammate on the right stood still, as Harrison Clark had already left his side. Sparks splattered on this teammate's Azure Dragon armor, with the fractured circuitry falling off in patches. In that instant, Harrison Clark struck him with at least 10 slashes, completely destroying his armor's transmission system. Bender. Slap. Unknowingly, Harrison Clark had the particle gun in his hand and hit the third Azure Dragon armor's control helmet. The powerful particle voltage went straight down from the data line at the top of the helmet, burning the control circuitry of the third unit. No, Needham Brown screamed. He looked back at the second unit on the left, the last teammate with any mobility in extreme shock. It turned out that at some point, a high-explosive plasma bomb had appeared in front of this teammate. The violent explosion suddenly erupted, and the crackling red plasma engulfed this person with flames. When the aftermath of the explosion dissipated, Needham Brown found that this teammate was not dead. The plasma had only burned through his chest armor, revealing the white skin of his chest cavity. His chest hair had been scorched away, but he was otherwise unharmed. It turned out that when Harrison Clark had thrown the shield earlier, he had also affixed the bomb to it, using the alloy shield to cover and ejected into that position during the collision. This kind of combat intuition, keen judgment, and horrific on-the-spot battle plan-making ability left Needham Brown dumbfounded. His gaze was scattered, and he felt disoriented. Needham Brown had never actually fought Harrison Clark in full armor, but his mentality had already collapsed. His sword-wielding hand gradually lost strength, devoid of any courage to fight back. Needham Brown desperately screamed in his heart, unwilling to surrender like a pitiful coward. But the deepest logic in his heart completely controlled his body, preventing him from making any moves. Because the logic told him that he must never confront Harrison Clark again. Harrison Clark returned with his single-handed sword in front of Needham Brown. Are you sure you still want to stop me? You're a little stronger than your teammates, but I can't guarantee that I won't spare your life. Harrison Clark shrugged. Controlling how much I hold back is 10 times harder than fighting with all my might. Needham Brown collapsed to the ground in despair, pointing to the biological laboratory of Freedom Town evacuees in the distance. You go. Thank you for showing me mercy. You're welcome. Harrison Clark turned and left. Needham Brown shouted from behind, why are you so strong? Without turning back, Harrison Clark casually waved his hand. As I said before, a small error leads to a great distance. The gap between you and me is 1,000 miles. Inside the biological laboratory, no one dared to stop him anymore, and the technicians even voluntarily brought out an alloy box. Inside was a vial of gene fluid. Harrison Clark took the box, nonchalantly removed the Azure Dragon armor, and jumped into the adjacent life support system. He then sat up and asked the technician, please help me activate the life support mode. Still wearing the modified Azure Dragon armor, Needham Brown didn't rush in. He just shouted from outside the door, Harrison Clark, don't do it. You can't die. Harrison Clark grinned, of course I won't die. After saying that, he picked up the gene fluid syringe, jabbed it into the spinal position, and completed the injection. Then he threw away the syringe, lay on his back, and the technicians scrambled to activate the life support system. Needham Brown's thoughts raced through his mind. In the end, he only called up the smart assistant and said, report to the military that Harrison Clark has stolen a vial of gene fluid and disappeared. 3 days later, Harrison Clark woke up slowly in a daze. The bed was soft, and the touch of the sheets felt excellent. He opened his eyes and glanced at the spaceship standing not far away from the window. This room must be located in one of the villas in Freedom Town's headquarters office compound. Sensing the movement in the room, the door was suddenly pushed open. Needham Brown and several Freedom Town faction leaders entered the room. There were men, women, young and old among the leaders. They all looked at Harrison Clark with complicated expressions. A technician in a white coat came out of a piece of equipment on the other side of the room. Captain Clark, congratulations. You have become the first human being to complete a second gene awakening. Your gene awakening percentage now stands at 31.77%. You are the first person in human history with a gene awakening level exceeding 31%. Harrison Clark nodded. Thank you. Then he looked at Needham Brown again. What did the military say? A middle-aged man in a suit spoke first. We lied to the military. They don't know you're here. Do you want to stay? Harrison Clark thought to himself, finding it funny because there was no way they didn't know. They hadn't taken any action so far, probably because he had survived the gene fluid technology transformation. The military was reassessing him from being a deserter, and simply hadn't made a decision yet. After thinking about it, he said, I'll stay for a while and adapt before deciding. Sorry for the inconvenience. By the way, I can help train the Azure Dragon armor operators when I'm free. I'm pretty good at this. Actually, he had his eye on something else. The knowledge base of Freedom Town was very attractive to him. While most of the knowledge acquired by Freedom Town was outdated to the world government, it was more in line with Harrison Clark's needs. Harrison Clark stayed behind. He divided his daily time into 3 parts. Every day, he spent 2 hours instructing the fighters in the Runners faction, helping them improve their Azure Dragon armor control skills for free. Although it had no practical significance, it was the condition for Harrison Clark to stay here and enjoy the supplies and resources provided by the Runners faction. He spent 4 hours every day exercising and adapting to his new physical condition after his gene awakening level surpassed 31%. And he spent 10 hours each day, obsessively studying the outdated knowledge in the Runners faction's database. The Runners faction was founded about 200 years ago by an avid fan of Dr. Sergey, who was also the president of a comprehensive university. The president delved deeply into Dr. Sergey's life and numerous scientific achievements. Ultimately, he believed that Sergey had never gone insane, but rather lived more lucidly than anyone else. When this president left the world government, he copied all the scientific research literature in the electronic library of the school, which eventually became the core knowledge base of the Runners faction. Although the world government let the Runners faction operate freely, they did not generously share their accumulated knowledge and achievements. After 200 years of development, the Runners faction's progress had been largely limited due to financial and human resource constraints. Their main improvements and advances came from recycling obsolete products from the world government and absorbing its achievements. Harrison Clark didn't care about the scientific achievements of the past 100 years. He wanted to study the outdated documents from 200 years ago. He didn't expect to become a prodigy by learning everything at once. He mostly focused on material science, energy science, and advanced development in artificial intelligence. He mainly studied basic formulas and some core concepts, trying to sort out a usable industrial upgrading tech chain based on his own abilities. Of course, this was difficult. Even the university historical materials from 200 years ago were like a sealed book to him. Unfortunately, the technological achievements in these historical materials only extended back another 200 years, to around the 27th century, which was still too vast of a gap compared to the 21st century. If it had been before, Harrison Clark would have certainly been furious, given up, and moved on. But now, he had learned his lesson and had grown numb to such unfavorable situations. Having something to learn was better than having nothing at all. As they say, contentment brings happiness. He began to proactively face difficulties that previously would have sent shivers down his spine and with which he had been reluctant to deal. This time, he would learn as much as he could from the materials of the 27th century. Who knew? He might find materials from the 23rd or 24th century next time. He was willing to accept this unprecedented challenge. With his own strength, he would learn the thousands of years of progress made in several disciplines. Coming back time and time again, learning a bit more with each visit, he would eventually succeed. What prompted the shift in Harrison Clark's thinking was his gene awakening level, now as high as 31.77%. He had more confidence in his memory than ever. Even if he couldn't understand it yet, he could still forcibly memorize it. As more and more fragments of knowledge were pieced together, one day they would form a complete system. In addition to this foundational work, Harrison Clark also had about 1 or 2 hours of leisure time every day. He allocated this leisure time to things he was good at and familiar with. Copying songs? Oh no, listening to songs. Memorizing plots of successful movies from various periods in the 21st century, studying famous figures in its art history, and discerning which artistic celebrities had genuine talent and which were just products of capital operations. Once he returned, he would compile all the newly memorized songs and hand them to Julia Lambert. He would try to win over talented singers, composers, songwriters, arrangers, and musicians with potential sooner rather than later. If conditions allowed, he would start cultivating these talents from childhood. Then, before the next Dream Entry month, he would draft a long-term plan for some adventures, detailing which movies to produce and which people to win over. As long as he completed these tasks, he could convert more resources into his own industrial value, laying a better foundation for some adventures, so that it could play a more significant role and serve as a better motive force in the upcoming 1,000 years. Harrison Clark had already witnessed Summit Venture's failure once, and he certainly wouldn't stumble into the same trap twice. Of course, it couldn't be denied that his past failure to recognize these methods was because he was dull, mediocre, and lacked business acumen. Now, he had finally come up with better ideas, and he had formulated detailed implementation plans in his mind because he had become somewhat smarter. Happy times always flew by quickly. 2 months later, a small battlecruiser appeared outside Freedom Town. Harrison Clark, have you had enough fun? A well-dressed Nora Camp swaggered into the depths of Freedom Town, catching Harrison Clark watching a movie in the audiovisual room. Harrison Clark stood up and stretched. Can you please wait for me to finish watching this movie? He wasn't panicked and had been mentally prepared for this. Since he found out that the gentleman's strategy didn't work on General Camp, Harrison Clark changed his tactics, reverting to his previous carefree and arrogant manner. After all, she was a hard-hearted woman who wouldn't be swayed by emotions until she was pregnant. There was no need to waste effort. Nora Camp's breathing became slightly heavier, but this emotional fluctuation quickly disappeared. Impossible. My time is precious. I can't afford to waste it on you anymore. Harrison Clark took out a stack of documents from his bag and handed them to Nora Camp. General Camp, these are the findings of the mission one undertook this time. Please review. Nora Camp said unhappily, I know your gene awakening level, or else why do you think I came? Harrison Clark shook his head. These are my self-test parameters, done in private. There's only one copy in the world. Please take a look. Nora Camp grabbed the documents and simultaneously called the guards outside using her communicator, ordering them to seal off the scene. Harrison Clark walked out with his hands behind his back. Where are you going? Since you won't let me watch the movie, I might as well use this time to deal with some personal matters. Nora Camp looked at the files while holding Harrison Clark's hand. What personal matters? How about I bring back the second best S-level armor warrior in the entire army for you? Second best in the whole army? Harrison Clark nodded. Yes, only second to me. Are you talking about Needham Brown? Harrison Clark wondered. You know, Vendor. Nora Camp nodded. Of course, I know. Do you think the military's intelligence system is for fun? Someone has already talked to Needham, but he's not interested. He said he doesn't want to conspire with those who have different paths. Ignoring her attempts to dampen his spirit, Harrison Clark headed straight for the security department's office building. Why haven't you left yet? Needham Brown asked, slightly surprised. Harrison Clark sat down in front of him. Till teach you something before I leave. What? Harrison Clark looked at him. The core concept of the fugitive faction is that there is something wrong with humanity. If we were completely in line with the world government, there would be no hope, right? Needham was taken aback by the sudden deep question, thought for a long time, and nodded, yes. Harrison Clark squinted, but both Dr. Sergey and all of you can only take this view as a conjecture, without any conclusive answer, right? Yes. I can tell you that your guess is correct. This is indeed the truth. Needham shook his head blankly. How can you be so sure? Can you prove it? Harrison Clark thought for a while, then shook his head. You're still trapped in this game, as a pawn. You think you've woken up, but all that's happened is that you've flipped sides. You still haven't jumped out of the chessboard. Although my mind has jumped out, my body is still on this chessboard, and I can't pull you out. So I can't convince you, I can't prove anything to you. I can only tell you my answer, believing it or not is up to you. After a long time, Needham shook his head. I don't believe you. A weeb novel. Is it because your rational thinking and logical analysis conclude that my words are not trustworthy? Yes. Then let me ask you another question. Your blind charge, attempting to break through the solar system, is a meaningless act. The only hope for preserving the human race lies with me. You should leave the fugitive faction and return to the army with me. What is your answer? Needham shook his head again. Different paths, no common ground. Harrison Clark laughed. He pointed at Needham and said, you think you've overcome logic and gained emotions. But you're still deeply trapped in it. You can't draw colors on a pure white paper with the same white paint. Both of your continuous decisions are based on rational judgment, which contradicts your highest ideal. If you want to jump out, you must go against your rational logic and make the opposite decision. That is to believe me and go with me. I don't care about anyone else in the fugitive faction, but the reason I want to take you with me is that my intuition tells me that you will be very useful to me. You see, when I make decisions, I completely abandon logic and go with my gut feeling. Needham's train of thought derailed on the spot. It took him a long time to ask with a mix of confusion and excitement, where does your intuition come from? Harrison Clark whispered, I am the most special person in this world. You are at least the second or third most special person. Do you believe that a person's body can be blown into pieces and survive with only a head left? Needham continued to shake his head. I don't believe. But I believe because I have seen it. This person is you. Absurd? Needham slammed the table and got up. Harrison Clark shrugged. See, I've provoked you emotionally again. All right, I'm leaving, follow me. 10 minutes later, Harrison Clark and Nora Camp walked shoulder to shoulder to the edge of Freedom Town. A long step was extended from the battlecruiser. Nora Camp took the first step up. She wasn't in the mood to talk to Harrison Clark and just frowned in deep thought. She was making a decision. Harrison Clark slowly raised his foot. He began counting down in his heart. 3, 2, 1. A shout came from behind. Wait. Harrison Clark slowly turned around to face Needham, who had already changed into casual clothes. "I'll go with you." Harrison Clark asked back, "Have you figured it out?" "Why, Needham, no reason. I just want to do something unreasonable." Black Bear Training Base, Rookie Camp. Daniel Thompson, Marthas, Scott, Oliver Yeoman, and their fellow rookie friends waited expectantly in the square. Harrison Clark had returned yesterday, but since last night, he had been undergoing a comprehensive physical examination in the base laboratory, and only now could meet everyone. "I heard that he's completed the second awakening. This guy's really pushing." Marthas licked his lips, looking down at his own summit armor, feeling quite eager to give it a try. Oliver Yeoman shot him a glance. "What? You want to challenge him? You'll first have to last 20 seconds against me, then get in line." Marthas was helpless. He had only recently acquired the summit armor, and his fighting spirit was high. He wanted to challenge everyone he met at the base. Curiously enough, perhaps it was Harrison Clark's influence, but those who got close to him were all no shrinking violets. The inexperienced Marthas had indeed challenged all the way, winning more than losing in the base, and his evaluation in the holographic simulation system quickly rose to C-class, bringing him great joy. No one knew where Marthas picked up the idea that the way to become stronger was to keep challenging higher-ranked opponents, so everyone in the base had given him a nickname, the endlessly defeated and battling war maniac, on par with just call me the Lone Ranger. Vendor. Finally, Harrison Clark jumped off the flatbed transporter. He waved his hand. "Hi." Daniel Thompson rushed over, punched him. "You really are an asshole." "What do you mean?" Harrison Clark pretended not to understand. Daniel Thompson took a deep breath. "I think you're crazy. To inject gene fluid you actually became a deserter. Do you know how big an impact you've caused?" Harrison Clark counter-questioned. "But now I'm still fine, aren't I? Plus, I just got promoted to Major. Lion, the next time you see me, you'll have to say hello, Commander." Daniel Thompson. Lion felt like he was having a heart attack. After 1,000 hardships, he had served in the army for nearly 20 years, and with great difficulty, he was finally promoted to captain. This was already the top rank for non-commanding officers. Normally, a major in the barracks would at least be a battlecruiser commander. There were very few field soldiers who held the rank of a major. Daniel Thompson knew his limits. He did not have the talent to be a commander, so he never aspired to be promoted to the rank of major. But Harrison Clark, this guy. Scott approached, patted Daniel Thompson on the shoulder. "Instructor Hill, relax. I know it's hard to accept being overtaken by your own student, but if you've seen his physical test results, you'd understand. The second awakening is truly unprecedented. In the words of an ancient internet literature, it's simply terrifying." Last night, Harrison Clark's comprehensive physical examination was jointly led by Scott and Dr. Owen. Daniel Thompson whispered, "How was it?" Scott shook his head. "I can't say, it's top secret." "All right." Daniel slapped Harrison Clark, who was discussing the tips of the summit armor with Oliver Yeoman and Marthas. "Anyway, you're still alive. That's great." Harrison Clark glared. "What do you mean by you? Call me Commander?" Lion felt distressed. Not long after, Needham Brown arrived at the training ground. Harrison Clark brought Needham Brown to everyone and said, "Instructor Yeoman, I'll leave him to you." Oliver Yeoman nodded. "No problem. This is the genius Needham Brown you brought with you, right? I know him." Harrison Clark continued, "Marthas, you want to challenge me, right? In 10 days, whoever can knock down Needham Brown will be qualified to challenge me." Oliver Yeoman asked, "Can I also participate?" "Of course." Oliver Yeoman's interest soared, and his eyes filled with a challenging flavor as he looked at Needham Brown. "Although you have a reputation, Needham, I don't think you can surpass me in just 10 days. Needham Brown showed no expression, not knowing how to respond. With his arrival at the base, he had no friendship with these military personnel, and because their ideas had always been different, he did not want to make friends with anyone. Only summit armor, which used to be unattainable, sparked a little interest in him. After a brief exchange, Harrison Clark donned his gear and entered the designated summit armor training area on the side of the field. "I need to readjust my holographic simulation parameters." He raised his hand and shouted to the others in the field, "Excuse me, everyone, please make way. Clear the field for me, I'm going to start training." At this point, someone immediately disagreed. "The place is so big, you can do your training, and we won't affect you, right? Don't know where the deserter got the nerve." "Exactly, he's so disrespectful." Harrison Clark was slightly surprised. He thought that since everyone was living so rationally, no one would complain about him or offer him the opportunity to be slapped in the face. Unexpectedly, people were quite cooperative. Actually, it made sense. Everyone had their reasons to object. "Well, I'll start, then. Just be careful." After that, Harrison Clark charged out. He didn't deliberately make things difficult for others, just doing some basic movements according to the standard training to help the Summit Armor's intelligence system capture more dynamic parameters. But soon, he was the only one left in the field. Despite doing standard training, he seemed to create a stormy atmosphere. His movements were too fast, causing too much commotion. It was just a simple change in direction, but when he stepped on the ground, the dust flew wildly, making it impossible for others to train. As he completed the aerial maneuvers, the flying sand and dust disappeared, but the strong turbulence resembled a barrage of bullets, turning the training field into a hellish battleground. Everyone had retreated beyond the force field barrier, feeling a little safer but still alarmed by the residual shockwaves occasionally hitting the barrier. After a long time, Harrison Clark completed the standard training content that could capture parameters. As soon as he stopped, the summit armor on his body gradually disintegrated and fell off, broken by his training. Harrison Clark sighed. He was still feeling unsatisfied. The familiar feeling appeared again, the equipment was limiting the release of his strength. The current limit parameters measured were not his own but the summit armor's tolerance limit. Forget it, that's all for now. Sorry, everyone, I've occupied the field. You can continue now. Harrison Clark shouted and left alone. Long after he had left, no one entered the field. With a gem like him setting the standard, no one was willing to make a fool of themselves. Watching Harrison Clark's training also benefited everyone greatly, as many had insights they wanted to go back and digest. Harrison Clark returned to his room, connected to the neural link, entered the holographic simulation system, and casually completed a mission that should have been challenged by at least 5 S-class warriors. The overall skill evaluation index refreshed. 954,713. Nearly 4 times higher than the current second place score of 193,414 in the entire army. He accidentally entered another level. Harrison Clark, come to my office. Over the encrypted channel, Nora Kemp's message came through his communicator. What was bound to come had come, after all. Now there are 2 arrangements from the higher UPS for you. Listen up, said Nora Kemp, sitting calmly behind her desk. First, you will be promoted to captain of a battlecruiser. This month, the military will commission a total of 120,000 battlecruisers. You can choose one and then log into the military system to recruit new crew members from major bases across the entire army. Harrison Clark listened without showing emotion. The second arrangement. Nora Kemp looked at Harrison Clark with a slight surprise, not expecting him to be so indifferent. The first choice is the dream of the vast majority of new recruits. To become a glorious captain, with absolute authority on their own battleship, leading their own team through the stars, fighting against the unknown enemy soon to appear, and sacrificing for the continuation of their kind. Each point is enough to make one's blood boil. The second arrangement is for you to continue your current position, responsible for my personal safety. I choose the second option. All right. Now I will tell you about another matter. You need to participate in the newly launched scientific research project led by the Ancient Civilization Research Institute. The project is called the Human Gene Improvement Project. Harrison Clark immediately perked up. Nice? He pretended to be calm and said, what are the details of the plan? In view of your gene awakening level, the Ancient Civilization Research Institute hopes that you will provide more DNA loading solution, and the researchers will combine your single-strand DNA with more. All right, I understand. It's just artificial breeding. Yes, pairing objects include me, as well as hundreds of millions of volunteers worldwide. You might find this difficult to understand, as it is not conducive to the genetic diversity of the species. However, considering the war is imminent, extraordinary measures must be taken. Harrison Clark shook his head. I understand, but personally, I think it's meaningless. You mean to say that even if the breeding is successful, the babies wouldn't survive? Harrison Clark nodded. That's one reason. The second, and most important, is that I believe the embryos produced would hardly survive. It would be a waste of society's resources. So many high-quality eggs would be wasted for nothing. Each pairing and breeding would cost at least a few thousand credit points, right? 1 trillion credit points is not a small sum. Nora Kemp asked puzzledly, how do you know it will definitely fail? Harrison Clark countered, when I requested the gene injection, I believed I would definitely succeed, but you believed I was as good as dead. The fact proved me right and you wrong. I can't tell you what my judgment is based on, but that's my conclusion. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Nora Kemp fell into thought. All right, I will report your suggestion accordingly. Harrison Clark nodded. Thank you. All right, you can go now if there is nothing else. Nora Kemp did not bring up the ultimate plan that Harrison Clark wanted, but he had learned from his previous mistakes and would not take the initiative to speak up. He would wait for her to walk right into the trap. Everything went according to Harrison Clark's expectations, and 3 weeks later, Nora Kemp approached him again. Following your suggestion, the Ancient Civilization Research Institute reduced the sample size to 1 million, and indeed, all of them failed. Harrison Clark let out a sigh. Although he felt that this matter had little to do with him, thinking about it from another perspective, he lost 1 million children without doing anything. By his calculations, he was the worst off in the world. Nora continued, the analysis report from the Ancient Civilization Research Institute states that your DNA level is too high, making the combined egg embryos too fragile. While the artificial amniotic fluid environment and artificial umbilical cord can be made completely realistic, they still cannot adjust in time to keep up with the changes in the embryo. This is the only reason for the death of the embryos. The nutrients, minerals, antibodies, and dissolved oxygen needed by the embryo during its growth are all provided by the mother's body. In the process of cultivating artificial embryos, the amniotic fluid environment and the umbilical cord transport fluid are artificially prepared. The concentrations of various substances in the fluid are not constant but change according to the condition of the embryo. For example, if the mother is infected with a virus, which is transmitted to the embryo, At the moment when the virus begins to proliferate inside the embryo, the mother has already produced and sent over a large number of targeted antibodies in sync. In the human body, the process of sensing the embryo's condition and the mother's response are basically synchronized. The collection and processing of information, as well as the corresponding response, require very little time, so little that it can be almost negligible. The main information processing and transmission during this process are carried out through biological electrical signals, in accordance with the principles of quantum biology. In an artificial environment, this process of random adaptation becomes more complicated. Information collection requires neutrino scanning, processing requires quantum brain, and making a response and providing targeted antibodies and various increased nutrients require atomic instrument synthesis. If the natural reaction cycle of the original human body was 1 second, this process would be extended to 3 seconds in an artificial environment. For embryos with strong vitality, being slower could still barely survive. But Harrison Clark's gene embryos are too fragile, and they don't have enough time. A seemingly minor abnormality can be fatal. So what do we do now? Is the project stopped? Harrison Clark asked. After the project was stopped last time, it was Nora Camp who chose to continue it on her own initiative, leading to their intense romping. This time, he didn't know what would happen. Nora Camp shook her head, unfolding a long list of names in front of Harrison Clark. The list primarily consisted of 3 sections: name, photo, and brief introduction. Nora Camp said, "Since artificial cultivation is ineffective, we have to resort to the most logical and only method, going back to the primitive way of reproduction. Here's the list of candidates. Take a look and choose 10 subjects." 10. Yes, each woman has only a 3-day window for optimal conception during their menstrual cycle. We don't want to waste your precious resources, so you'll need 10 partners. Harrison Clark's eyes widened, speechless. This was simply outrageous. You guys are all damn geniuses. He glanced through the long list casually, and as his gaze moved, the list automatically scrolled down. The military's selection criteria were very strict. Each candidate on the list was attractive, intelligent, and had an excellent resume. On average, their gene awakening level was above 28%. Harrison Clark was caught in an internal conflict for quite a while. He shook his head. "I don't want that many. I need rest too." Nora Camp nodded. "Okay, then 5. Harrison Clark shook his head again. "No, just 1. Why? Though the optimal conception period is only 3 days, it's not limited to that. My chosen partner has a unique constitution, which extends the period to 10 days. Moreover, it also depends on my interest and condition. If I'm not in the right mood, it's useless." Harrison Clark was very confident in his words. He had thought it through. He wasn't familiar with the others and didn't understand them well. Besides, he didn't have the energy or ability to break through their psychological defenses. He couldn't change so many people. It was better to focus on one partner with a successful experience than cast a wide net. Or rather, even if he succeeded in impregnating more partners, it still wouldn't change the course of the war, nor would it gather more information. It would just add more pain and distress to his life. Being heartbroken about Nora Camp alone was already exhausting enough. He couldn't handle any more emotional upheaval. Nora Camp nodded in agreement, accepting the suggestions of this experimental participant. "I've just reported it, and the Ancient Civilization Research Institute has approved your request." Harrison Clark nodded. "Of course, you can't force me if I don't want to." Nora Camp nodded without a change in her expression. "Yes." Actually, Harrison Clark knew she might be lying. The institute might have other tricks up its sleeve or might have already taken action. But he didn't care. He just wanted to take care of himself. "All right, then choose a partner from the list," Nora Camp instructed. Harrison Clark straightened his body, pointing straight ahead. "I choose you." The atmosphere in the office froze for about 5 seconds. Nora Camp stood up. "Fine." Harrison Clark, don't you find it strange? Show at least a little panic or surprise. Nora Camp shook her head. "No, it's quite rational. Among all the candidates, my personal record, gene awakening level, and potential aptitude evaluation are some of the best. It's true that our pairing success rate is higher. We know each other well, and you'll be serving on the giant wave. All right. Let's get to work." Harrison Clark felt very unaccomplished. From then on, he re-entered the enjoyable sessions of high-intensity chess games and pre-game drills. Time passed day by day, and everything was progressing steadily. Everything went as Harrison Clark had predicted. In a short time, Needham Brown became the strongest soldier at the Black Bear training base, ranking second to Harrison Clark in the holographic simulation system. Nora Camp's interest in chess and desserts never declined, and she took this hobby to space with her after months. As the days of war approached, Harrison Clark tried to maintain his composure. On August 13, 2020, Nora Camp successfully conceived. It was Harrison Clark who first discovered her successful implantation. That day, as usual, the two played 2 games of chess, taking an hour in total. As Harrison Clark's chess skills improved, it became increasingly difficult for Nora Camp to precisely control their games. It was difficult for her to control her moves as well as she did in the past. Often, she would unintentionally exert too much force while pondering her calculations, forgetting to control the amount of slack she gave him, and quickly defeating Harrison Clark within a few moves. In both games, Harrison Clark lost before reaching the endgame. As they finished, Harrison Clark complained, "I'm feeling more and more left out of these games. Can you please control yourself a little more, let me last a bit longer?" Nora Camp shook her head and smiled, checking her watch as she said, "I had good control. You admitted defeat in 30 minutes and 8 seconds and 30 minutes and 6 seconds, respectively." Harrison Clark was silent for a long time, finally whispering, "You mean you calculated not only the chessboard but also my psychological changes?" Nora Camp suddenly looked up, her eyes bursting with unprecedented confidence. "Yes. I think I had an epiphany yesterday." "You had an epiphany? What do you mean by that?" The general frowned. "No, nothing, it's just a bit surprising." Harrison Clark managed to hide his astonishment. He thought that logic and the mysterious epiphany were incompatible, making it strange for someone like Nora Camp to mention it. It seemed Nora Camp was a bit angry. "If you don't believe me, I'll challenge the intelligent Al again. You should know what level my chess skills were at before, right? You used to lose to Al by 3 points, no more, no less, with the same result every time," he said. "Yes." 2 hours passed. In this long-awaited battle between man and machine, Nora Camp lost by just 1 point. Harrison Clark's mouth hung open. Did the Al hold back? Of course not. Then you really have improved. Nora Camp snapped her fingers. "Come on, let's celebrate." As she prepared to lead Harrison Clark inside, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He broke free of Nora Camp's hand. "Before we deal with that, you should go check if you're pregnant." After checking, it was indeed the case. As they left the infirmary, Nora Camp asked Harrison Clark how he knew. He smiled and merely said it was a wild guess. Of course, he knew the real reason, but now was not the time to reveal it. After returning to his dorm, Harrison Clark suddenly remembered that he forgot to do his main task that day. Since implantation had already occurred, missing today's opportunity meant waiting for the next life. He felt a bit regretful, but he could still accept it. Harrison Clark began to look through a large amount of information, preparing his persuasive spiel. The upcoming conversation with Nora Camp would be crucial for determining success or failure. Meanwhile, as Harrison Clark immersed himself in his schemes, Nora Camp was using her newfound abilities to wreak havoc in the war simulation system training for commanding officers. In addition to holographic simulation training for soldiers, deputy commanders, captains, and commanders of fleets also have their own simulation training systems. Nora Camp's ranking in the commander simulation training system has always been in the top 10, never dropping. Today, an unsuspecting commander opened the training system to randomly match an opponent, expecting to enjoy a one-sided beating and improve his mood before going to sleep, while also slightly raising his ranking. He was matched with Nora Camp, who was in the top 10. Initially, he was a bit nervous, but soon calmed down and felt an intense fighting spirit. Competing against a strong opponent greatly improved one's own skills. Even a defeat could bring benefits. Less than 20 minutes into the simulation, the brother, fully focused on commanding his forces, was suddenly declared the loser. His command flagship had been destroyed. It took 3 or 4 replays of the footage for him to find the reason. At some point, Nora Camp had hidden a massive mine in the area of intense engagement between the two sides. Following that, she fired a barrage of shots, the light and energy fluctuations of the lasers masking the mine's presence, allowing it to stealthily approach. She used the barrage to create interference, disturbing detection equipment and the intense changes in formation to distract the enemy's attention. Finally the mine, with enough power to destroy a flagship, revealed its trickster mine-style attack. The loss was not unjustified. After watching his own footage, the commander returned to the lobby only to receive news of another battle. A top 5 ranked expert in the entire army had also been defeated. He checked the time. Only 15 minutes had passed. This expert had lost even faster than him. So, the two of them studied the video together. 20 minutes later, another top 10 excellent commander in the army also quickly fell. The 3 of them exchanged their findings and discovered that Nora Camp's tactics for defeating opponents were different each time. Her style of combat had become more diverse, sometimes fierce, and sometimes vicious. She was not only able to use exquisite operations to quickly erode her opponent's military strength in frontal battles, but also deploy precarious troop maneuvers to make her own flagship appear suddenly in the heart of the enemy's formation, annihilating the command battleship with a single blow. Nora Camp's personal strength seemed to have broken through the bottleneck overnight, becoming as unfathomable as Harrison Clark, who was unparalleled in the field of individual soldier strength. Subsequently, the 3 commanders simply formed a team and jointly challenged Nora Camp. 1 hour later, they looked at each other in disbelief. They attacked Nora Camp with 3 times the military strength, but in the end, the combined R-50 battleships of the 3 were all annihilated. Nora Camp only lost 13 ships destroyed and 17 damaged in the process. But it didn't stop there. Nora Camp immediately issued a public challenge, inviting teams of 4 to fight against her with 4 times the military strength. The simulated battle continued. Eventually, Nora Camp lost to an opponent with 7 times her military strength. This was an unprecedented situation since the invention of the commander simulation training method. The next day, Harrison Clark had just gotten out of bed when he was called by Nora Camp, who was waiting outside his door. The two of them took a shuttle to the space station located on the outer edge of geosynchronous orbit. The giant space station, which can accommodate millions of people, exhausted human resources and was the highest technological achievement of mankind. It is also the true headquarters of the military and the world government. The two of them were received by the leader and promoted at the same time. Harrison Clark was promoted to colonel, while Nora Camp became the youngest major general in decades. Harrison Clark was confused the whole time until Nora Camp casually showed him the appointment letter. Only then did he find out what had happened last night. He couldn't help but secretly marvel at what she had done to others. General Camp's improvement was too terrifying. Just by slightly awakening her emotional instincts, her command ability had soared to such an extent. Humans truly have amazing potential for war. In the lush tree-filled residential area of the space station, the two of them sat together on the large terrace of a cafe. Down below were people coming and going. Aircraft shuttled to and fro in front of the terrace. Above the transparent canopy was the eternal and glittering starry sky. Gazing at an oblique angle, they could see the massive Sun and Mercury, and Venus. The sunlight was not dazzling, as a solar energy transmission film as thin as a cicada's wing but incredibly large, covered the sky of the space station. Further out in space, there were even larger solar energy films. This film wrapped around the Earth in a complete circle, its orbit almost perpendicular to the Earth's orbit. From a distance, the film appeared to trail backward, looking like a stretched and deformed Saturn ring, or a comet tail that had been chopped down to only half its length. The solar film technology, which is a culmination of Dr. Sergey's research achievements, has completely replaced fossil fuels and nuclear fission and fusion energy sources, becoming the most important primary energy supply source for humans. A friend of mine is coming over soon. She wants to talk to me. We'll go back to the base together after our talk. The fleet will set off next week, so we won't be able to return to Earth by then. Nora Camp took a bite of her sweet and gooey strawberry cheesecake, flicked with her fingers, and a holographic chessboard appeared on the table. Take advantage of this free time. Want to play another round? Harrison Clark shook his head. No. Why not? I won't be playing chess with you in the future. What do you mean? You shouldn't play chess either in the future. Harrison Clark leaned forward, looking down at her. The friend who's coming to see you should be Martha, right? She's noticed your change. I think you should also be aware of your own transformation. You're not the same as before. Nora Camp was silent for a long time. Yes. Think about your old self, and think about the defeated opponents of the past few days. What's the biggest difference between you and them? Harrison Clark began asking questions one after another. Nora Camp was still bewildered, but it was all within Harrison Clark's expectations. He summoned his intelligent assistant Lucia and began to play video files. Two holographic projections appeared simultaneously on the white table in front of them. On the left was the scene of Harrison Clark playing chess with Nora Camp in the past, and on the right was the scene of the two playing chess yesterday. Nora was slightly annoyed as she said, "You recorded it? You know it's illegal to record senior military officers, right? This involves stealing military secrets." Harrison curled his lips. "Sorry, I'm a colonel now and your security officer, so this falls within my jurisdiction. Don't get sidetracked. Observe your micro-expressions and tone of voice when speaking. Pay attention, the critical moment is coming." In both images, Nora placed her last piece almost simultaneously, and then Harrison admitted defeat. On the left, Nora wore an expressionless face, thinking it was all a matter of course. On the right, Nora was jubilant, boasting about her accomplishment of controlling both games precisely within half an hour. Although her steady personality made her boast concealed, her slightly raised eyebrows and curved lips perfectly betrayed her mood at the time. Harrison clicked the switch button, and the image on the right changed to Nora's appearance after losing to Al. The contrast between the left and right became even more striking. "So, my character has changed? I became more lively." Harrison shook his head. "No, you have never changed. This is your innate nature. This is the normal expression after you have true emotions. In the past, your inherent nature was suppressed by logical thinking, which was abnormal. From yesterday on, after the successful implantation, your true nature has gradually revived and become liberated." Nora shook her head subconsciously. "How is that possible?" "Look, in the past, you would have done a thorough and cautious analysis before making a judgment. Now you deny its possibility subconsciously. Such a subconscious judgment is an emotional judgment. Ask yourself, in the past, would you ever make such a judgment?" Nora shook her head. "No. Emotional judgment is not necessarily unreasonable, but it is an extremely profound and complex thinking process in your brain. Emotional judgments may not always be right, but for highly intelligent, top talents, the chances of being correct are higher. You have regained this ability, so your battlefield command skills have improved, like my summit armor control ability, which is unparalleled in the entire army. This is the analysis of your combat report yesterday. Compare it with the analysis of your own previous combat reports. These are my single-player mission and confrontation mission combat report analyses. Take a look." Harrison spoke with a grin. Actually, he had already sorted out some things. His own strength was due to his high gene activation rate, which brought stronger physical and neural responsibilities. His emotional judgment provided him with extraordinary potential, and he had had years of high-intensity training that had turned his extraordinary performance into daily instinct. Nora had a sufficient accumulative command training, but she lacked the ability for emotional judgment. So she could only perform at 100% of her capability, unable to stand out. Now she can consistently perform at 200%, and the gap with others becomes obvious immediately. So was Dr. Sergey actually right? Did human thought really go wrong? Harrison nodded without hesitation. Yes. And my research goes deeper than Sergei's. I also know the manifestation of this infiltrating influence. It lies in your extraordinary love for chess. Apart from you, all other commanders, this one likes playing with yo-yos? My god, this toy was for children under 10 1,000 years ago? This one is even more outrageous, rolling hoops, what the hell is that? And this one? Before, I asked you if these phenomena were normal, and you said they were. What about now? Ask yourself again, are they normal? Nora thought for a long time and said, but I still like chess. Harrison stated resolutely. The two are not absolutely conflicting. My suggestion is that after returning to the base, you should change your habit of playing chess. Don't bring this thing on board. Also, you must report our findings under your name, have all the commanders who might have this symptom voluntarily hand over their hobby's embodiment, and destroy them collectively in outer space. You can't bring these things on board. Nora asked, why use my name? You can report it yourself, and it would be your credit. Harrison shook his head, because you are a lieutenant general, and your words carry more weight. Soon after, Martha Owen arrived. She still had that slightly chubby baby face, with a head full of silver hair, which made people feel dissonant. Martha came specifically for Nora's change. After listening to Harrison's analysis again, she still doubted but accepted their ideas. Martha also suggested that they go back to Black Bear Training Base together, take Nora's chess set, and analyze it at Yellowstone Research Institute. 2 days later, Nora and Martha's jointly created proposals and research reports were submitted. Compared to Harrison's half-baked, speculative researcher theories, professional researcher Martha Owen was much more reliable. Although Martha's main field was material science, her scientific literacy and report writing level were strong wherever she went. As long as the preconditions were sufficient, she could write a paper on any subject, and she would write it well. Martha and Harrison had a detailed conversation for 2 days, reorganizing Harrison's speculative thoughts, making them more rigorous, and the proof methods no longer relied on intuition as Harrison did. Instead, they used a large amount of data comparison to reach the final conclusion. In the office, the three stared intently at the projected screen. File uploading. File transfer progress IOO%. Leaders review in progress. Executive Committee member Boyer Grant has reviewed the file, with a review progress of 1/27. Standing Committee member Mr. Green has reviewed the file, with a review progress of 2/27. It's done. It's been reported. Nora let out a long breath. Clap clap clap. The three of them clapped to celebrate. Half an hour passed, and the projected screen showed no indication of the proposal being approved or rejected. It's unclear what's happening. Nora Camp wondered, what's going on? Usually these decisions are made quickly, whether it's approval or rejection. What's different this time? Harrison Clark didn't understand the situation either and shook his head. Martha Owen said, maybe it's because it involves so many people, so a larger scale of representatives needs to be convened to make a public vote. Maybe, let's not worry about that for now. We continue with our own matters. Next week, the giant wave vertical team will be lifted into space. I have to get some preparation done and select new members for the fleet at the base. For the time being, the three of them set this issue aside and went about their own business. Martha Owen took her chess pieces and chessboard back to the Yellowstone Research Institute located in the southwestern part of the Pacific region. That evening, Nora Camp found Harrison Clark and told him she needed to go to the administrative capital in America, where a major meeting that would collectively vote on her proposal was about to be held. As the only signatory, she had to make a more detailed presentation. Harrison Clark didn't think much of it and told her to go early and return early. On the way, it was better to consult with Martha Owen and carefully consider the content of the speech on stage. Not long after Nora Camp left, at exactly 8 o'clock in the evening, 3 large cruisers appeared above the Black Bear Training Base. Many armed soldiers wearing summit armor jumped down. An emergency assembly order was sounded in the base, summoning everyone to the square. As Nora Camp's personal chief security officer, Harrison Clark temporarily took charge of the base and met with the generals in the command center. The leader of these soldiers had a higher rank than even Nora Camp. Harrison Clark was puzzled and didn't understand what was happening. What's going on? The general glanced at Harrison and said with a smile, you must be the legendary Harrison Clark, the super soldier who ranks first in the holographic simulation system, right? Harrison shook his head modestly, I don't deserve the title. Colonel, modesty won't raise your morals. War is imminent, and the military has decided to conduct a comprehensive surprise psychological test for all soldiers of the major training bases. We hope you'll cooperate. Harrison was puzzled. For such a major event, it's better to wait for our commander Lieutenant General Nora Camp to come back, right? General Camp is currently occupied and can't come back. It's not a big deal, just coordinate and make proper arrangements. As the two chatted, the cruisers had already delivered 200 psychological test devices to the square one by one. These test devices were large white boxes with a side length of 3 meters. Time is tight, we'll start right away. Each person will have 20 minutes. There are a total of 63,4.00 personnel to be tested at the Black Bear Training Base, so we'll be busy for the rest of the night. Harrison couldn't shake his suspicions, but this was an order from the higher UPS, and he had no choice but to comply. While arranging for the base members to queue up, he quietly pulled Scott aside and asked, Scott, you're an expert in this field. Are there any hidden tricks in these white rooms? Scott shook his head. No problem at all. These are indeed widely used psychological testing rooms, with much higher accuracy than ordinary political examinations. That's a relief. Time ticked by as instructors, trainees, recruits, and even technical personnel entered and exited the testing equipment. Those who came out showed no abnormalities, and the soldiers from the cruisers didn't make things difficult for the tested personnel. They just asked everyone to return to their dormitories and rest. Harrison saved his own test for last, not waiting around. Instead, he returned to his dormitory, opened the smart assistant, trying to contact Nora Camp in an attempt to figure out what was going on. But he couldn't get in touch, as he was told that Nora Camp was attending an important meeting and wasn't allowed to communicate with the outside world. Harrison logged into the holographic simulation system, planning to do some practice before starting work. Before starting, he went to the Caesar Building Cafe in the corner of the simulation square, intending to drink some Jamaica Blue Mountain to adjust his state. Harrison Clark. He had just taken the first sip when a faint voice sounded in his ear. He looked around, but there was no one near him in the simulation system. Don't bother looking, it's me, Martha Owen. I'm hiding in the core of the holographic simulation system, and I'm sending you a message through the system. I'm using the slight vibrations of your chair as a speaker and transmitting simulated signals to you through bone conduction. Oh, what's the matter? It's terrible. Nora Camp has been stripped of her duties and is being held captive. Harrison Clark was shocked. What? What are the higher UPS up to? I don't understand the whole situation. I just know that she's been convicted of the crime of disturbing military morale and has been held captive. When the sun rises tomorrow, she will be executed. Harrison Clark couldn't react. What's going on? Martha Owen spoke in a puzzled tone. I can't figure it out. Even if they don't agree with our proposal, there's no reason for them to do this. It's completely unreasonable. Harrison quickly collected himself. I have to save her. Tell me what I should. Since you contacted me, you must have a way. Even though humanity would eventually go extinct. Although Harrison had witnessed their demise many times, but he could not accept Nora Camp dying at her own people's hands with such an inexplicable reason before the war began. The decision-makers were simply unreasonable? There was only one explanation. After Nora Camp's proposal was submitted, it triggered some sort of mechanism that was lurking deep within the leaders' minds, causing this intense backlash. Martha Owen replied, "Wait, let me think." Harrison Clark grew anxious. "I can't wait any longer. I'm going out to get the equipment now. Forget about it." When your sister Nora lost her job, everyone at the Black Bear training base was temporarily denied their equipment privileges. If you go to put on the summit armor now, you'd only be shackling yourself and walking into a trap. The psychological tests being conducted at your base right now are to find out whether she still has any supporters. Upon hearing this, Harrison came to a sudden realization. So that's it. He seemed a bit helpless now. I have a solution. Martha Owen suddenly exclaimed. Quickly, tell me. T've been in charge of improving the design of the summit armor, and I can breach its defense system. You'll head straight to the warehouse, and I'll first break the electronic lock of the warehouse door, then unlock a set of summit armor for you to put on. Then, you'll go to the hangar at the back of the Black Bear training base, where the Hornet battlecruiser's control system, which I also designed, is on standby. I've considered extreme situations, so there's an offline mode. First, you'll connect the summit armor's data cable to the Hornet battlecruiser, then enter the series of codes to activate the offline mode. Then, you can leave the Black Bear training base. Martha Owen quickly recited a long sequence of codes, and luckily Harrison Clark's memory was strong enough to remember them all at once. All right, I'm leaving now. No problem, I'll meet you at the global capital. Huh, what are you waiting for? Hurry. After the conversation, Harrison logged out of the holographic simulation system. He didn't dare to take the flat panel loader. Instead, he quietly sneaked toward the fire escape to take the stairs down. As he went downstairs, he formulated a battle plan in his mind. Nowadays, Harrison was no longer a low-ranking officer. At least in the middle-upper hierarchy of the military pyramid, Harrison held considerable power as a colonel. He knew a lot of basic information. The global capital, located in America, was not heavily fortified. There was one main ship hovering above it. In the base, there were 5 large cruisers, 50 protective warships, and 1,000 battlecruisers, along with over 10,000 micro-warships represented by the Hornet battlecruiser. In addition, there were 30,000 regular troops stationed, including 3,000 summit-armored soldiers, several hundred ground turrets, and 10,000 AL-combat robots. Times had changed, and with global unity under the world government's banner and the threat of external enemies, most of humanity's military strength was distributed throughout the solar system, especially near Earth's orbit. As the core base on Earth, the global capital's relative military strength was small because there wasn't much to defend against. The only uncontrolled forces were the renegades. However, the renegades themselves did not advocate rebellion, they only wanted to rush out of the solar system. The world government didn't suppress the renegades, nor did they believe they would foolishly engage in internal conflicts and waste valuable human resources. Of course, no matter how weak the military strength of the global capital, Harrison's chances of success were slim with just himself, one suit of armor, and one ship. Harrison was well aware of the most likely outcome he faced. That would be defeat. But what did it matter? He had nothing to lose but his life. Once dead, he could wake up again as if nothing happened, having only wasted one opportunity to make a difference. This price was something he could bear. What he couldn't bear was to do nothing and watch Nora Camp die with full knowledge of her impending execution. If he did that, he would be consumed by regret and fury, and he would become disillusioned with the human race. He knew he was the only hope. So, the opinions of others didn't matter, nor did it matter where he would die. I know you're being controlled, and I want to save you too. But before that, it doesn't matter whether I kill you or not, because it won't affect the big picture. Because the only thing important is my feelings and the determination to do something for humanity, which must not be shaken. On his way down the stairs, Harrison received a warning from the military. They had noticed his unusual actions. Harrison tore off the wearable terminal on his arm and crushed it underfoot. Then he dashed down the stairs, passing through the dormitory's 39 floors in no time, and quickly reached the ground floor. As the head of security, he had complete knowledge of all the surveillance and self-defense mechanisms within the Black Bear training base. He knew the locations of every surveillance camera, as well as the hidden automatic particle guns embedded in the walls. He transformed into an angry, raging gale, sweeping through the dark corners of the base, heading straight for the warehouse. His blood began to boil. Harrison imagined, again and again, the scene of Nora Camp's arrest, full of trust and expectations of persuading everyone, completely defenseless against the military, and her possible emotions of grief and indignation. His heartbeat sped up, and his adrenaline production doubled. He went on to imagine the scene where Nora would be publicly executed if he couldn't get there by tomorrow morning. His self-suggestion worked quite well. Too well, in fact. He succeeded in further fueling his raging emotions, causing his adrenaline to explode and his heart to pound like an Emperor engine. He decided not to hold back anymore. After all, the outcome couldn't get any worse. Everything would restart anyway. Some people couldn't be saved, while others still could be saved by him. Yes, he wanted to save them. But before saving them, he had to make a bloody path. He had already solved half of the problem by drawing this conclusion. The other half of the problem was finding a way to resist that kind of infiltration. So far, only Nora Camp had succeeded. So, even if the top military officials rejected her proposal, as long as he could save her, they could use scientific methods to analyze the details of her escape, and study her psychological and physiological changes comprehensively. Then they might be able to find a solution to the problem. Only by finding this method to counteract the mental suggestion and break free from this incurable slow-acting poison can everything get back on track, and completely destroy the current situation, where everyone is oblivious to being tied to a stake, slowly inching towards destruction. Since it has come to this, let me be the villain, and become the greatest traitor of humanity since Sergei, and the last one as well. Harrison Clark reached the warehouse. 2 guards stood by the entrance to the warehouse. These 2 were unfamiliar faces. They must have come from the cruiser above Black Bear training base. But they were not wearing summit armor, so they were probably just ordinary soldiers. The moment they saw Harrison Clark, they raised their guns to aim at him. Harrison started sprinting, throwing 2 fruit knives he brought with him from both hands at the same time. With 2 muffled sounds, the guards fell to the ground. At the same time, the metal door of the warehouse opened with a click. It was Martha Owen who had a hand in it. Harrison stepped forward, picking up 2 handheld particle guns from the ground, and with one in each hand, he stormed into the warehouse. The alarm suddenly sounded, and 10 round holes suddenly appeared in the walls on both sides of the warehouse, and the automatic particle guns quickly poked their heads out from the holes. Simultaneously in the depths of the warehouse, a summit armor-loaded box flashed briefly. Martha Owen's remote hack was successful. Harrison's pace did not falter. He held a gun in each hand, tucked them under his arm, and poured out firepower while running. The automatic particle guns, which were yet to extend fully, were successively destroyed by Harrison, who was the security director in charge of the theft. Finally arriving at the side of the warehouse, Harrison put his hand on the gene scan lock on the load-bearing box. Initially, it showed an error and denied access, but after a brief flicker, the error message disappeared, and the box opened automatically, revealing a black square and a metal belt buckle. Harrison first fastened the belt buckle around his waist, then shouted, "Armor up." The black square automatically ejected and turned into a liquid state composed of countless filaments in midair, rapidly covering his entire body like swamp mud. "Welcome, Colonel Harrison Clark. Your equipment is in its best condition." The familiar feeling of control returned. Harrison clenched his fist. Excellent, better than ever before. He lowered his body slightly and sprinted forward for a few steps before taking off slightly. He instantly pushed the acceleration to its maximum, reaching a g-force of 75 g in an instant. In fact, he wanted to go even higher, as his body could easily handle it, but the standard issue summit armor couldn't. The moment he rushed out of the warehouse, dozens of lights were approaching rapidly from the low altitude in the distance. Under the night sky, these dozens of lights seemed like owls in the dark, the armor soldiers sent by the military higher UPS to control the situation. At the same time, a cold voice shouted through Harrison's communicator. "Harrison Clark, do you know what you're doing? Do you want to be punished by military law?" The voice belonged to the military officer who had led the psychological evaluation. Harrison grinned, "I know better than any of you. Ants in summer cannot communicate with ice." He cut off the communication and faced the incoming opponents head-on. In an instant, he formulated a complete battle strategy. The cruiser level sent this time seemed to be lower than the giant wave, and their preparations were rushed. There were a total of 60 armor soldiers. Under normal circumstances, this would be more than enough to handle the situation. The hangar with the standby battlecruisers was about 5 kilometers from the base's main camp. This meant that as long as Harrison knocked out all 60 fighting armor soldiers here and then quickly moved to the tarmac, the military would have no stronger force to reach the tarmac within a minute. He would be able to switch the Hornet battlecruiser to offline mode in time and seize control of it. So, not a single armor soldier could be left? Sorry? His figure changed continuously in the night sky. In less than a second, he switched between the sniper mode and high-speed mobility mode 3 times. He raised the intensity of the battle instantly. The opposing armor soldiers couldn't lock onto him while they were already being hit one after another. Harrison reopened his communications system, and his roar echoed through the internal communication of the summit armor to everyone's ears. Come on. Show me the true strength of humanity, preparing for a war against the invaders. How much ability have we accumulated? Boom! His black flash suddenly shot into the fray. Close-range battle between the two sides began. If kept at a distance, even his extraordinary dodging abilities would easily be overwhelmed by the crossfire. Everyone gathered together, the chaotic battle turned into a free-for-all, only then could he take on many opponents single-handedly. Everything was within his tactical planning. Harrison would, in this unprecedented 1 versus 60 battle, with an unbelievably imbalanced level of strength, show everyone just how powerful an armor soldier evaluated with a comprehensive strength of 1 million is. You must know that besides him, the military's second-ranked Needham Brown had just broken through 200,000 in terms of combat power. Armor soldiers with combat power above 100,000 are no more than 100 in the entire military. Most ordinary armor soldiers have a comprehensive evaluation between 100,000 and 50,000. And he, Harrison Clark, his 1 million wasn't his limit was the summit armor? Of course, he didn't have absolute confidence that he could win. He was just fooling himself. He had to go all out. After all, everyone has to die someday. It doesn't matter. 20 seconds. All of them fell, with heavy casualties. There was a huge difference in the number of soldiers on both sides. Even a slight delay could lead to being surrounded by the opposing army, so Harrison Clark had no choice but to go all out. But it wasn't without a price. As he broke through the encirclement and rushed towards the hangar, a long trail of black fog was left behind him. This was a result of the standard summit armor on his body, which had gradually broken down due to overloading. Fortunately, he wouldn't have to face any more enemies in a short while, otherwise, he would be in big trouble. Now, even a little high-intensity maneuver would cause his summit armor to fall off completely. The hangar at Black Bear Training Base was located underground at the back of the base. It had several levels and occupied a large area. If a battleship was to be launched from the hangar, it would usually be transported to an ascending port using an alloy track. The port would open, and the ship would be lifted to the ground using a lift. Due to this multi-level structure, heavy cruisers and large battle cruisers were stored on the lower levels, while lighter ones were placed on higher levels. Harrison Clark first rushed in through an unclosed staff passage. There were some technicians working there, along with some soldiers sent by the military to maintain order. But none of them could stop him. Harrison found a Hornet ship, broke in, and ripped a data cable from the crumbling summit armor belt, connecting them. The words "Warning, you are illegally accessing" appeared on the control panel of the Hornet ship. At the same time, a shrill alarm sounded in the hangar, a red signal light suddenly turned on, and the faces of the oncoming military soldiers and officers changed dramatically. The deputy officer asked, "General, he's trying to steal control of the warship. What should we do?" The general pondered for a moment, analyzing the situation. No one had expected that once Harrison Clark wore the summit armor, he would display such terrifying single-soldier combat ability, far exceeding the theoretical maximum values predicted by intelligent simulation. By now, his entire Guardian army had been wiped out, and reinforcements would take at least 6 minutes to arrive. Apart from combat-equipped soldiers, he also brought 10 command soldiers this time. At that moment, these 10 command soldiers were heading to the hangar with him. However, unlike the combat soldiers, the command soldiers, even though they also had summit armor, their individual combat ability was not as strong. They would need the support of large-scale combat function cabins to demonstrate their lethality. In the Earth's interior, the mobility of the combat function cabin was poor due to its characteristics being similar to that of the main ship. Its mobility was comparable to that of an ancient large truck, and even if it could fly for short distances, the flight's speed wouldn't be too fast. If Harrison could get the summit armor and now has his sights set on the warship, he must have a technician remotely assisting him. Immediately investigate the abnormal data flow in the Black Bear Training Base and identify the technician. Once this person is caught and their connection is severed, Harrison will lose his support and won't be able to steal the warship. Yes, sir. 5 seconds later, the military's vast database provided feedback. Another mole was exposed. Martha Owen, a senior researcher from Yellowstone Research Institute, and the head of the Summit Armor Design Department. Revoke Martha Owen's communication rights and arrest her immediately? A response came from the Yellowstone Research Institute, but it was too late. Martha Owen had already escaped their base using her private fast shuttle. The general was slightly regretful. Forget it, issue a global arrest warrant. That's good news, which means that from 1 minute ago, Harrison lost Martha Owen's remote assistance, and he can't possibly what? Before his words could finish, an orange-yellow, 33-meter-long, 573-ton pyramid-shaped Hornet ship broke through the ground above the hangar and soared into the sky. It was the latest single-soldier battleship, the Hornet class, that had recently been deployed. Unlike the widely used humanoid, elliptical, or spindle-shaped single-soldier warships, the Hornet class was more reminiscent of a paper airplane in terms of appearance, which looked somewhat retro. Designed in this shape mainly because the 4 powerful ion thrusters engines took up more than half of the ship's total structure volume and weight. In outer space, the Hornet ship's primary combat mission was to carry out a concentrated charge at medium to short distances, unleashing a massive firepower in a short time, and forming a cluster strike effect. Compared to other micro-battleships, the Hornet ship pursued ultra-high mobility performance and ultra-strong firepower. Due to its powerful output, the endurance of the Hornet ship was short, only 400,000 kilometers, the equivalent of 10 trips around the Earth. On the ground, this endurance range doesn't seem bad, but if the battlefield is in outer space, it's only enough for a small-scale battle, going there and back. Damn it, how did he gain control? All cruisers, charge your energy and shoot him down. Above the ground, the 5 cruisers surrounding the hangar had their gun barrels flickering with blue light. Arcs of electricity shot out, followed by a series of crackling sounds. But they were still one step too late. Harrison Clark's Hornet ship struck first. The moment it burst out, he turned up the engine's power to maximum, cutting an S-shaped curve in the air. He perfectly evaded the encirclement of the 5 cruisers and vanished beyond the distant horizon. He actually got away, muttered the leading officer. Report to the military department immediately. The deputy officer came up and asked, should we pursue him? The officer shook his head. Cruisers are too big and less maneuverable than battlecruisers in the atmosphere. We can't catch up, but we can have bases along the way send battleships to intercept him. Let's regroup and continue the psychological testing. Colonel Oliver Yeoman. Oliver Yeoman, who had already passed the psychological examination and didn't know what to do next, quickly stepped forward. Yes, sir. I appoint you as the temporary person in charge here. Your duty is to organize a special pursuit team composed of all Black Bear training base members who have passed the psychological examination, driving medium and small-sized battle cruisers to pursue Harrison Clark. You have 1 minute to assemble an elite unit of more than 300 people. Here is a list of personnel who must be included in the team. Yes, sir. Watching Oliver Yeoman leave, the leading officer's eyes were deep in thought. If his own cruiser couldn't catch up with Harrison Clark, he certainly had no hope for the pursuit team led by Oliver Yeoman catching up either. He considered a different situation. Harrison Clark's destination was undoubtedly the capital, and the only unknown was whether he could break through the numerous blockades along the way. Although theoretically impossible, Harrison Clark had already achieved many impossible tasks today. If he actually made it to the capital, a firefight was inevitable. The officer was unsure if Harrison Clark could be swiftly eliminated. If he could, then the special pursuit team he sent would prove useful. There was no doubt that Harrison Clark was an emotional oddity. The list of personnel that the officer had chosen included Needham Brown, Daniel Thompson, Marthas, Dr. Owen, Scott, and other new recruits who were close to Harrison Clark. These people were all in close contact with Harrison Clark. Since Harrison Clark cared so much about Nora Camp's life, he would also care about the lives of these people to some extent. If the two sides engaged in battle again, Harrison Clark's emotional nature would become his weakness, making him hesitant to attack. He would no longer be invulnerable. There was no need to worry about Needham Brown and the others turning against them. As long as they passed the psychological tests, there would be no issue. The leading officer held the casualty report of his own soldiers, contemplating the situation. This was the best plan to minimize the cost of eliminating Harrison Clark. It wasn't that the officer was insidious, but truly because of Harrison Clark's ruthless and shocking treatment of unfamiliar soldiers. 60 soldiers only lasted 20 seconds before 51 were killed and 9 severely wounded. It was terrifying. 13 minutes and 7 seconds later, the military system received a notification. Harrison Clark had arrived at the capital. However, he did not blindly rush into the Guardian Army's defensive line but landed in a mountainous area 20 kilometers from the capital. According to intelligence received from another source, a private fast shuttle arrived there 2 minutes before Harrison Clark. There was a 99.99% chance that Martha Owen had rendezvoused with Harrison Clark there. The combination of a top warrior and a highly intelligent researcher caused Harrison Clark's threat level to skyrocket. Things had taken a turn for the worse. The capital's Guardian Army had already responded, dispatching a strike team that would arrive at the scene within 3 minutes. In addition, the special pursuit team that left from Black Bear Training Base would arrive at the scene within 16 minutes aboard a medium battlecruiser. Get to the point. This is the architectural design plan for the headquarters. Right now, a group of 1,000 action team members is heading our way. Martha Owen spoke at an extremely fast pace, pointing to the scene projected by her portable personal smart brain in front of her. Harrison Clark nodded in understanding. So, are we supposed to break through the blockade of the action team head-on? Dream on. This is the headquarters. The action team is composed of the most elite soldiers, with at least 20 Hornet battlecruisers. We have only one damaged Hornet ship. What if you get shot down? Are you going to tear the battleship apart with your bare hands? Harrison Clark sighed helplessly. That's true. My weak equipment has limited my strength and I can't create a gap between myself and others. Shut up and listen to me. In 30 seconds, a passage with a diameter of 22 meters just big enough for us to fly through will be opened 300 meters north of us. Martha Owen took control of the Hornet ship while explaining. Harrison Clark asked in amazement, how do you know that? What kind of passage is it and where does it lead to? Why do you have so many questions? Before I left the Yellowstone Research Institute, I set a time central control backdoor via the Institute's platform that will open an escape route leading to the headquarters research building. Going through it will take us directly to the headquarters research area. Harrison Clark was thrilled. Impressive. Having a tech-savvy person by his side was great. He didn't know how Martha managed to deceive the Central Smart Brain's defense mechanism, or how she came to know about this escape tunnel. Anyway, this was certainly a good thing. 1, 2, 3, let's go. Before the action team arrived, the Hornet ship had already entered the tunnel. Not only that, but the entrance to the tunnel was open for no more than 5 seconds. As soon as Harrison and Martha's Hornet ship entered, the entrance closed again. The action team came up empty-handed and couldn't chase them. While they were briefly puzzled, the Hornet ship had already rapidly approached the research area inside the headquarters. Martha Owen brought more than just the discovery of the secret passage. While the Hornet ship was speeding, she pointed at a box placed at the back of the narrow crew cabin of the battlecruiser. Your summit armor has more than 80% damage, so get rid of it quickly. That box contains an experimental product I just completed. Harrison Clark was overjoyed and immediately opened the box. After putting on the armor, he carefully examined the characteristics of the experimental summit armor. The standard armor was black and had a strong metallic texture. This experimental version, however, was azure with a hint of flowing light. Although it also had some reflective texture, it mostly resembled crystal. Harrison Clark called up the intelligent auxiliary system of the experimental summit armor, displayed various parameters, and glanced through them. Material flexibility, toughness, elongation, stress resistance, rigidity after switching forms, energy transmission efficiency of fibers. In all aspects, the experimental version was much more powerful than the standard armor, improving by at least 30% on average. This improved version is impressive. Of course, this is my masterpiece. I named it Azure Star. Unfortunately, the alloy I added in it requires biological synthesis, and the output is too low. I estimate that the total resources of all mankind can only create 7 or 8 sets of Azure Stars. Limited edition? That's great, Harrison Clark said. He then noticed that many simplified operation features were grayed out in the control panel of the Intelligent Auxiliary System. Strange, why are so many simplified operation functions grayed out in the operation panel? Oh, that's because this is an experimental product, and it hasn't passed the reliability verification. The default setting for the Intelligent Assistance functionalities is turned off, leaving only the most basic Central Control Operation System. You can enter this password to activate it, 0JL199400503. Harrison Clark did as he was told. After a while, he asked hesitantly, is there any chance that the Azure Star will disintegrate while I'm running? Theoretically, no. Practically, that remains to be seen. Alright then, we're almost there. The entrance ahead is sealed. Luckily, this passage was constructed 50 years ago, and the alloy materials are not as strong, nor does it have an energy shield. We can simply blast it open. Martha Owen pressed the launch button, and the 8 energy beam particle cannons at the top of the Hornet ship abruptly fired, hitting a single point on the alloy plate that sealed the entrance. The terrifying high-energy particle flow converged on one point, accumulating heat rapidly and causing the temperature at that point to quickly exceed 5,500 degrees Celsius. The accumulated heat triggered an explosion, which abruptly blew open the thick alloy plate. Numerous streams of molten metal poured down on the Hornet ship like rain, but Martha Owen had already turned on the ship's energy shield in front of them. She whispered, charge in. With a deafening crash, the menacing Hornet ship burst into a huge underground hall. The explosion hadn't only affected the escape tunnel, countless streams of molten metal shot forward at extremely high temperatures as well. Each metal particle traveled a certain distance before causing secondary or even multiple explosions, which in turn released more sparks capable of instantly killing ordinary people. There were still many technicians in this hall who were preparing to evacuate, and they were instantly affected by the aftermath of the explosion. For a moment, the scene was filled with tragedy and horror. As soon as Harrison and Martha's Hornet ship entered the tunnel, the other side had already notified the research area to evacuate urgently, but it was still too slow. Seeing the unarmed technicians being affected, Harrison Clark finally felt a surge of pity in his H-butt at this point. There was no turning back, and he could only pretend not to see it. As Harrison Clark sneakily observed Martha Owen next to him, he noticed that she still looked expressionless, calm to the point of indifference. It was as if all the people dying in front of her were just illusions. Later, I'll break through the ceiling of the signal hall and escape. You first jump out wearing the Azure Star, turn on stealth mode, and directly go to the living area where Nora Camp is under house arrest. I've sent you her location, take a look for yourself. And what about you? Make a gesture of breaking out and escaping to attract their attention as much as possible. Harrison Clark was slightly worried. Will you be okay? After all, Martha Owen was not a professional combatant, and her battleship's control level was not higher than his. Martha shook her head. Don't worry, I'm the designer of the Homit ship. I can activate extreme mode, which can increase the performance by 20% on top of the normal overload ability. That's good. When you rescue her, notify me immediately, and I'll come back to pick you up. Harrison Clark nodded. Okay. As the two conversed, Martha once again activated the energy beam particle cannon and aimed it at the ceiling above the hall. However, this time it seemed to take a little longer to blast through the ceiling. Harrison Clark's gaze wandered, praying in his heart for those technicians who had not yet been killed to evacuate as soon as possible. What's that? Harrison Clark's attention was drawn to a giant metal object in the center of the hall. The metal object was about 300 meters high, almost touching the ceiling. A huge metal column connected 9 metal balls from bottom to top in the middle. The metal balls grew smaller as they went upward. The thing looked a lot like the spherical antennas that had been widely used many years ago. This is a product left by Dr. Sergei Ponomarenko called the Sergei Signal Amplifier. It is said to emit neutrino waves that help humans to some extent to resist the mental shackles that the invaders put on humans. Of course, I personally do not believe in mental shackles, and neither does anyone in the world government. Then why not turn it off? Harrison Clark looked at the huge antenna with the power indicator light still flashing and asked. Perhaps to show respect for Sergei, there's no harm in leaving it on anyway. Alright, I'm going to blast through the ceiling now. The words had barely left her mouth when another intense explosion rang out. A huge hole with a diameter of more than 30 meters appeared in the ceiling, and a ray of sunlight shot through it. Martha controlled the Hornet ship to rise again, directly flying towards the hole. Harrison Clark held his breath, sat on the ejector seat, and prepared to eject himself. As the Hornet ship's altitude increased, it got closer and closer to the hole and the top of the Sergei Signal Amplifier's antenna. Harrison, let's turn ourselves in. We're both important, and the military won't sentence us to death. Just as success seemed imminent, Martha suddenly spoke up, inexplicably slowing the Hornet ship's ascent in the process. Harrison Clark was shocked. What? Are you kidding me? Martha, facing forward, turned her head back with an empty gaze and a determined expression as she spoke in a robotic tone. It's a shame that Nora Camp died like this, and humanity has lost an excellent commander. But she's not that important in the war. There are others who can take over the giant wave. She shouldn't have supported your wrong view. Executing her helps maintain the unity of the war's will. For just a moment, Harrison Clark felt that Martha, who had been fighting alongside him for so long, had become strangely unfamiliar. He didn't understand what had just happened. Had he been betrayed? Had Martha been loyal to the military from the very beginning? But that didn't seem right either. Where did things go wrong? Harrison Clark's brain stalled for about 2 seconds and then he reacted. He pressed the ejection key without hesitation. The Hornet ship hadn't yet left the hall, and Harrison Clark was still suspended in midair after being ejected. Martha's voice came through the communicator. Since you're stubborn, I'll have to execute you. A signal flashed on the Azure Star's helmet interface, indicating that someone was remotely canceling his equipment control authority. Without a doubt, this was Martha's operation. Not only that, the energy beam particle cannon on the Hornet ship began to charge up again. Reacting swiftly, Harrison Clark took countermeasures. He first turned off his AL assistant to prevent remote control, leaving only the most basic core functions of the Azure Star operational. The difficulty of operating it returned to the state of the earliest primitive individual soldier armor, making it much more troublesome to control, but at least it could still move. Harrison ignited the engine in the air, particles jetting from his back as he charged toward the Sergei Signal Amplifier. Bang! He crashed into an invisible force field shield, nearly knocking himself out on the spot. However, Harrison skillfully rotated around the force field, narrowly avoiding the Hornet ship's concentrated fire from behind. Powerful gunfire struck the force field shield, causing ripples and weakening it. At the same time, Harrison had switched to sniper mode and fired another shot at close range to where the force field had been bombarded. The ripples expanded, and the center no longer had a refraction of light. The shield had a flaw. Harrison accelerated again and swooshed through the loophole. What followed was straightforward. The metal material used in Sergei's signal amplifier might have been a high-strength technological masterpiece 500 years ago, but in front of the Azure Star 500 years later, it was as fragile as a sheet of paper. Even though Harrison could only use an extremely complicated manual mode at this time, causing his movements to slow down significantly, he still managed to dismantle this important relic that had been preserved and operational for 500 years into scrap metal within 5 seconds. An explosion occurred, reducing the amplifier to ashes. Harrison hid in a corner to avoid the aftermath of the explosion, the heat enveloping him, almost roasting him alive, until Martha Owen's bewildered cry sounded in his ears, prompting him to quickly reactivate the AL assistant and hold up the Azure Star's built-in force field shield. What just happened to me? Nothing, just a small accident. I'll explain it to you later, let's deal with the matter at hand first. Harrison leaped into the air, grabbing the wing of the Hornet ship with one hand. The two finally made their escape. Martha Owen had thought that she would be greeted by a barrage of gunfire, but the many battleships and armored soldiers who had been waiting outside for a long time were strangely silent. At this moment, the situation outside was eerily chaotic. Great opportunity? Charge. Harrison activated the stealth mode first and then slowly descended. He shut down 90% of his additional power, reducing the energy radiation released by his battle armor to a minimum, tiptoed sneakily and relied solely on his physical abilities to sprint towards the residential area. At the same time, Martha Owen in the sky quickly turned and flew away. Harrison continuously evaded the soldiers blocking his path. Sometimes, the sound of his footsteps drew attention to him, but no one ultimately uncovered his movements. He arrived at Nora Camp's detention building with close calls along the way. The two-story white-walled building was enveloped in a light blue force field shield. Outside the force field shield, at least 200 armored Summit soldiers were densely packed, holding their guns at the ready. From the codes on these Summit soldiers' helmets, there were at least 30 of their elite from the top 2 of the whole army here. In addition, there were more than 20 multifunctional combat vehicles indicating the presence of another 20 command-type armored soldiers who could form an army on their own. After a brief period of chaos, these soldiers seemed to have received orders from their superiors and regained their composure. Harrison had no chance of sneaking in now. A fierce battle was inevitable. He took a deep breath and gradually revealed himself. The ferocious-looking, azure-colored armor shone brightly under the scorching sun. Harrison Clark? You're betraying humanity? Surrender now. The Summit soldier with the code 03 stepped forward and shouted loudly. Harrison recognized him. His name was Andrew Mitchell, ranked 3rd in the military's overall evaluation index, just behind Harrison and Needham Brown. Harrison shook his head. Whether I'm betraying humanity or not, only I know. I don't need anyone to preach to me. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. Harrison Clark didn't finish his sentence before making the first move. He wasn't naive. These people wouldn't really step aside just because they were threatened by him. He was also a professional soldier and knew that it was a soldier's duty to execute orders. He respected these opponents. His way of showing respect was to open another door for them. Behind this door was the next level of human individual combat power. When he faced off against 60 opponents at Black Bear Training Base, Harrison Clark had already raised the bar for professional soldiers around the world. While causing headaches for the military brass, he also filled these people with endless expectations. If given a choice, the high-ranking officers would certainly want to capture him alive. These people were still dreaming this dream. If every soldier had Harrison's fighting power, they might just stand a chance against the invaders. But now, Harrison was going to elevate their horizons to another level. He would show them through physical action. Do not limit your imagination, because the limits of humanity are beyond your imagination. Buzz? With the full power of the Azure Star, a wild wind hung in the place where he originally stood. The fierce energy radiation fluctuation was visible to the naked eye, engulfing dozens of Summit armored soldiers in front of him. Since injecting the gene fluid and experiencing a real gene awakening, raising his awakening to over 31%, Harrison had never experienced the pleasure of going all out. He felt as if he had turned into a current. His field of vision also changed. Whether time had slowed down, or his dynamic vision's ability to process information at high speeds had increased, all opponents in his helmet's field of view seemed to be in slow motion. In terms of information capture, the Azure Star's performance far exceeded that of the standard Summit armor. No matter what kind of tactical maneuvers these people made, as long as their fusion energy engines increased output power, Harrison would immediately receive a prompt, and he could immediately react to the opponent's next move. He could read the dynamics of all his opponents at the same time. Within a few seconds, Harrison had created a gap in the encirclement and rushed to the energy shield that covered the villa. 13 Summit armored soldiers lay twisted and crooked along his zigzag charge. Only Andrew Mitchell with the number 03 code narrowly escaped, but his face shield was also damaged, with his combat power reduced to less than 20%. There's something fishy about this guy's blue battle armor. Andrew Mitchell shouted. In fact, other people didn't need his reminder. They weren't blind. Not only were those on the scene shocked, but the headquarters commander, who was remotely controlling the operation from the command center, was also stunned. Overload the energy shield power of the villa to 200%. Everyone open your shields and defend with full strength. Let the command-type armored soldiers take the lead. Keep attacking. Don't let him attack the shield easily. The commander's reaction was swift, issuing orders within 3 seconds. The soldiers' reactions were not slow either. Instead of dispersing, they quickly gathered together and formed a fan-shaped attack formation. Accompanied by a howling wind, 20 command-type armored soldiers summoned their controlled core weapons simultaneously, converging into a dark cloud that rushed towards Harrison Clark. At this time, Harrison had already switched into the sniper mode, with more than 80% of his energy allocated to the sniper rifle. He intended to break open the energy shield in front of him with all his might. The overwhelming attack from behind forced him to change form, firing the shot without completing the full charge. The shot only caused ripples on the energy shield, but no gap was opened. Intense explosions happened where Harrison stood, the dust rising to the sky, blocking out the sun. Seeing that he was finally enveloped by concentrated gunfire, Andrew Mitchell and the others relaxed a little. But within an instant, that blue light suddenly burst out, moving even faster, swinging the synthesized long blade with greater sharpness. Harrison Clark transformed into a real god of war. He had brought out the Azure Star's most unique characteristics: energy absorption and energy conversion. From the beginning, he deliberately stood there motionless, waiting for the concentrated fire, because what he wanted was to open the energy conversion system to its maximum power in an instant and explode it all at once. The standard summit armor's proud shield was as fragile as a glass beaker in front of him. The gathered armored soldiers were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. In the remote headquarters communication device, all that could be heard were the intense explosions and screams, with no more conversations about battlefield communication. 2 minutes had passed, and the noise finally stopped. In the radar display, there were fewer than 10 green dots indicating life signs left, including Andrew Mitchell. The commander tentatively asked, "Andrew Mitchell, what's the situation now?" "Sorry, we can't stop him. He's too strong." The rumbling continued. Andrew Mitchell said, "He's taking Nora Camp out of the villa. That Hornet ship is coming to pick them up." Time reversed to 10 seconds earlier, when Harrison Clark finally broke through the shield and entered the villa. Nora Camp was sitting in the living room, in a daze. She was using a closed intelligence system that wasn't connected to the internet, staring at a chessboard in front of her. Not long ago, she had been playing chess with an independent AL. Since arriving at the headquarters, her passion for chess had flared up again, which she had barely managed to control. She couldn't control her emotions once she had the opportunity. But just now, she suddenly felt a slight shake, not knowing what had happened, and her inexplicable craving subsided a lot. Although she still liked it, it was no longer an uncontrollable desire. Harrison Clark also saw Nora Camp's dazed expression while facing the simulated chessboard. Some of his conjectures were confirmed in his heart. He didn't feel disappointed at all, only that it was a matter of course. Martha Owen controlled the Hornet ship as it quickly descended, with several new injuries and the overall armor looking less tight. In order to draw away more troops and find a chance to return to pick up people, regardless of her ability to push the Hornet ship's performance to its limits, she couldn't help but get hit a few times. When Harrison Clark and Nora Camp boarded the Hornet ship, Nora whispered, "I'm sorry, I couldn't convince them." Harrison Clark smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. It was expected. After all, it takes more than a day to freeze 3 feet of ice." Nora Camp nodded and leaned closely against Harrison in the narrow cabin, her cheeks blushing faintly. "Where are we going now?" Martha, who was acting as the pilot in front, started the ship and asked back. Harrison Clark was puzzled. "You didn't plan it." Martha rolled her eyes. "I'm smart, but I'm not a god. We're going up against the entire world. Getting us this far has already taken everything I have. What more do you expect me to do?" The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Harrison Clark thought for a moment. "Just choose a random direction for now." Martha asked, "Are you sure?" Harrison Clark changed his mind immediately. "No, let's go to the headquarters of the fugitive faction, Freedom Town." The Hornet ship rose into the sky again, heading towards Freedom Town. In the space station orbiting Earth, a closed-door meeting was being held in the central command room. After a brief period of chaos, these powerful figures quickly regained their composure. However, for the 10 billion people on Earth, not everyone had the psychological quality of these elites. Unrest was spreading globally, as everyone felt a vague sense of loss in their hearts. Nothing had changed on the surface, but there was a faint feeling of emptiness. They subconsciously felt that some of their beliefs were shaken, and some fundamental concepts were being subverted, but they couldn't pinpoint the specific changes. Everyone felt a layer of foggy panic in their hearts, not too strong, but objectively existent. Fortunately, the higher UPS reacted quickly, issuing one directive after another from the closed-door meeting room. In this era of rapid information dissemination, large strategic policies were quickly broken down into countless detailed instructions for various fields, further broken down into specific notices for each individual. In less than 5 minutes, the chaos affecting the entire globe and humanity was wiped out. Having dealt with the global situation, the leadership's focus returned to the most pressing issue at hand. And that was Harrison Clark's betrayal. The military also reacted swiftly, adjusting themselves and maintaining the existing formation before receiving new orders. The well-trained soldiers performed admirably, their determination to carry out orders unwavering. But the result was disappointing. Harrison escaped. Harrison's personal strength had repeatedly exceeded expectations. No one had anticipated this, not even the Central AL system. "We should re-examine Nora Camp's proposal," one of the leaders said, scribbling on the holographic screen in front of him. "According to my calculations, there's a 31.8% chance that the situation described in the proposal is true." The speaker, a technocrat who once headed a humanities research department in the Flamingo Institute before joining the executive committee, still had some weight in his words. His opinions were always well-founded, based on extensive data analysis and statistics. Within those few minutes, he had collected much data and built a calculation model through the researchers at Flamingo Institute. Although the time was short, and the samples were not rich and comprehensive enough to reach a definitive conclusion, the mindset of the human leadership had been somewhat shaken. This wavering was not based on emotional judgments but rational conclusions formed through investigation and facts. There's some merit in the argument. But a 31.8% probability isn't enough to base a decision on. "Let's have a vote," said the Executive Council's rotating leader. Voting has been the core decision-making method for humanity since ancient times. Indeed, despite technological advances, with AL systems replacing over 90% of human brain work, core decisions could still only be made by humans. A militarized government indeed dictates. But this dictatorship was not the narrow sense of an individual but the collective dictatorship formed by the present executive committee. 30 seconds later, the voting was complete. There were 9 in favor of Nora camp and 18 against. 3,333% support rate. If there was another vote, these numbers would change, either lowering or increasing, but that would take time. A new directive was issued. Try to capture the 3 alive if possible, attempt to bring them into the fold with impunity, but if they still resist, use lethal force. War was imminent, and humanity didn't need that many variables and oddities. They could reconsider Nora Camp's proposal, but that didn't mean to indulge Harrison Clark in causing even more chaos. The Hornet ship was not far from Earth's headquarters when it received a one-way communication request. Martha Owen said, "They want to talk to us." Harrison pondered, will accepting the call give them control over the Hornet ship? No, the Hornet ship is under manual control in offline mode, and they're contacting an emergency communications system entirely separate from the main system, she answered. Harrison nodded, okay, let's talk. During the call, the military offered many favorable conditions. Not only would they overlook Harrison and Martha's actions today, but Nora would also be reinstated, and her proposal would be seriously considered and brought up for a referendum at the next National Assembly. If passed, it could be implemented. However, Harrison rejected their offer and immediately asked Martha to hang up. Nora asked, "Why did you refuse?" "I think their terms were very generous." Harrison replied, "It's useless. Are you worried they might be tricking us?" "No, I believe they are sincere now. But as they said, our proposal will only be seriously considered, and the outcome will be in vain." "Enough, let's not talk about it anymore. There's a fleet ahead. Get ready for a forceful breakout." Martha once again activated the Hornet ship's extreme performance mode, and Harrison switched places with her to take control. As the saying goes, the third time's a charm. Harrison had tripped several times in the same pit. Every time he got back, he was annoyed by the same situation. Except for Nora and Martha, he had hardly any trust in anyone else compared to the previous visits. This time there was an additional Sergei signal amplifier. Perhaps Sergei originally designed and built this device with good intentions, and he almost grasped the key to the problem and made an effort to try. Unfortunately, the result was tragic. This time, the militarized regime was not only deformed but also stronger, and human thought was controlled to a more extreme degree. Harrison Clark knew the reason. Sergei mistakenly believed that he was completely awake and made many efforts, but it was likely that he himself was the most poisoned at some level. Sergei thought the antenna would release a neutrino wave that could help humanity break free from its shackles, perhaps even after rigorous calculations and demonstrations. But in reality, he had fallen into a completely wrong misconception, blinded by false knowledge. Just as Newton had once stood firmly against Leibniz and defeated him in his own time. Newton was indeed great, but not flawless in science, having once played a false truth and become a mortal enemy of real truth. In the age belonging to Newton, his absolute space-time view was once the representative of truth but eventually lost completely to the passage of time. Dr. Sergei fell into a Newtonian predicament. The specific frequency neutrino wave he calculated could not counter thought penetration but instead served as a signal amplifier aiding the tyrant. It is possible that Sergei's calculations were wrong, or that Sergei was thoroughly deceived from the start. This time, Harrison Clark indeed destroyed the amplifier, significantly reducing the intensity of thought infiltration. However, in the previous instance, and even the one before that, the situation was not much different without the signal amplifier. Solving the amplifier problem was only a symptomatic treatment, not a fundamental solution. Harrison Clark clearly knew that he had not solved the problem at its root, and the leadership had not genuinely changed. Their wavering now was merely an illusion created by the rapid change in ideology within a short period. Over time, as a privileged group, they would still be locked back in their cages. Even if they re-examined the initiative, the final outcome would still be rejection. So, there was no need to accept the surrender. Ahead, a total of 10 medium and small battlecruisers were getting closer and closer. Harrison Clark focused intently, preparing for battle. He already had a complete strategy in mind. After the firefight, he would use the extreme maneuverability of the Hornet ship to break into the center of the fleet and fire at the 10 battlecruisers simultaneously. 2 of them, also Hornet-class battlecruisers, would be penetrated by the shield and lose power. The remaining 8 would be left to him once he ejected himself. Relying on the outstanding performance of the Azure Star, he could destroy the engine cabins of all the remaining warships within 40 seconds and trigger a chain reaction explosion. However, a loud horn sounded from the other side. "General, Colonel Harrison Clark, please surrender. We don't want to open fire on you." Harrison Clark's heart tightened abruptly. It was the voice of Oliver Yeoman. It turned out to be the pursuit team from the Black Bear training base. Immediately after, more voices rang out simultaneously. Needham Brown, Daniel Thompson, Marthas, Dr. Owen, Scott, and others. Obviously, these people were all on the same medium-sized battlecruiser. They all hoped that Harrison Clark would put down his weapons and talk things through. Nora Camp asked, "What should we do now? Should we hold back?" As the strategizing general had anticipated, Harrison Clark had fallen into a dilemma. The difference in numbers between the enemy and them was too great. If they held back, their Hornet ship would likely be shot down. But if they acted according to the original plan, those familiar people would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. He felt at ease killing strangers, but he could not bring himself to harm acquaintances. Fortunately, he had another plan. "All right, I'll talk to you." Harrison Clark quickly made a decision and ejected himself. The opposing fleet did not land. Wearing the Azure Star, Harrison Clark slowly drifted forward and said loudly, "I can't explain it to you, but I hope you'll step aside and not block my way." "Why is that?" Oliver Yeoman was utterly puzzled. "We've said that we would let bygones be bygones." Harrison Clark, what do you want? At this time, shouldn't humanity be united as one? Harrison Clark shrugged and used one of the most common lines of the fugitive faction. When the paths diverge, there is no cooperation. At that moment, the gun barrels on the 10 warships suddenly lit up. Needham Brown, Daniel Thompson, and others cried out in surprise and anger. "Oliver Yeoman, what are you doing? Who told you to fire?" Oliver Yeoman argued loudly, "Not me. I'm not controlling the warships, we're being remotely controlled." Luckily, Harrison Clark had never let his guard down and dodged in time. The gunfire intertwined where he had just stood, forming a violent explosion. Harrison Clark's voice was raised again, "Needham Brown. Lion? Dr. Owen? I just want to ask you, do you trust me? If you do, come with me." 10 seconds later, there was a commotion inside the medium battlecruiser serving as the flagship. There were screams from Oliver Yeoman and deep grunts from Needham Brown as he made his move. Harrison Clark grinned. Everything was as he had expected. Needham Brown was the hidden piece he had inadvertently prepared in the chess game. Originally part of the fugitive faction, Needham Brown was personally brought into the military by him. No matter what others thought, Needham Brown was actually the easiest to sway. As long as Needham Brown made a move, the rest would have to make a choice within a short period as long as these people are not given enough time for rational thinking and are forced to make emotional judgment. I have a chance of winning. I hope more people will believe me. There's not much I can do but wait and see the changes. The moment Harrison Clark returned to his Hornet ship, the opposing flagship medium-sized battlecruiser swung its gun barrel toward the remaining battlecruisers. Needham Brown even leaped out wearing his summit armor, pouncing on a nearby battleship. He shouted, "Harrison, I'll cover you guys. Get out of here." Following him were Daniel Thompson, Marthas, and many other new teammates. Bender. Everyone had put on their summit armor and launched a surprise attack on the originally defenseless battlecruisers at close range. In an instant, chaos reigned, and the scene became a battlefield. Daniel Thompson said, "Harrison, you guys go. Oliver Yeoman has been subdued. We've taken control of this battlecruiser, with Dr. Owen and Scott operating it now." Harrison Clark nodded and told Martha Owen beside him, "Let's go." In a blink of an eye, the chaos subsided, and the Hornet ship rose into the sky with the medium-sized battlecruiser, heading straight for Freedom Town. Seeing that they were out of the encirclement, Harrison opened the emergency communication device and asked the people behind, "How are you guys doing?" "We're heading for Freedom Town." Needham Brown replied, "We've destroyed 8 of the 9 battlecruisers, seized one of them, and switched it to offline mode. We'll catch up with you now." "Great." After finishing the call, Harrison Clark devoted himself to the journey. Martha Owen pulled up a global base military distribution map. This map was sent by Dr. Owen from the rear battlecruiser. She said, "Bad news. To our left is a Hawaiian Islands training base not inferior to Black Bear training base. According to the standard military response time, their battleships have already taken off to intercept us here. They should be able to dispatch at least 2 cruisers and over 50 battleships." Harrison Clark's heart skipped a beat. This was big trouble. No matter how powerful he was, it would not be easy to escape unscathed from this large-scale interception. Even if he managed to escape thanks to the Azure Star, the others' chances of survival were slim. "Can we change the route?" "No, this is the best route. If we take a detour, more forces will be able to intercept us." Harrison clenched his teeth. "So, are we just going to let them capture us?" Nora Camp thought for a moment. "No, since your armor has a stealth mode, then you can jump into the sea and escape alone. We'll draw their attention." Harrison shook his head. "No, what's the point of me escaping alone? When the invaders arrive, and all the fleets are blown up, will I don the Azure Star and face an entire alien race by myself?" That scene reappeared in his mind. All of humanity's battleships exploding simultaneously, fireworks filling the sky, grand yet despairing. A massive spherical spacecraft hovering over Earth, emitting rays of light that he couldn't comprehend. He knew very clearly that if he were the only one left, there would be no real difference in how he died compared to last time. He still hadn't collected enough information this time around. The next time would inevitably remain the same, and Nora Camp would still enjoy chess. He must leave more people behind, especially Nora Camp and Martha Owen, as well as Scott and Dr. Owen on the other battleship. Only with an adequate reference for escaping and exceptional researchers would there be a chance to crack the psychological infiltration during this round of time travel. "I've made my decision. Either we die together or we escape together. Otherwise, my efforts this time will be futile. I have a lot to tell you all. I know you won't believe me, and I know you won't remember what I tell you next time. But you must trust me. I, Harrison Clark, will lead humanity to the end. I'm more determined than anyone else." Just as Harrison Clark's words ended, another small battleship sped past the Hornet ship. Martha Owen cried out in alarm, "Needham Brown, what are you doing? Why did you increase the power output to 300%? Your battleship has at most 30 seconds before it explodes. Are you trying to commit suicide?" Needham Brown's triumphant laugh came through the communicator. "Yes, that's right. We're going for a suicide attack. We'll blow ourselves up and inflict heavy damage on the interception fleet ahead. The rest is up to you." 30 seconds later, a violent explosion occurred up ahead. The blinding light permeated the sky. The shockwave from the explosion was powerful enough to nearly tear the sea surface into shreds. The compressed nuclear fusion engine that powered the battleship had exploded. The yield far surpassed the hydrogen bombs of 1,000 years before. For almost 800 years, mankind had not detonated such a huge explosion on Earth for fear of environmental destruction. No matter how intense the battles he had fought before, Harrison Clark and the military had not destroyed any compressed nuclear fusion engines. Harrison Clark and the others fell silent. No one expected Needham Brown to do this. He was so crazy and determined. He didn't need any reason, nor did he ask Harrison Clark why he made this decision. But he just went ahead with it. Without any hesitation 30 seconds later, Harrison Clark and the others in the Hornet ship passed by the explosion site. Black smoke and white mist rose from the water surface. There was an occasional upsurge of dense bubbles. The ocean was still boiling, like boiling water that had been cooked. Raging waves still rolled endlessly. Shattered metal debris floated on the water, and from time to time, casualties surfaced. There were even warriors in summit armor left with only half their bodies. Fortunately, it was a nuclear fusion explosion. If it were nuclear fission, this entire ocean and the soil beneath it would be contaminated by radioactivity, turning this place into a flowing Dead Sea. Harrison Clark's Hornet ship and the medium-sized battlecruiser that Dr. Owen was piloting side by side slowed down. "See if there are any of our people alive," Harrison Clark commanded. He only intended to save his own people. He couldn't care about those strangers who acted as obstacles. Rescuing others under these circumstances would only put oneself at risk and allow more people to catch up. Then, at that time, he would have to kill even more people or be executed. Fortunately, there were no holier-than-thou people around him, and no one opposed his command. "We found a life signal in half an escape pod. It's Needham Brown's genetic information?" Dr. Owen contacted them. Harrison Clark was overjoyed. "How is he? Quickly save him?" The medium-sized battlecruiser in front dropped briefly, passing over the water's surface. "We saved him? It's really Needham Brown. Good. Very good. Keep going," Harrison Clark ordered. Daniel Thompson, Marthas, and other comrades from the rookie class probably all perished. It was undoubtedly saddening. But Harrison Clark had no time to mourn, and he had already seen Lion tragically killed with a shot through the chest once before. With more exposure, numbness set in, and it became natural. The next time they met, they could still brag with Lion and Marthas. Harrison Clark's ability to calm down was not inferior to those high-level bigwigs who replaced emotions entirely with logic. The two warships moved forward again. As they went on their way, Harrison Clark asked Dr. Owen about Needham Brown's condition again. Dr. Owen replied, "Needham Brown's current situation is quite peculiar." "How so?" "His escape pod was blown in half, so his body was also blown in half." Harrison Clark frowned. "What do you mean? Did he die too?" "Not at all, he is still alive." Harrison Clark, "I don't understand. How much of him is still intact?" Dr. Owen, "I have never encountered such a situation before. He only has a head left, but he is indeed alive, still conscious, just dormant. Bender." This Harrison Clark couldn't find words. But he recalled what happened the last time he came to this place. In the end, Needham Brown only had a head left. Medical personnel from the fleeing party put his head in a box to take away, but unfortunately, it and its contents were completely bombarded by the main ship's cannon. Those medics wouldn't have been idling around, so at that time, Needham Brown probably wasn't dead either. Unexpectedly, this time Needham Brown became one of their own, but still couldn't escape the fate of only having a head left, and he still didn't die. "I have already moved his head to the life support system, and his condition has gradually stabilized." "Okay, keep going to Freedom Town." After making arrangements with Dr. Owen, Harrison Clark instructed Martha Owen, "Contact the leaders of the fleeing party and tell them that I give them two choices. First, prepare to launch their heavy-duty spaceship into the sky immediately and be ready within 15 minutes. As soon as we arrive, we will take off. Second, refuse me and then watch me tear their heavy-duty spaceship into pieces." Martha Owen did as instructed. Nora Kemp thought for a few seconds, then said with a slight surprise, "Have you been planning this all along?" Harrison Clark nodded. "Yes. When I last went to Freedom Town, their spaceship was almost completed. They planned to launch next week, and now it should be ready." Nora Kemp nodded, "And the propulsion energy power of the heavy-duty spaceship is extremely huge. If it is destroyed in the Earth's interior, the explosion would be unbearable for the military. As long as we break the atmosphere, we will have a chance to escape." Harrison Clark responded, "Yes. But where do we go once we're out?" Martha Owen asked, poking her head over. Harrison Clark shrugged. "According to the original plan of the fleeing party, we would keep going towards the edge of the solar system, and when the time comes, try to break through the barrier that blocks the solar system. Of course, I have to wait until the last moment before trying. In the meantime, I still have some attempts to make, and I need your cooperation. Rush out? There's no chance of success, it's just a death sentence. It's so boring that we're going to die anyway." Martha Owen shook her head, unimpressed. Harrison Clark nodded. "Indeed, but staying near Earth is also waiting to die. I want to see that barrier and then find a way. We only run out of options when there's no choice left, and then we can live one more day and do more things." Everyone was puzzled. Martha Owen said, since you said that staying on Earth is waiting to die, does it mean that you think we can't win against the enemy? Harrison Clark nodded without hesitation. Yes. Humanity will perish. The invaders are far more powerful than all of you can imagine. Then if we are all going to perish, what's the point of doing all this? Nora Kemp said anxiously, why are you going through all this trouble to save me and seize the escape party's spaceship to go to outer space? What does it all mean? And how do you know about the invaders' situation? Finally, Harrison Clark decided to tell the truth and reveal his true situation to everyone, hoping to gain more support and help. He wasn't worried about exposing the secret, as everyone's memories would be reset by the time they came back. Yes, everyone will die. I will die too. But I have a future? I'll explain the specific reasons later. Let's discuss it slowly. The escapists have agreed to my request. In the closed conference room of the executive committee, a group of people were watching the holographic projection in the center of the table. In the projection, a gigantic spaceship about 1,800 meters tall was slowly rising. This was the last spaceship to be launched by the escapists in the plan, and it had nearly exhausted 90% of the resources controlled by the escapists. Although the technological level of this spaceship was not as advanced as that of the world government, it was the complete technological achievement of these people. The giant spaceship was designed to accommodate 30,000 people, with a maximum cruising speed of 1/10 the speed of light in the universe. That's 30,000 kilometers per second, reaching the Proxima Centauri system in 40 years. In the Proxima Centauri system, there's a planet called Proxima Centauri b, which is similar in size to Earth and is 7 million kilometers away from Proxima Centauri. Since Proxima Centauri is a red dwarf star with only an eighth of the mass of the Sun, its habitable zone is closer to the star than the solar system. As a result, Proxima Centauri b is located within the habitable zone of the Proxima Centauri system, possessing a substantial atmosphere and possibly liquid water. With the technology currently controlled by the escapists, in theory, they could transform Proxima Centauri b into a planet suitable for human habitation. There were ample equipment and supplies prepared by the escapists on the spaceship. They had always worked to the best of their abilities, making the most complete preparations for the almost non-existent chance of survival. Although Harrison Clark had left little time for the escapists to prepare, the majority of essential materials had already been loaded in advance, with nearly 10,000 passengers already adapting to life on the spaceship. Since the other 20,000 passengers were already in Freedom Town, they eventually boarded the spaceship in time and set off with Harrison Clark and his companions. Should we shoot it down immediately? Someone in the Executive Council meeting room made a suggestion. The proposal was soon rejected. Firstly, the energy reserve of this heavy spaceship had been designed to its maximum extent, enough to support it traveling a distance of 300 light-years. Its core power module was based on stable quark fusion energy, which humans had barely mastered 200 years ago, and could now only be said to have just begun to understand. In the energy supply process, quark fusion provided the primary power, while nuclear fusion provided secondary power. If the spaceship were blown up inside the Earth, it would be like detonating a quark bomb. Although the power of this bomb couldn't compare to the one placed in the Earth's core by Sergei, it would still be enough to cause significant damage to Earth. Secondly, besides Harrison Clark and others, there were 30,000 Suicide Squad members of the escapists on board, barely considered hostages. The decision of the Executive Council was to wait for the spaceship to leave the Earth's atmosphere before making a final decision. In the command cabin inside the spaceship, Harrison Clark and his team were confronting the leaders of the escapists. No one liked being threatened. Although the escapists were originally a suicide squad, Harrison Clark had disrupted their plans. Some important members who were still in the orbital space station hadn't even had time to board the ship, causing discontent among the escapists. If it weren't for the fact that Harrison Clark was wearing the intimidating Azure Star, the escapists would have loved to shoot this guy on the spot. The core issue of the dispute between the two parties was the command of the spaceship. According to the escapists, they wanted Harrison Clark and the others to just be passengers, staying in their rooms and not causing trouble. They also had a mission. The spaceship was loaded with 1 million frozen human embryos, as well as embryos and seeds of almost all animals and plants on Earth. Their mission was to break through the solar system's blockade within 1 month and make a last attempt to preserve the spark of human civilization. In this timeline, the relationship between the escapists and the world government was more relaxed, and many spaceships had been launched, so the higher UPS of the escapists knew about the situation outside. They knew there was a barrier, but they didn't care. Harrison Clark, on the other hand, didn't agree, as he knew it was impossible. Even if the spaceship was equipped with the latest advanced force field shield system provided by the military for free, it would be useless. Harrison Clark demanded control of the command and planned to have the spaceship cruise around the blockade until the final moment, 2 months later. The ideologies of the two parties were in complete conflict, making it almost impossible to reach a consensus. After all, none of the people in the escapists were afraid of death. They were only afraid of failure. Harrison Clark, you better not push your luck. We have already cooperated with your unreasonable demands enough. In the tense atmosphere, a leader with yellow skin, black hair, and black eyes was the first to speak up. It was very deliberate for him to be the one to speak up, as a person of the same ethnicity and skin color was less likely to provoke Harrison Clark's murderous intent. Harrison Clark shook his head, lifting his hand to make a pressing motion, signaling Nora Camp, who was about to speak up, not to say anything. The things I mentioned before must be kept secret, only you guys should know about them. Harrison Clark looked at the other party. You have your beliefs, and I have my reasons, and I cannot compromise. If you listen to me, you will still have a chance to continue rushing out later. If you insist on resisting, then we're all in this together. You're so overbearing? You're too selfish? The escapists accused Harrison Clark one after another. Harrison Clark shrugged. I really wish I were selfish. Otherwise, I would be hiding on Earth watching movies, listening to music, and playing games happily, instead of fighting for my life here. Are you playing us? Let's fight. Just as the atmosphere became increasingly tense and an internal fight was on the verge of breaking out, the alloy door of the command cabin was suddenly flung open. Martha Owen, Dr. Owen, Scott, and several top medical experts from the escapists walked out quickly. In the center, Scott wiped the sweat from his forehead. Good news, Needham Brown's vital signs have completely stabilized. He's regained consciousness, and although he can't speak, he can communicate with us through brainwaves. Harrison Clark grinned. That's indeed good news. The leaders of the escapists also breathed a sigh of relief and looked particularly happy. Strictly speaking, Needham Brown should be one of their own kind. Everyone stopped arguing and entered the medical cabin. In the center of the spacious, bright, and high-tech medical cabin was a transparent box about a meter in size. The box was filled with a light yellow life-sustaining fluid, with countless tiny bubbles rising from the bottom. Needham Brown's eyes were closed, as if he was in a deep sleep. His neck and below had been seamlessly connected with biological materials. If one didn't know it was a living person, they might mistake him for a specimen. With this sight, everyone who walked in was briefly silent. Even though the emotions of people today fluctuate very little and they're not very good at sympathizing, they still felt a sense of empathy. I feel pretty good actually. What are you all doing here? An electronic synthesized voice came from a nearby speaker. It was Needham Brown. Everyone was silent for a moment. Harrison Clark really wanted to give him a thumbs up. You're seriously just ahead now, and you still feel good. Congratulations, you've just lowered the standard for feeling good. Forget it, don't be like this. Anyway, we'll all die together soon, there's no need to be sentimental. Such emotions are pointless. A leader of the escape faction spoke bluntly. Indeed, the atmosphere quickly relaxed. Harrison Clark seized the opportunity. Exactly? Look at yourselves, you all know that rushing against the barrier means certain death, so why not listen to me? What's wrong with dying a month later than planned, Bender? You're just talking nonsense. Do you think we just decided to die on a whim? You don't know anything? According to our calculations based on the fluctuations of cosmic background radiation, the strength of the barrier will be affected by sunspot tidal waves. Whenever a sunspot eruption occurs, the intensity of background radiation will slightly fluctuate. Next month, the sun's surface will have a major sunspot outbreak, and will just happen to rush across at the fastest speed, giving us a chance to escape. Harrison Clark spat. You think I haven't seen the data? Sunspot changes occur every 11 years. The one that happened 44 years ago was the strongest in 1,000 years. But the spaceship that was exposed back then still got instantly decomposed into its fundamental particles, didn't it? Can this sunspot eruption be stronger than the one 44 years ago? The spaceship back then didn't have the new force field shield either. Our current force field shield is 22 times stronger than theirs. Our energy reserves are also 20 times theirs. How do you know for sure that will fail? Great, the argument which had been paused due to Needham Brown's awakening had erupted again. Everyone, give me some face, please be quiet, I have something to say. Needham Brown spoke again. At first, no one paid attention to him as Harrison Clark and the escape faction members continued to argue forcefully. Stop arguing? I only have one face right now, won't you all give me some face? Needham Brown seemed to have run out of patience. He continued to speak, and even the emotionless electronic voice somehow carried a hint of anger. Finally, everyone quieted down. Needham Brown persuaded Harrison Clark and the others to leave the medical cabin, leaving only a few leaders of the escape faction. He said, Harrison, I trust you absolutely. Let me talk to them. Returning to the command cabin, Harrison Clark and the others didn't have much time to rest. The spaceship was about to fly out of the atmosphere. Outside the atmosphere, several gigantic objects could be seen converging in space. These gigantic objects were the main ship. Surrounding the main ship, numerous medium and small-sized spaceships were amassed. The main ship was the main force of humanity. Report? The military is requesting communication? The communications officer shouted loudly. The leaders of the escape faction were still on Needham Brown's side, so Harrison Clark and Nora Camp took the initiative. Accept the call. A middle-aged man's face flickered on the screen in front of the command cabin. Hello, Harrison Clark. We need to talk. Harrison Clark showed no emotion. Keep it short. I believe that you already know that the behavior of the escape faction has little meaning, and the chances of survival are not high. We don't care about their well-being, but you, Nora Camp, and Martha Owen are all important talents that the military has cultivated with enormous resources. We may have had some misunderstandings before, but as long as we share the same goal, these misunderstandings can be cleared up. We hope that you will carefully consider and return to the military. Each of you is a highly skilled individual who can make a difference. We need you, and humanity needs you as well. Harrison Clark thought this was ironic. Did these people not think that humanity needed Nora Camp when they decided to execute her without any proof? However, times have changed since then, and there was no need for him to bring up these cliché arguments. He simply refused. What if I don't agree? Then, what are your plans? Harrison Clark replied, I plan to join the escape faction and leave for somewhere beyond the solar system. As you said, our chances of survival aren't high, so I pose no threat to you. Why not just part ways and forget about each other? The other party was silent for 10 seconds. Fine, as long as you don't make any more inappropriate moves, we won't interfere with you. With that, they hung up. The battleship array outside the atmosphere had stopped approaching and began to retreat, making room for the main ship. Harrison Clark waved his hand towards space, intending to give the order for the spaceship to accelerate full speed ahead. Wait. Nora Camp suddenly interrupted, not waiting for Harrison Clark to ask what's going on. She quickly gave her command, immediately turn 90 degrees. Do not leave the atmosphere? Lower the flight altitude? Well, cruise within the stratosphere? The pilot didn't react, looking toward Harrison Clark for confirmation. Harrison Clark didn't hesitate. What are you looking at me for? Just do as she says. The pilot quickly adjusted the parameters. Almost 100 side thrusters on the spaceship fired up, spewing particle flames. The massive spaceship creaked and groaned as it tilted, changing from its previous upward trajectory to a parallel course with the ground. It was a massive undertaking to turn such a huge spaceship so abruptly. Moreover, at this time, they were still within the range of Earth's gravity, and the sudden change in direction caused chaos on board. About a minute later, the situation stabilized. Harrison Clark looked at Nora Camp with a puzzled expression. He needed an explanation. Normally, the Executive Council makes decisions quickly. They waited a full 10 seconds before saying they would not interfere with us just now. The battleships didn't turn around but instead maintained their original course while retreating. Therefore, I believe that the Executive Council and the military are lying. Once we leave Earth's atmosphere, they will not hesitate to destroy us. Harrison Clark instantly broke out in a cold sweat. That was a close call. In this era, traditional moral values were inapplicable. It was only natural for the military to lie. Maintain a cruising state for now and don't give them any opportunities. I'll think of a solution. Harrison Clark instructed. The door to the medical cabin opened again, and the members of the fugitives filed out. They were well aware of what happened outside. Harrison Clark thought that they would blame him again or even ask to expel him and his companions, but the fugitives didn't say anything and seemed willing to cooperate with him. Needham Brown's persuasion must have worked, yet it was unclear how he did it. Now, they were in a stalemate. Stay on Earth and wait for the 2-month deadline? Then all their efforts so far would have been in vain. Breakthrough? Harrison Clark had no confidence in the giant ship breaking through the blockade of the main ship and the sky-based cannon on the space station. Negotiation was their only option. Having been deceived once in the negotiations, Harrison Clark was reluctant to trust the military again. There must be a way to keep them from firing on us. Harrison Clark asked the fugitives, do you have any leverage on them? Everyone shook their heads. Harrison Clark asked again, what if I sneaked in and attacked the space station alone? Subdue them all. Martha Owen immediately denied, the space station is not like Earth's capital, their defense forces aren't even on the same level. You have no chance of getting close to the space station. So there's no solution? Harrison Clark felt desperate. Suddenly, Nora Camp turned to the leader of the fugitives and asked, is it true that the founder of the fugitives once had a top-secret diary personally written by Dr. Sergei? The fugitives nodded. It is true. Where's the diary? Does it mention the Earth's core quark bomb? Nora Camp speculated. As we all know, Dr. Sergei set up a mechanism to detonate the bomb in order to prevent his successor from closing the way for the lower class to rise. We know that this backdoor mechanism is hidden deep within the Central Intelligence's algorithms and will be activated when the conditions are met. However, I want to know if there is a second plan for detonation. It took a long time for someone from the fugitives to speak up. Finally, one of them admitted in a low voice, yes, there is. Nora Camp grinned. I knew it. That's Dr. Sergei's style. Since he knew that humanity had little chance of winning and planted a bomb, it wasn't just to threaten the Earthlings. He must have considered the situation after defeat. If humanity wants to cut off hope and leave no survivors for the invaders, then we'll blow up our own planet. The invaders want the Earth, right? Then let's blow it up. Although it may not be a complete loss for them, it definitely won't make them happy. Harrison Clark thought about it. Your analysis is reasonable, but... Nora Camp immediately shook her head. There are no buts. I am sure. I'll bet that within the entire military, I am the person who has studied Dr. Sergei the most in depth, because he was the first one who had no interest in chess and then inexplicably started loving it. The leader of the fugitives nodded. You're absolutely correct. The second detonation plan is recorded in the diary. The diary is stored in that room, sealed in a password-protected box. If the wrong password is entered, the box will explode, and a miniature nuclear fusion bomb is inside. As the others went to fetch the password box, Harrison Clark asked what the password was. Among our explorers, every few decades, the most outstanding and determined person is selected to inherit the diary. The inheritor of this generation is Needham Brown. Harrison Clark was speechless. So, Needham Brown is actually your highest leader? In a way, yes, Dr. Sergei is truly deserving of the title of one of the greatest scientists in 1,000 years. He may not be the smartest, but he is certainly the most creative and courageous. At the same time, he has held the greatest power and resources among all scientists in human history. A supremely intelligent and extremely insane person, with almost unchecked power at his fingertips, the things he could accomplish are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. In the era of his reign, there was no existence of the Executive Council, and no one could restrain him. During his brief tenure, Sergei attempted many unimaginable and inimitable scientific experiments for posterity. The quark quantum bomb buried under the ground is the masterpiece of his madness. The real difficulty is not designing and building a bomb that can be buried in the ground, but completing an encryption algorithm that, even after 500 years, no one can bypass the triggering mechanism with 100% certainty and crack it. This became Harrison Clark's life-saving straw. 5 minutes later, Harrison Clark finished reading Sergei's diary alone in the medical cabin, closed it, and returned it to the safe. After that, Harrison Clark requested a single-person office. Before walking into the office, he said to the communications officer, "Initiate contact with the military and tell them that they need to choose a representative to have secret communication with me. This communication is crucial and must not be eavesdropped on by a third party. After the communication is over, he will judge for himself what can be said and what cannot be." Not too long after, the communications officer replied. The military refused, saying that at least 3 representatives need to participate in the negotiation. Harrison Clark shrugged. "Then tell them I won't negotiate, I'll just blow up the Earth, and well be done with it." Of course, Harrison Clark was just bluffing. His intention was not to blow up the Earth, but he had to reveal to others that he had the ability to do so, exposing some of the methods in the process. But he could not guarantee that there were no infiltrators within the Executive Council. This time, he leaked the news. If the bomb is ultimately detonated prematurely, it must be the result of a problem with the person negotiating with him. As long as their mind is clear and they care about the survival of humanity, they should know that this terrifying ultimate weapon must not be revealed to more people. As long as one more person on the other side knows about it, Harrison Clark will not be able to pinpoint who has a problem or whether they all have problems. Or perhaps the space station could luckily escape under the big explosion, and then these 3 people would suspect each other or try to shift the blame back to Harrison Clark. Harrison Clark would not allow such a situation to occur, so he only negotiated with one person. If the person still exists next time, no matter what position they hold, Harrison Clark would be more cautious and might even nip a potential crisis in the bud. This was the negotiation skill that Harrison Clark had just learned from Nora Camp. Being cautious is always a good thing. Not too long after, they sent back a message. The communications soldier said, "They agreed." Harrison Clark nodded. "Then connect communication." 10 seconds later, a face was projected into the secret communication channel in front of him. As expected, it was indeed Executive Council member Mr. Green, of the same clan and skin color as Harrison Clark. "Hello, Harrison." Mr. Green greeted with a smile. Harrison Clark nodded. "Hello. Our battleships have withdrawn, and you can start your journey." Harrison Clark sneered. "Are you kidding me?" Mr. Green did not answer his question. The 2 men had an unspoken understanding. Harrison Clark didn't bother to expose it. "I'll ask you once more. Are you sure there's no third person on your end who can hear our conversation?" Mr. Green pretended to look left and right, then nodded. "I'm sure." "Good. Would you like to know the second method of triggering Sergei's quark quantum bomb?" Mr. Green frowned. "Is there really a second triggering method?" "Yes, there is, and I know it." Mr. Green was initially taken aback and then quickly sobered. "You really already know?" Harrison Clark, of course. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and Mr. Green sank into intense mental activity. He knew very well what this meant. Before the conversation, he had not expected that the importance of this 2-person dialogue would suddenly be elevated to this extent. It concerned the survival of Earth. His logic made him instinctively want to seek advice from others, but he immediately reacted that no one could be consulted. He wanted to say that he didn't believe it, but logical deduction told him that doing so would have an over 80% chance of angering Harrison Clark. Harrison Clark was very emotional and extremely dangerous. He might very well say what he meant. Harrison Clark anticipated Mr. Green's behavior. People who rely too much on logical thinking will enter this state of indecision and incompetence when faced with a situation where logic alone cannot make up their mind and there is no way to consult others to share responsibility. Harrison Clark even knew the 3 most frequent words that appeared in Mr. Green's mind. They must be, "I don't believe." But he didn't dare say it. This was quite ridiculous and funny. Harrison Clark didn't care about him and just grabbed a guitar from the side. The guitar he had just made Martha Owen produce using the atomic manufacturing device. Mr. Green said, "Don't play mysterious, it's a waste of everyone's time." Harrison Clark, with his head down, deftly tuned the strings without answering. 10 seconds later, after tuning, Harrison Clark plucked the strings gently with a twang, then pressed his fingers down on the fretboard, lowered his head slightly, and glanced up at Mr. Green. "My life is in your hands, and you can shoot us down from the sky at any time. Would I joke with you? I know you won't believe it. You'll think I'm bluffing, but it doesn't matter, you'll understand soon enough." Harrison Clark's fingers began to move, testing a few simple notes before stopping abruptly. Although Mr. Green was puzzled, he did not dare to be careless. Harrison Clark laughed to himself and said, "Sorry, it's my first time trying to play the guitar in reverse notation, it's a little uncomfortable. I should go over it in my head first. Never mind, I'll play it normally first so Mr. Green can recognize this song." Then he truly began to selfishly play the guitar at this delicate moment. Mr. Green's confusion lasted only a few more seconds, and then he no longer dared to think it was a joke. Harrison Clark played the guitar accompaniment part of Self-Combustion. Everyone knows that the English version of Self-Combustion created by Carrie Thomas is what prompted Sergei to walk on the path of rebellion. Each leader in the Executive Council has a compulsory course, which is to study and analyze Dr. Sergei's life and spiritual state changes, as well as his technological achievements. Mr. Green had listened to this song no less than 100 times, and his artistic attainment was quite deep. Bender. After Harrison Clark finished the song, he asked, "Mr. Green, how are my playing skills?" Mr. Green pondered for a long time. He really didn't want to discuss art with Harrison Clark at this moment, but he knew that Harrison Clark wouldn't have done so without reason. He said, "A very perfect performance technique, accurate to the point of being impeccable. It's slightly different from the guitar accompaniment in the Chinese version of Self-Combustion, but identical to the guitar accompaniment in the English version. It's truly breathtaking." Harrison Clark chuckled, "You flatter me." In fact, he wasn't surprised by Mr. Green's assessment and even thought it was justified. Embarrassingly, according to historical records, the English version of the guitar accompaniment for Self-Combustion was created by the great music composer Master Harrison Clark himself. That was a fact. Harrison Clark's creative talent might be rather insignificant, and his performance wasn't very inspired. His performance had only one strength, precision, which came from a dull and boring but highly professional and focused training. So he could maintain a consistent level of performance every time. "Mr. Green Harrison, just tell me, what do you want to do? What exactly is the second detonation plan?" Harrison Clark's expression suddenly became solemn. "I know you very well. You won't believe me without evidence, so I'll do it first, and you can judge for yourself afterward. By the way, let me remind you that there may be some unexpected changes in the quantum network, so pay attention. Also, don't let anyone else know what we're talking about, or you'll be the sinner of all time." After saying that, Clark began his second performance. Unlike the first time, he played the notes backward, starting from the last note and moving forward. The resulting music was very strange. No longer passionate, but rather eerie and gloomy. Mr. Green hastily connected to the external network, but he only opened the one-way data transmission. External data and reports can only come in, and nothing from his end would leak out. When Harrison Clark was about a third of the way through his performance, important intelligence came in from the external network monitoring department. On the Renegade faction's heavy spaceship, a neutrino signal transmitter was broadcasting a specific frequency signal worldwide. The way the signal spread was strikingly similar to the DDoS network attack that occurred a millennium ago. It was a primitive but very effective and extremely difficult to block network attack tactic. Upon receiving this signal, some of the long silent base-level code in the central intelligence suddenly became active without warning. 2 seconds later, a new analysis report came out. This active part of the base-level code was quickly self-replicating, mobilizing more resources, and began sending signals to the Earth's core. In another second, another report appeared right in front of Mr. Green. The technical department tried to restore the signal that was currently attacking the global quantum network with a DDoS attack, but failed. The encryption method was the same as Dr. Sergei's mechanism used in the Quark quantum bomb. It was estimated that if the DDoS attack persisted, the bomb located at the Earth's core would detonate in 3 minutes. "I believe you. Stop. Stop now. Slap." Harrison Clark pressed down on the guitar strings. The external crisis quickly and naturally subsided, with Dr. Sergei's code going silent once more. Clark looked at Mr. Green, pale-faced, and smiled. "As you can see, the second way to detonate the bomb is by playing the guitar accompaniment for Self-Combustion in reverse. The activation method itself is irreversible and can only be achieved by releasing a complete set of musical data code into the quantum network, triggering the mechanism. Once released, Dr. Sergei's code would immediately read and fully awaken, starting Earth's countdown to destruction. This process cannot be paused or stopped. You understand why Dr. Sergei did this, I'm sure. But just by chance, there's someone here who can manually play the guitar in reverse, and I happen to be that person, so I can stop. I'm giving you fair warning now. In 5 minutes, my spaceship will officially leave the atmosphere, and my finger will stay on the send button for the data package. If I detect even the slightest disturbance, I'll press it, and everything will be decided." Clark finished speaking, cut off the communication himself, and went out to give orders. The rest was up to Mr. Green on the other side. "Go." In the command cabin, Clark looked up at the sky and said loudly. In his right hand was a small electronic box head just made. In the sky, the main ship and many cruisers and battlecruisers were frantically turning around. "Report. Energy anomalies have been detected outside our spaceship. This energy radiation is moving from inside the spaceship outwards." At the same time, the military communicator relayed a message with Mr. Green's voice. "Stay calm, don't panic. We're withdrawing our spy-type ultra-nanorobotics." Harrison Clark grinned. "Well done. Quite impressive." As expected of the military, they managed to put such a plan together in such a short time without his knowledge. Ultra nanorobots have infiltrated. If it weren't for Harrison Clark's successful negotiation, perhaps the spaceship would have been hijacked in an instant without anyone knowing. Harrison Clark's threat worked. He was 100% confident about it. Those on the other side were too dependent on logical thinking, which seemed to make their thought patterns seamless, always making the right decisions, but actually it made it easier for Harrison Clark to predict their actions. The absence of flaws is the biggest flaw. About half an hour passed, and many leaders in the Executive Council watched the giant spaceship dragging a long tail of flames away from Earth's gravity and heading for the outer solar system, all sighing in relief. Harrison Clark finally let go of his tension slightly, and sat down on the commander's chair. He looked back at the medical cabin, filled with mixed feelings. Sergei Ponomarenko was a ruthless man. This calculation spanned generations, reaching 500 years to the present. Back then, Sergei hid this diary in the depths of the materials in the library of Kirov University, which he founded himself, as paper records. It was eventually discovered by the founding principal of the Exile faction, who was then the principal of Kirov University. The principal, having read the diary, understood Sergei's ideas and cognition more deeply, with the logical connections perfectly closed. He then no longer doubted Sergei's judgment, founded the Exile faction, and passed the diary down through the generations as the greatest secret of the Exile faction. It eventually reached Needham Brown's hands and finally provided significant assistance to Harrison Clark's actions. Harrison Clark realized the other meaning of Sergei's bomb. His threat was not only to the human race but also to the invaders. Sergei was half successful, but threats alone cannot change the fate of mankind. Harrison Clark believed that when the invaders actually arrived, they would have a way to prevent the explosion. The only way not to let the other side succeed was to detonate the bomb in advance. But people always want to survive, and they won't give up until the last moment. No one has the right to make this decision. So it became an unsolvable deadlock. Harrison Clark was not disappointed, because the responsibility for the other half of success now fell on his own shoulders. History seemed like a beautifully rhyming circle poem. Harrison Clark inspired Carrie Thomas to compose Self-Combustion, which enlightened Sergei after 500 years. Although Sergei was still deceived and blinded, leaving behind a signal amplifier that aided tyranny, his diary helped Harrison Clark again after 500 years. The story began with Harrison Clark and ended with him. Time formed a wonderful loop around him. Harrison Clark realized the power of time loops anew. It was like a never-ending turbo boost. As long as he didn't die, the power of this circular amplification would be infinite. As long as he didn't give up easily, victory would eventually come one day. Looking at the stars, Harrison Clark's thoughts wandered. He began planning how much he could do with the month he had after going back this time. If only he could cultivate a few more people like Sergei to help him resolve his worries and share the responsibility, that would be great. In the endless future that would inevitably continue to loop, he no longer felt lonely. Although they were all strangers, Harrison Clark still felt that he had received support from many like-minded fellow beings. Ahead, Pluto. After a brief rest at Pluto, we'll go to the edge of the solar system. I want to see what that thing is like up close. A blockade with a radius of 2 light-years. Bender. Merely imagining it was enough to make his heart race and his breathing quicken. Life in space, under normal circumstances, is dull and boring, lasting for an unknowable amount of time. However, since the destination of the spaceship is clear, and people are constantly counting down to the day of October 27, 3020 AD, it doesn't seem too hard to endure. Everyone is rather regretting that time is passing too quickly, with each day coming and going. Before, the escape faction decided to sprint ahead, aiming for the day of the sunspot eruption, and there was a desperate, do-or-die situation within them at that time. Now that Harrison Clark has forcibly delayed the escape time by a month and set the deadline to October 27, it has completely changed the mentality of the ordinary people in the escape faction, making them slightly indecisive. September 21, 3020 AD. The spaceship gradually approaches the end of humanity's footsteps. Harrison Clark stands in the command cabin, gazing at the distant stars through the transparent ceiling. He stared for a long time, but gained nothing. Logically speaking, he should be close enough to the so-called barrier that he should be able to see something with the naked eye. But in the vast void of the universe, it seemed as if there was nothing. He wanted to consult someone, talk to someone about it, but unfortunately Nora Camp and Martha O and all his people weren't by his side. They were overseeing an experiment in the laboratory in the middle section of the spaceship. Asking the escape faction people would easily expose his ignorance and undermine his authority, so Harrison Clark had no one to ask. Later, Harrison Clark ordered the logistics department to check various parameters, trying to analyze the differences from the perspective of data. Slight clues could be seen. Every moment, countless cosmic background radiation comes from afar and reaches the solar system. The essence of cosmic background radiation is microwave radiation, originating from the violent activities of celestial bodies or even the universe itself. Microwave radiation carries a large amount of information. Early humans could gradually glimpse the tip of the iceberg of the nature of the universe by analyzing microwave radiation. Normally, the changes in cosmic background radiation should all be within an extremely small range, extremely close to the black body radiation of an absolute temperature of 2.725 K. However, this data underwent a slight change 500 years ago, weakening by just a tiny bit. At first, people thought that this meant the energy of the universe was weakening, just reaching the critical point of a certain moment. It wasn't until the year 2501 AD, when the 327th unmanned exploration spaceship sent to the solar system disappeared without a trace, and every spaceship sent for the next 10 years also disappeared without exception when leaving the edge of the solar system's gravitational field, that scientists finally figured out the situation. The universe did not change. What had changed was the solar system. The solar system was enveloped by an almost imperceptible, but objectively existing, thin layer, which caused the cosmic background radiation received by the entire solar system to be slightly reduced. After several tests of sending unmanned spaceships in different directions, scientists eventually calculated the shape and size of the barrier. Like a huge sugar-coated pill, the solar system is the bitter, effective part inside the pill. Launch a neutron fission missile and let me see the situation, Harrison Clark ordered. 3 hours later, multiplexed data from the telescope establishes a three-dimensional model. Harrison Clark can see the scene when the neutron fission missile hit the barrier. There was no explosion as he had imagined. Instead, the missile flew calmly in space and began to disappear from the head. This disappearance happened suddenly and without warning. It was as if it had passed through a sectional scan with the other end invisible. Immediately after, some data changes appeared outside the invisible barrier. Following data simulation, a fog-like substance formed and quickly spread. A technician pointed to the dispersing fog-like substance and said, just like in our countless previous attempts, the neutron fission bomb was silently decomposed into elementary particles and then continuously diffused in the universe until its concentration dropped to an undetectable level. Harrison Clark tried to flip the screen 90 degrees, changing to a simulated view parallel to the barrier. He pointed to the screen and asked, this side has the materials generated by the decomposition of the neutron missile, but this side is empty, meaning the barrier is one way? The materials can only be broken down and sent out, but not brought in. The technician nodded. Yes, so in some sense, our solar system has been turned into a lonely island in the universe by this barrier. Harrison Clark muttered to himself, there is no doubt that this is unnatural, a means for the invaders to blockade us. Of course, this is the consensus among all scientists. For now, let's gradually get closer, but remember not to make direct contact. Strengthen the monitoring of various data, prepare for the sunspot eruption in 6 days, and strive to collect more information. Our ultimate goal is to understand the mechanism of how this barrier decomposes matter. And by the way, what are the basic particles that are ultimately generated by the decomposition? Several technicians shook their heads in unison. We don't know. All we can be sure of is that its rank is at least 2 levels lower than that of the quark, completely beyond our technological level. Then let's do our best and leave the rest to fate. Harrison Clark left the command cabin and went to the medical cabin. Just now, his personal communication system received a message from Needham Brown, who was still in a dormant state. What do you want? Harrison Clark casually found a stool in the medical cabin, sat down, and propped up his legs. Needham Brown had been in this state for some time now. As the person with the richest and most abundant emotions in this era, Harrison Clark went through the initial sadness and discomfort, but eventually adjusted his mentality and became very relaxed. The reason why Needham Brown could still maintain his consciousness was found. His cells were very different from ordinary people, with very strong vitality, and each cell had a strong self-replicating ability. This guy was like a walking cancer combination. In the 21st century, ordinary people would die from cancer in one organ, but he had cancer throughout his body, which turned into another life form. After the life-sustaining fluid and nutrition tubes replaced the function of his neck, his brain could survive just like a normal person. Harrison Clark was special, but so was Needham Brown. But Needham Brown did not represent the next stage of human evolution. The reason he had this ability was that his genes had mutated severely. This mutation made Needham Brown's DNA completely isolated from ordinary people's species, with no possibility of successful reproduction. Also, Nora Camp's emotional revival originated from Harrison Clark impregnating her, and Needham Brown's emotions had also been revived by now, probably due to having only a head left. During the first few days when his emotions began to revive, this situation caused great torment to Needham Brown and almost led to his immediate collapse. It wasn't until Dr. Scott's cloning reconstruction plan was initially successful that he slowly calmed down. Dr. Scott took a sample of Needham Brown's neck muscle cells, performed reverse gene expression, and eventually formed a new directionally cultivated embryo. In another glass container in the corner of the medical cabin, a headless embryo was taking shape. One only have a head left, Needham Brown said. Harrison Clark waved his hand, putting another fishskin peanut in his mouth. I know, you repeated that sentence no less than 100 times half a month ago when you were desperate. I didn't mean to disrespect you. I believe that no one in human history could have stayed calm when faced with this scene and suddenly regaining emotions. You've done very well. Needham Brown made a sound of agreement. Well, I have to thank Dr. Scott for giving me hope. You were the one who turned into this state to cover our retreat. We all help each other out. Bender. Needham Brown continued. Unfortunately, there's not enough time, and I won't be able to wait for my body to grow. Harrison Clark fell silent. The headless body had to grow at least to the age of 12 to possibly withstand Needham Brown's head. Despite having used various means to accelerate its growth process, Dr. Scott preliminarily estimated that it would take at least 3 years, which indeed could not be done in time. It's okay, when I come back next time, you'll be a strong and vigorous man again. But like you said, I won't even recognize you by then, will I? It's a real pity. What's the matter? Well, just get acquainted again. How do you know I'll still be around? I just know. What's it to you? What are you feeling sad about? My bad. I wasn't so sentimental before.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.